National Signing Day. It's a momentous day on the calendar for every college football program. It's the culmination of dominating on one circuit to a challenge that will reshape the rest of their lives. The premier players in the country will make their intentions known.
I will be committed to LSU. Go Tigers.
It's a day when recruits put pen to paper.
I've been to the University of Florida.
The traditional powerhouses in college football will continue to stockpile elite talent.
I'll be taking my talents to the University of Georgia.
But will there be any last-minute changes of heart?
I'll be going to Colorado.
This has the entire recruiting world turned upside down.
Name, image, and likeness has changed the recruiting world forever. So you're either keeping up or getting left behind.
We got a few positions already taken care of because I'm bringing my luggage with me. And it's Louis.
The moment these athletes have worked their entire lives for has arrived.
I'll be taking my talents to the University of Oregon.
And the race toward the top of the signing class continues on National Signing Day.
I think this is the biggest story in the recruiting world probably ever.
Welcome into our National Signing Day coverage presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will be with you for wall-to-wall coverage all day right here on the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. Who's we? Well, we got our Director of Scouting, Andrew Ivins, here, and our National Recruiting Analyst, Blair Angulo. We have a ton of other guests joining us in just a bit, but let's show you what's on tap for today's show. We'll talk about the top 2023 classes and some of the biggest flips of this cycle, and take a look at that. We are going conference by conference. Every team will be mentioned on today's show. So if you are watching and you are a fan of any college football team in the Power 5, we will be talking about you. And then at the end, Cover 3, your favorite podcast, taking over here on this show. So guys, first and foremost, I'm just going to throw it out here. We know that this second signing day, not nearly as electric with the early signing period, but what are you expecting today?
Well, there are some big names in play, but let's kind of set the stage. It feels completely different. Even if we go back to a year ago, an early signing period, we're in year 5 of it. It seems like everyone is just signed, sealed, and delivered, and I dove into the numbers. We got about 400 blue chippers out there, so prospects ranked 4 stars or higher. Just 20 unsigned heading into this morning. Talking to Steve Wiltfong in the War Room this morning, he says some of those guys are already secretly signed. So really not a lot of names in play. And then you look at the transfer portal rankings. Our top 100 transfers, only one of those guys still available. I mean, a lot of the what is it? The fruits in the barn, or what do you want? Yeah, what's the expression there? So still some things out there. Some 5 stars. Nicholas Harbor, Deuce Robinson. He's not going to sign. I'm sure we're going to talk about him a little bit. Jamel Howard, defensive lineman out of the Chicago area. He's on the market. Harris twins, Andrew and Michael Harris. So there's still some excitement. I'm ready to break down these classes, though.
Yes.
This is the fun part. Talk about what we're going to see in 2023 and beyond.
Yes, we are tying a bow on the 2023 cycle today. So, Blair, what are you most looking forward to about today?
Well, first of all, I want to check in and see if Cormani McLean set an alarm today, or what that cake looks like. But I think it's about the finality of a recruiting process, right? I think we figure out so many moving parts, so many commitments, so many things that change. And Roderick Pleasant is one that I'm really interested in. That's another player, a high caliber track athlete who has a number of high profile schools that are in contention for his signature. It looks like USC, Oregon there at the end. I'm really excited to see what shakes out with his recruitment.
Jaden Rashada, the quarterback, was signed with Florida, got out of the LOI, has been all in the media headlines, down to TCU, Arizona State. Some buzz late last night that he's probably going to make a decision today. And Blair, it's funny, you mentioned Roderick Pleasant, right? He was on my freaks list, a guy that wants to run in the Olympics one day. Nicholas Harbor, the freak of all freaks. He could also run in the Olympics. And they got Deuce Robinson, who could also play in the MLB draft. It's like all 3 of these big name guys are also multi-sport athletes. So they're the cream of the crop.
Yeah, and obviously there's not a lot of quantity still available, but I think the quality is still there. You think about, Jaden Rashada, right, one of the better quarterbacks in this class. 2 of the best track athletes in this class, that multi-sport star in Deuce Robinson, a lot to look forward to still.
And we got some 2024 commitments.
So much to talk about today. Yeah, even though it's more subdued, there is still a lot to discuss. And you mentioned quality. There is no better quality than the next 2 guys that I'm about to toss over to. We're calling this, I guess, the Crystal Ballroom. Josh Pate, what's going on?
24/7 Sports Director of Recruiting, Steve Wiltfong, all day. First of many fist bumps. Sir, what are we looking forward to the most today?
Well, there's several blue chippers, as Andrew and Blair alluded to, that are still out there on the board. Let's start with the number 1 ranked tight end in the country, Deuce Robinson out of Phoenix Pinnacle. We think he's still going to be on the board after today. Blair Angulo was first to report that he may not sign his letter of intent, and talking to sources Tuesday afternoon, we do not expect him to sign. I still think Georgia's the team to beat. But this allows programs like USC to continue to make a move there with Deuce Robinson. Nicholas Harbor, the number 1 athlete in the country, 5-star from Washington, D.C., Archbishop Carroll. We do expect him to sign today. Yesterday around this time, I was feeling really good about where South Carolina stood. This morning, late last night, started talking to sources about it. I think Oregon is really trending for Nicholas Harbor here at the end. Took an official visit to Eugene over the weekend. Got a text message from Nicholas Harbor's dad late in the evening that said, Nick had a wonderful visit. The highlight is touring the Nike Village town, having lunch with the president of Oregon Ducks and meeting lots of good people. Good, kind people. I think that late conversations with Dan Lanning and the Oregon staff, the track staff, has put Oregon in good position for Nicholas Harbor. I said South Carolina needed to hold their advantage for about 23 hours. When I wrote the article last night, I said Oregon's got to hold it for 11 hours. Haven't heard different. So like where Oregon is there for Nicholas Harbor. Top 247 cornerback Roderick Pleasant from California, also expected to commit today. Was talking with our colleague Greg Biggins last night. Talking to other sources, it's obvious that Pleasant is torn. I said I think I would lean Oregon in my article I posted on 24/7 Sports, but no question USC is making this a very difficult decision down the stretch. He could end up at Oregon or USC, in my opinion, for maybe the fastest player in the entire class, Roderick Pleasant. Top 247 quarterback Jaden Rashada. Hearing he's going to make a college decision today. And I think that communication has tailed off with TCU, who got a visit over the weekend. That means that I think that Arizona State is in prime position for one of the top passers in the country, one of the more gifted throwers of the football in this 2023 class. He visited Arizona State 2 weekends ago. I think he has a great relationship with Kenny Dillingham. His brother lives in the area. His dad played there. He's got tremendous feel for that place and comfort level at Arizona State. So that's kind of the school I'm watching for Jaden Rashada right now. Chimdi Ono, a top 247 offensive tackle from the East Coast. He's down to Penn State and Michigan State. Going to announce his college decision this afternoon. I like where Penn State stands for Chimdi Ono. When you talk about the top offensive line classes in the country, you have Miami, you have LSU, and if Penn State lands Ono, I think they're right there with one of the best offensive line hauls in the country. And then Kentucky, a pair of 4-stars trending their way. William Spencer, uncommitted, maybe announcing on our network. Colin Kennedy working that behind the scenes. That's Kentucky-Louisville. He's announcing at 5:30 Central. And then Kendrick Gilbert's a 4-star defensive lineman that was committed to Purdue. I like Kentucky there. Michigan flipping 4-star defensive lineman Cameron Brandt from Stanford. I think Michigan's putting together one of the sneaky good defensive line hauls in the country, and I like where they stand for Cameron Brandt. And then Wisconsin, I like where they stand for their top nose tackle target, Jamel Howard, but Miami and other programs still swinging late for Jamel Howard.
You mentioned Georgia a couple of times there, and a lot of folks are focused on individual recruitments, and then they zoom out, want to know about the race for number 1. Alabama firmly in the pole position as we enter today. Is there anything or combination of things that could happen that makes you think that could change?
No, Alabama has locked up their 10th number 1 recruiting class in the Nick Saban era in Tuscaloosa. And this is a class that I think helps them compete for a national championship next year. They got some key guys that can come in and play right away, starting with Caleb Downs, the nation's number 1 safety, the best high school football player in the country, in my opinion, 5'11", 197 pounds, 19 career interceptions. I think 8 or 9 of them were pick sixes. Offensive line was a big need for Alabama this cycle with what they lost at the point of attack. They flipped Caden Proctor from Iowa. That was a major recruiting win for them. Justice Haynes and Richard Young comprised maybe the best running back duo in America. They've needed some more dynamic playmakers at wideout, and Jalen Hale's a guy that has proven in the Lone Star State that he's a big play guy after the catch, and this was a big defensive line haul for Alabama. A lot of 5-star talents around the line of scrimmage, headlined by Keon Keeley and James Smith, Yanze Pierre, Quay Rousseau. They got a lot of guys that are versatile that can get after the quarterback in that group.
Perhaps one of the most important pieces of equipment in the building today. The charger for the iPhone. Going off hot and heavy this morning. I tried to get him to smile for the better part of the past hour. Can't do it. He's locked in. Top 10 classes, though, outside of the Alabama class. I mean, we're looking at Georgia with a haul, Steve, that in many cycles could be number one. I look at Oklahoma, Texas, both in the top 5. What else stands out to you here?
Well, you kind of touched on it there, right? Texas in the top 5 for a second straight cycle. So obviously love what Texas is doing. I think they recruited the best offensive line class a cycle ago. 2 more in this class, 5 more 300+ pound offensive linemen in the fold. I think they recruited the linebacker secondary at a high level this cycle after recruiting the front 7 extremely well in 2022. But Oklahoma, this is a class that really stands out to me because this is one that Brent Venables and his staff are hoping helps turn things around in Norman. Oklahoma goes 5-7 this year. That is not what the natives are accustomed to in Norman. This is a program that's tradition rich, used to competing for the college football playoff and beyond. And when you look at it even closer, this was a team whose defense ranked 129th nationally. I'm not sure how many times Brent Venables had a defense that ranked 29th or worse in his career, but 129th nationally. For him to go out in this cycle and land Adepujo Adebaware, maybe the most electric pass rusher in the class. Guys like Peyton Bowen and Makari Vickers in the secondary. Those are guys that give him versatility on the back end. Samuel Omoshigo is one of the fastest linebackers in the country. Loved the combination of him and Lewis Carter in the second level. And then they land arguably the best quarterback in the country. I think he's the best high school quarterback in the country, Jackson Arnold. 28-3 as a starter, over 7,000 passing yards and 67 touchdowns and just 8 interceptions against what I think is the best high school football competition in the country, the best coaching in the country. He's a guy that can run the football as well. His offense at Denton Guyer is similar to what they run at Oklahoma. I think he's a guy that has a chance to be a special player for the Sooners. So he hit on his franchise quarterback, got a lot of key pieces on the defensive side of the ball. So I think the arrow is up on Oklahoma after a season that's not typical of the Sooners.
So a lot to talk about. A lot of hay in the barn, yeah. A lot of hay still left to bale. So, Emily Proud, let's bale that hay today.
Let's go ahead and do it. Let's run through the top 50 classes in this year's cycle. Again, they said it, there might be some differences in the rankings when it's all said and done, but let's show you there. 41 through 50, got Illinois at 41, Maryland 42. Guys, what on this list stands out to you, Andrew?
How about Northwestern, right? Sitting number 45 overall, 1-11 this past season. 4-20 over the past 2 seasons. That stands out a little bit. They got some guys in the class they like with traits, player developmental type program. Interesting to see them right there sitting at 45.
Yeah, and look at Louisville at 43 with only 14 commitments. So that means that their quality is really high to be able to be that high on the list with not even 15 commitments in this class. Jeff Brom close strong there after the coaching change.
All right, let's show the next group here, 31 to 40. Starting to see a little 5-star creep in there into this group with UCLA. Outside of the Bruins, what stands out to you?
Oh, where would UCLA be without Dante Moore?
Yeah.
I know Blair is going to probably give me a little punch in the shoulder here when I'm bringing that up, but only 15 commitments for them. We know Chip Kelly's so active in the transfer portal. Kansas State, 26 commits, sitting 31. We love Avery Johnson, who they got, quarterback, Elite 11 finals. We saw them at the Under Armour All-America game. I think they got an underrated running back as well, and Joe Jackson out of the Sunshine State. Like that potential 1-2 punch. So Kansas State, remember, the Big 12 is going to look a lot different moving forward. I think this is a group that's going to help them challenge for a spot maybe in that 12-team college football playoff.
Yeah, and I really like the Arizona class at 40. They were a top 25 class last year in the first year under Jed Fish. They slip a little bit, but they are bringing in a lot of good quality players that is helping them reload and rebuild and make a charge there from the Pac-12 South.
All right, let's show you 21 to 30 here. We got 2 more 5-stars in this class. These are some really large signing classes here you see with Texas Tech and what Joey McGuire is doing, Nebraska bringing in a bunch of recruits here in this class. What stands out to you here, Andrew?
You mentioned the Red Raiders, their best recruiting class ever. A ton of kids from the Lone Star State right there in their backyard. Quarterback Jake Strong, I think he's a guy that can win on Saturdays for them. So I like that group, but I'm going to point out, some new head coaches there, right? Colorado, Coach Prime, we all know about him. It's all over social media. They're sitting number 29, pacing for what could be their best recruiting class in the 24/7 sports era. 2 quarterbacks in that group as well, Case and Wiseman, a kid I like a lot. And then look, Matt Rule, Nebraska 23. I call it Lincoln Trait City. I'm billing it in the 24/7 sports war room as potentially the fastest recruiting class in America. I think that's a solid year 1 group for Matt Rule as he makes this transition.
Yeah, the Mississippi State class at 26, obviously under Mike Leach. It was his last class that he put together, and this group really stuck together. And I think we're going to look back in a few years and look at this group and what they had to go through there at the final stages of their recruiting cycle. And that's a really good class that they were able to put together.
All right, moving on up the rankings, 11 to 20, almost in our top 10. These are some schools that, we're fighting for that top 10 status, but probably going to end up around this area. Is there somebody in this group that stands out to you, Andrew?
What about Michigan, right?
What about 'em?
Back-to-back college football playoff appearances, sitting 18 right there. You look at the recruiting class, and I don't know if there's really like a headliner, a guy that is a household name to the casual out there, but there are some developmental upside, and that's what Jim Harbaugh has done since he's been in Ann Arbor. I just think after 2 appearances on that national stage, maybe we would have seen a little bit more, maybe we would have squeezed a little bit more. I mean, Raylan Wilson, a 5-star linebacker for us at one point, he was committed to the Wolverines. They can't get him across the finish line. He signed with Georgia, so that sticks out to me. I mean, I don't think this group can't make them competitive, but you thought you would maybe get a little bit more out of Michigan.
Did you expect to see a little bit more excitement on the recruiting trail for Michigan? I know Jim Harbaugh famously does not care about these rankings, but coming off of back-to-back college football playoff appearances and Big Ten titles.
Yeah, I did, and they brought a ton of top talent in for official visits during the summer months, right? And they really just didn't close the deal with a lot of those guys. I mean, Jaylen Brown was on campus, Raylan Wilson, like I said. I mean, they brought a bunch of people in and just couldn't seal the deal. Was that because Jim Harbaugh continues to get linked to the NFL? Maybe. I just think that they, NLI-wise, maybe that wasn't all got together. So I did think Michigan would be a little bit better than this right now after, again, the 2 years that they've had.
What are you taking an eye on here, Blair?
Yeah, how about Texas A&M? After signing the best class ever in 2022, they fell 12 spots, and it wasn't for the lack of trying. I mean, they were really aggressive. They were they had a lot of effort in the recruiting trail. Under 20 commitments. Ruben Owens, they flipped late from Louisville. They had David Hicks, one of the best defensive linemen in the country in that class. So still a lot to look forward to in College Station, but obviously the seat is a little hot there for Jimbo.
Yeah.
Aggies also got our first ever 4-star punter.
How about that?
And he was booming them
Yeah.
in San Antonio.
So,
Yeah, underrated class here for Texas A&M. They obviously set the bar extremely high with what they did last year, but still a very solid class. All right, here it is, 1 through 10. Let's roll through these. I'm going to start with Oregon here because this is a squad that we're keeping an eye on today because they could move up as high as a top 5 class. But what do you think about the Ducks as it's constructed currently?
Well, they were the big early signing period winner, and we saw that video of Dan Lanning puffing the cigar in his office after what they were able to accomplish there that 3rd week of December. I look at this group, and it's a bunch of people from around different parts of the country. They go into Mississippi, they get a running back, right? They go over to Idaho, get a potential tight end. It feels like an SEC type of recruiting class, and is that surprising? No. I mean, Dan Lanning cut his teeth working for Kirby Smart. He understands talent acquisition, how to build out a roster. They've also got some guys in the transfer portal. Jordan Birch, a former 5-star pass rusher. So this is an excellent group, and they could be the king of the Pac-12 with USC and UCLA.
And it's interesting that you mentioned that, Andrew, because when USC got Lincoln Riley, their hashtag on social media was "Take Back the West." Well, look at Oregon. They're number 1 in the Pac-12. USC is not in the top 10 nationally. So Oregon held its ground, and they've been dominant recruiting the West Coast landscape. Dan Lanning is broadening their scope now, and they're recruiting nationally. And there's still going to be a power. What happens with the Pac-12, the dynamics of that, how big of a pool will that that be with the conference? With SC headed to the Big Ten, will that change the way recruits look at Oregon? That's going to be interesting, but obviously a really good job by Dan Lanning and that staff.
And we'll talk a little bit more about Oregon and go 1 through 9 in the top 10, because those classes are the ones that are getting a lot of attention today. But we've got to shine the spotlight on some of these underrated classes. We mentioned a few of them and we showed you the top 50 here, but what stands out to you? Who's an underrated class?
South Carolina, right? I think Gamecock fans were a lot more excited last night when Steve Wiltfong was talking about Nicholas Harbor potentially ending up in Columbia. But I love this group. Sitting number 16 right now in our rankings, Shane Beamer, 2 years ago when he first came in, they finished with the 80th recruiting class. And I know Trey Scott, the editor, was pushing back, hey, they didn't sign a bunch of high school guys. Yeah, they did. It was like 15 of them. It was the worst recruiting class ever in the SEC. Fast forward 2 years, Shane Beamer, he's quirky on social media, right? Dumping mayonnaise on him, putting on the Blender sunglasses, but it's working. He's relating with kids. Sitting 16 right there. I love this group. Desmond Umazola, he looked like a future NFL pass rusher when we saw him in Orlando. Vakari Swain, he was a late riser for us, two-way athlete. It sounds like they could play him on offense or defense. Oluwatosin Babalade, the big, they call him Tree.
Let's just call him Tree.
But I nailed that name. I've been practicing.
You did. That was great.
That was a big win over Maryland. Shane Beamer, I think right before the early signing period, was climbing a tree in his front yard, FaceTiming him. So he's a potential tackle that can start on the left side. And then I think Jatavius Shivers, a kid we don't talk about a lot, not even listed on there. They got him out of Georgia, flipped him from Vanderbilt, over 6'7". So this group, I think South Carolina, which also had a strong recruiting class last year, you're stacking chips. Lenora Sellers, a quarterback we're not even mentioning here, had one of the best senior seasons out there. They flipped him from South Carolina. Also a kid that plays a little soccer. He had 35 goals in 20 games or something like that. So it's an exciting group for the Gamecocks.
Yes, and this is their highest ranking ever. But I will say, though, if they do end up landing Nicholas Harbor, based on how the points are, there's a pretty big gap between 15 USC and where they're at 16 right now. They will not move any further up in those rankings. But I don't think the rankings really matter at that point. If you land a guy like Nicholas Harbor, what stands out to you about this South Carolina class?
Yeah, I think obviously it's Shane Beamer's approach, right? I think he's been able to attack some places and some positions that they really want. He is really bringing in that renewed energy that they needed. To recruit in the SEC, to go up against the Tennessees, the Floridas, the Auburns, the LSUs, you have to put in the effort. And he's not only done it on social media and driven some of that kind of that passion, but then he's gotten results on the field, and that's, I think, relayed a message to recruits saying, hey, we have a vision, but then also we're going to be able to be a team that can compete and a team that can win, and if you come here, we're going to give you that platform to shine.
I've been going to the Under Armour All-America game, I think, for like 8 years now, and I know we had the COVID year. I can never remember South Carolina having like 7 kids at the game. Yeah. I was like, what is going on here? But that's just Shane Beamer. And then Pup Howard, my favorite in the linebacker, one of my favorite linebackers in the class, he turned down an invitation to play in an all-star game because he wanted to get on campus, start going through that strength program, and be ready to go year one.
Yeah, it's the excitement of Shane Beamer, but also, like you said, Blair, that proof of concept. Who is an underrated class outside the top 10 for you?
Well, for me, it's got to be Utah, and we've seen them win games and get to Rose Bowl games with classes that weren't as good as this. This is their best class ever. So the group that Kyle Whittingham just put together, obviously kind of parlaying that success, back-to-back Pac-12 championships, back-to-back appearances in the Rose Bowl game, and they are now recruiting at a different level. They used to lose recruits in state. They used to lose recruits within the region, but now they are able to get some guys that they haven't been able to get before, and that's because the proof is in the pudding. They're developing players. The way they attack the recruiting trail, not only from a relationship standpoint, but I think from an identification standpoint, they're usually one of those schools that is out early and projecting a player before he blows up nationally. So that's been really interesting with what they're able to do. But then also they do more with less. They are, as our colleague Greg Biggins and Brandon Huffman like to say, they are the program that makes us look bad every year from a ranking standpoint, because a player, a 3-star, will go there and he turns into an NFL pro, a first rounder, like a Devin Lloyd. But yeah, this Utah class should scare a lot of people out west, because now if they're recruiting at a different level and they maintain that player development, Utah can be really, really frightening.
I think the close for Utah, week leading up to that Rose Bowl appearance, I said on CBS Sports HQ, well, who's a recruiting class you want to see a little bit more out of? Brought up Kyle Whittingham. Hey, you're the top dog in the Pac-12 right now. Close on the recruiting trail. What do? They go out and get Spencer Fano. Blair, how awesome was Spencer Fano, not only at the All-American Bowl, the offensive lineman from Utah, but also out at the Polynesian Bowl? This is a guy they beat Michigan for. They beat Clemson for him. I think that's a huge addition. CJ Blocker, late rising cornerback for us out of Texas. Big fan of him. Mac Howard, quarterback, they go down to Mississippi, pick up a commitment from him. I think he's a guy, we were talking about trying to find a Brock Purdy in our 2023 rankings, meaning a guy who could outplay his ranking, lead his team to the playoffs. Mac Howard, I think he's got the tools to do that. I love this group, top to bottom. I think we've talked about him at length on my podcast. I mean, I don't know where to start. Mikey Matthews, wide receiver. He shined at the Under Armour All-America game. It's just a solid group, and it's a deep group. And they checked off a lot of the right boxes.
Yeah, they don't star chase either. They recruit to their formula and to their roster. And that's something that's been really interesting about this class in particular, that now they are able to star chase a little bit, right? They are able to go out and get adventurous and beat out other programs for a CJ Blocker. They beat out USC, Oregon, Michigan for Caleb Lomu, one of the better offensive tackles out west. They got Spencer Fano, that big offensive lineman from within the state. They're beating, BYU comes from BYU family and all that. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they attack this next recruiting cycle, knowing that they're capable of, they're getting a little confident. I think they're capable of winning some of these battles.
Did I switch up? Was it Lomu and Spano? I think I got the recruitment switched
They
up.
were both there.
Which one was playing Connect Four with Dan Lanning? Which one was that?
That was Spencer Fano.
Okay.
Who won that game?
Well, not Dan Lanning, because he's headed to play for Kyle Whittingham, so.
Yikes! Wow, it all came down to a Connect Four game.
I'm
See,
just
that's
kidding.
the kind of, no, I think there were probably some other factors there as well. But no, that's the kind of intel that we get from these guys. And while I'm listening to this great analysis, I'm also checking out the chat. You guys are submitting some great questions. We're going to try to answer them as many as possible. But we're actually going to have a live Q&A session later this afternoon. So for the questions that we don't get to. And you might be asking yourself, what chat? Where is this chat? You have to be a subscriber of the 24/7 Sports YouTube page to take part in this chat. And it is a lot of fun. I see a lot of duck emojis, so I think we got some Oregon fans in there today. So make sure that you subscribe to the channel in order to be a part of that fun chat. And also, if you like this video, there's actually a button that you can prove it to us, and you can hit that like button, and we'd love to continue to grow this stream, because there's a lot of things that we got to get to today, a lot of excitement. I want to talk more about players, though. We've mentioned a few of the players. Last week, our final 5-star reveal, Andrew was on our college football recruiting show breaking it all down for us. So let's roll through some of the 5 stars as they are presented. I'm going to just throw this generic question out to you to see wherever you want to take it. 5 stars. Who surprised you maybe that you didn't see them ending up a 5-star at the beginning when you start to recruit these guys years and years in advance, that really developed through the last couple of years and is on this list?
Oh man, you're putting me on the spot right here.
But there's guys that jumped up like 50 spots.
Zalance Hurd,
Yes.
offensive lineman that signed with LSU. Steve talked about Penn State having a great offensive line class. My personal favorite is what the Tigers and Brian Kelly have done. Zalance Hurd, saw him at Florida State's elite camp back last weekend of July. I did Florida Friday Night Lights. On Friday night, Saturday, I was at the Seminole Showcase or whatever they call it. Zalance Hurd, had heard a little bit about him, pun intended, and I didn't know what to think, right? Fast forward to his senior season, Cooper Patagna, Gabe Brooks are like, hey, you got to watch this guy. I think he has some of the best senior tape out there when it comes to a corner protector. We see him in Orlando at the Under Armour All-America game, aces the eye test, looks like a future NFL tackle, super powerful punch, has a strong base, and he just shot up in our rankings, finished as a 5-star. So there's one where 6 months prior, I didn't think, hey, he's in the 32 conversation. Tape tells all, and he moves up into those rankings.
There he is. All right, let's roll through the rankings for you so that you can have a good gist of who some of these players are, starting with the back end of this list. Hopefully we have that graphic for you. If not, we'll just continue to roll through some of these 5 stars. Here it is. Let's go 11 through 20 here, and we are changing it now to 21 through 32. As a reminder for people that might go, why 32? That's a very odd number. This is meant to project what
reflect the NFL draft.
Yeah, so if
as long as
some of these might change a little bit.
Yeah.
You talked about the development. Kyle Whittingham, proving us all wrong with some of these commits here. But who on this list, Blair, I'll throw it to you. Who stands out to you on this back half of the 5 stars.
Well, I loved John Zay Pierre down in San Antonio at the All-American Bowl. Tremendous edge rusher. It's a shame for him that Keon Keeley's also going to Alabama, and we don't talk about Yonze Pierre enough. But I would not be surprised if he becomes an even more productive player than Keon Keeley at the next level. I'm that high on him after what we saw. No one was as active as he was. No one was as disruptive as he was. And it's a shame, right, that Keon Keeley's going there, because I think we'd be talking about him more. But he definitely deserves shine. He's certainly a 5-star to note.
All right, you see you got 2 Georgia players here. There are more, but in this section
That's
here,
3.
what stands
3
out
Georgia
to you?
players.
3, oh my God, I can't count. There we go. Jonell Aguero, A.J. Harris, and Braylon Wilson. Who on this list you think is going to make an immediate impact for the back-to-back national champs?
That's a great question, because I think all of them are kind of ready. Braylon Wilson went through a few college football playoff practices with the Bulldogs after right before he played in the Under Armour All-America game. He's already on campus. I believe Jonell's already on campus, and same with A.J. Harris. A.J. Harris, I think we're the only one in the industry that has a 5th star next to his name, and we feel confident in him. You put it on that senior tape. He's playing there in Alabama, Phoenix City Central. They played IMG Academy. He was matched up with Carnell Tate, who was also just on that list, only gave up 2 targets, 1 reception. I think he's ready to go. Talk to sources throughout the industry, get different guys that have worked him out in the camp setting, and they say, hey, technically he is buttoned up and he's ready to play. So I think all 3 of them could be on the field. The best part about Georgia, and you heard it from Kirby Smart after they won a national championship, you want guys that want to push each other. There wants to be competition. That's the culture you're trying to create. You don't want guys that feel entitled, right? Show up if I'm not on the field, well, I'm going to hit the transfer portal. Georgia doesn't have a lot of guys in the transfer portal. Sure, there's a few of them. And normally when they leave, they go to another school and they play right away, and then they go on to get drafted. Jermaine Johnson comes to name, Tyreek Stevenson. So, Georgia, they got it fine-tuned right now.
Yeah, and with A.J. Harris particularly, Keely Ringo off to the NFL, corner is one of those positions that is a little bit easier to go in there and make an impact. There's not as many things that you have to learn. Obviously, you have to learn some verbiage and some assignments and things like that, but A.J. Harris physically looks ready to be able to be a contributor and at least help fill that void for Keely leaving for the NFL.
All right, let's show you 11 through 20 here. A lot of big names here. I think the first one that pops out to me is Cormani McClain, just based on the chaos that was his recruitment. Why'd you settle at 14 here for Cormani?
Because we still believe in him, right? Everyone, his business has been played out in the media. He stole the show, our early signing period show. But at the end of the day, Cormani McClain checks off all the right boxes for a new age cornerback. He is over 6'1". He runs a 4.5 in the 40-yard dash. He has a 128-inch broad jump. And he picked off 19 passes his first 2 years playing defense. So we still believe in him. One other guy I'm going to hit on real quick right here, Samson Okunlola, headed to Miami. They need help on the offensive line. He's a twitchy 300-pounder. A guy we anticipate that has a chance to play year 1. So big ad for the Hurricanes there in the Pancake Honcho.
Blair, we'd love to say that Nicholas Harbor and Deuce Robinson have both committed to play for us here at 24/7 Sports, but the reason there's no logo is those are our 2 big question marks today, waiting to see what happens there. But I want to ask you about Deuce Robinson. This is a recruitment that you have followed very closely. Been a lot of twists and turns, and it sounds like he will not be making his decision today. What's the latest there?
Yeah, I wrote earlier this week that he sees the finish line, but he's not ready to cross it yet. And that's because the MLB draft is such a huge factor in his thought process. He wants to play football professionally, but he also wants to play baseball professionally. I had a college coach tell me back in the spring during the evaluation period, I was at a showcase at Pinnacle High School in Phoenix, Arizona, and he pointed at Deuce. He says, that guy's a baseball guy. And I'm like, you think so? He's like, no, that's his passion. So I don't have that from Deuce specific. I don't think he would choose a sport, but I think coaches understand that baseball is a huge deal for him. He wanted to play college baseball and college football together. He will not sign. It sounds like he will not sign today. We're not anticipating him making a commitment today either. He, I think, is waiting to see what the MLB draft evaluators will say about his stock. The draft is this summer in July up in Seattle, and this is a player who is garnering some first-round MLB draft buzz. And, when you think about the numbers that are thrown out for first-round draft picks in the MLB draft, you think about kind of the path for him to go professional in baseball. He wants to potentially sign a pro contract for baseball and then play college football in the falls as a preferred walk-on. That's still a route that I think is on the table, but Georgia, USC have to be considered the 2 heavy favorites there for him, and it sounds like he's not ready to make that decision just yet.
how unique is that? He would be a professional baseball player while also playing college football selfishly. We all want to see that man catching some passes at the next level. Let's take a look at our top 10 here. And once again, Arch Manning, he stayed at the top through the entire rankings process. And the doubters, they're saying it. They're saying, he's Arch Manning. It's the Manning name. The fact that he's not going to some of these camps that we see a lot of the top quarterbacks go and perform at. What is it about Arch Manning that makes him the #1 player?
Second youngest quarterback in the top 247 for the class of 2023. Dante Moore is the youngest. Normally you see these quarterbacks that are actually old for their age, so this is...
It's about 5 days apart?
Yeah, 5
those
days
two?
apart, yeah.
So not
big,
crazy.
big week. Everyone
It's
needs
a
to
big
time.
week,
If you want to be a quarterback, time it up. But no, he's thrown... Everyone talks about the camps. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done that, right? Well, he was 34-2 TD to interception ratio as a senior. He's thrown more live passes on Friday nights than any other quarterback in that class. When it matters in between the lines, he gets the job done. He elevates the player of people around him. One of one pedigree. Sure, obviously we like that, but he's also 6'4", 205 pounds. Okay, he plays basketball. He can improvise. He can make all the different throws. All right, I said it on the signing day show. He can't hold on to his student ID. But he held on to our #1 spot in the rankings.
Yeah, and he had to fend off a lot of competition. There's really good quarterbacks in this class. Nico Iamaleava, we saw in Hawaii at the Polynesian Bowl, and his team is down. You got his dad biting his nails, wondering, why is my son going back on the field there late in the fourth quarter? Tennessee fans, I'm sure, were on the edge of their seats, hoping that he doesn't get injured. But he goes and leads them to a game-winning drive. That's the type of competitor that Tennessee is going to get. And from an upside standpoint, Andrew, he's got as much of it as possible in this class. You look at his frame, he's still got to fill out, but the tools are there. He's got the arm strength, he's got the moxie, he's able to kind of will his way and will his team down the field. I'm really excited to see what Nico's able to accomplish in Knoxville. He's going to be a star.
Yeah, it's the first time since 2009 that we have had 5 five-star quarterbacks, so this is an exceptional class. Looking forward to seeing what they do at the next level. All right, although today is all about tying a bow on the 2023 class, we still have to get some intel. So who else do we go to? What's going on, Steve Wilfong?
Yeah, Emily, we got to put presents in that box before we put a bow on it. Jaden Rashada is going to be a big-time get for someone, Steve. Imagine 2 months ago if I told you and I were going to be sitting here in the Fong Dome and we were going to be talking about TCU and Arizona State as the finalists for, at the time, Florida commit, and what we thought was going to be Florida signee Jaden Rashada. That's why you got to stay locked in. There's no offseason in college football, no offseason with recruiting either. So as of this morning, it's just after, 9:30 on the East Coast. What are we hearing about Jaden Rashada?
Well, it's stronger of what we were hearing last night. I love the way this is really trending for Arizona State for Jaden Rashada, the nation's #6 quarterback, threw for over 3,000 yards and 32 touchdowns as a senior. His game kind of reminds me of Dwayne Haskins, the great Ohio State quarterback, just a natural thrower of the football, can make every throw on the field, and I think he's going to do that in Tempe. I think his visit to Arizona State 2 weekends ago, his relationship with Kenny Dillingham, going back to Dillingham, first recruiting him at Florida State, then recruiting him at Oregon. And you look at the offense that Oregon boasted last year under Kenny Dillingham as the offensive coordinator. It was a top 10 offense in America. Bo Nix goes from an up-and-down quarterback at Auburn to one of the best players at the position in the country at Oregon. He takes his visit to Arizona State. He already has a great relationship with Kenny Dillingham. There's no recruiting at that point. He got a chance to tour the campus, talk a little football with the staff. His brother lives in the area. His dad played there. Great familiarity with Arizona State. It has really tailed off with TCU. I love where Arizona State's positioned with Jaden Rashada, and I think we may know something soon on his final decision.
Yeah, let's just talk about what this means. To some people who may not follow recruiting at the granular level, you think, oh, you guys are making such a big deal about one player. Well, anyone who watches football understands the impact of the quarterback position, but that's just in pro ball. In college football, not only is the quarterback the most important position, but the name of the game is recruiting at this level. And you're talking about a brand new staff led by head coach Kenny Dillingham out there in Tempe, and the potential dominoes that this knocks over in the future for them, as we've seen with many other programs. You get that big-time quarterback in place, and if it pans out, they're so magnetic in that they draw other talent. You could get a linebacker next cycle for all we know because the guy wants to play alongside Jaden Rashada.
Yeah, to come in and land a blue chipper late in the cycle and new staff just really gives them a lot of momentum going into March when recruits will be back on campus. And Kenny Dillingham, he was always known as one of the best recruiters in the country. In addition to being a rising offensive coach, was on the original 30 under 30 list at 24/7 Sports. He committed Dante Moore at Oregon, won that slobber knocker on the trail. Obviously, Dante Moore reopened the process after Kenny Dillingham moved on to be the head guy at Arizona State, and here he is again, landing a commitment from one of the best, or perhaps landing a commitment from one of the best quarterbacks in the country in the 2023 cycle in Jaden Rashada.
Do you look at his game, by the way, and think to yourself, he's a guy that regardless of where he goes, he's going to be an immediate impact, he's going to challenge for the starting position? Or do you look at him and say, because of maybe the situation at Arizona State, that's in a situation where he could take the field? Because I've heard kind of mixed reaction. I've heard some people say that's a guy who could challenge for a starting spot across the country almost regardless of where he goes. But even if that's not the case, certainly that skill set combined with the wide open availability for playing time at Arizona State has to be attractive.
Well, again, if he picks Arizona State, he'll walk in and be the most talented quarterback on campus on day one. Now, they have Drew Pine, who they landed in the transfer portal, who did an admirable job for Notre Dame, filling in for the injured Tyler Buckner. He's played a lot of college football. He's played in a lot of big games. He doesn't get rattled. And I think he's a guy that obviously starts the season as the starter under center for Arizona State. And Jaden Rashada, he needs to develop physically. He needs to get stronger. But within that, he's already one of the best throwers of the football in the country. And I think that he's someone that I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way to get him on the field in some capacity in year one if he does pick Arizona State or does pick TCU, because he's that talented and he's a guy that has the talent to catapult your program into double-digit wins and beyond.
One of the big stories to watch as the morning unfolds. Emily, back to you.
News, because I know we're all excited to figure out. He was one of the big question marks going to today. So Blair, I'll start here with you. We saw what Kenny Dillingham was able to do with Bo Nix in one season. What can he do with Jaden Rashada? Yeah,
he's a tremendous recruiter, but he's also a coach that I think understands the strengths of his quarterbacks, right? He got that out of Bo Nix. Bo Nix had been in college a few years. It isn't like he's not a known commodity, but he took his game to a different level. I think Kenny Dillingham's a bright mind, and then his tenacity as a recruiter. Remember, he had Dante Moore committed to play for Oregon, and then obviously that switched once he took the job at ASU. We talked about the USC hashtag earlier, Take Back the West. He has also started a hashtag, and it's Activate the Valley, and that's the greater Phoenix Valley, the Valley of the Sun, as they call it. He wants to build with in-state prospects. We see a number of top-tier players leave the state of Arizona every year. We've heard obviously Deuce Robinson thinking about leaving the state of Arizona, Bijan Robinson, guys like that have been leaving in recent cycles. But to build with a player like Rashada at the quarterback position, that will entice other players, skill position players from the Phoenix area to go and potentially catch some balls from one of the better quarterbacks in this class.
I think if we talk big picture here, right, Arizona State this past season was kind of a revolving door of quarterbacks, different arms, and I think a lot of them have left. They bring in Drew Pine. So let's take this approach like this is the NFL draft, right? Jaden Rashada, day one, day two type of talent at quarterback. A lot of times you see NFL front offices, what they want to do is bring in a bridge type of quarterback, right? A guy that started some games, can you let that guy get his feet underneath him? I think that is Drew Pine for Arizona State. I think if you're an Arizona State fan, a Sun Devils grad, you got to be feeling good about the future of my quarterback room. Drew Pine can be ready to go day one, but Jaden Rashada, older. We talked about younger, Arch Manning and Dante Moore. Jaden Rashada is the oldest quarterback in the class. He can come in, learn, and maybe by the end of the season, he's ready to go. Steve Wiltfong mentioned it. Jaden Rashada needs to add some size to that frame. I was around him at the Under Armour All-America game during practices. He said he's about 170 pounds. He also shared that he hasn't really lifted a ton of weights. I do agree with Steve's assessment. He's a pure thrower of the football. He can make some wow throws, and he can spray it around the yard. So I think the biggest thing for him is going to get on the college campus, get in that strength program, add some weight. You're going to take some big hits in the Pac-12. And then he should be ready to go. So I think for Kenny Dillingham, the future of that quarterback room, it looks great. Drew Pine, Jaden Rashada, I like those two arms.
Yeah, a lot of confidence in Jaden Rashada, too. I was out in San Diego during Labor Day weekend last year for the Honor Bowl, and he played an afternoon game. There was probably 50 people in the stands, but he comes out at halftime, and he's pacing from the goal line to the 20-yard line by himself, and he's whispering to himself, best quarterback in the country, number 5, and he wears the number 5 jersey, best quarterback in the country, number 5, repeatedly after himself. And I think that just speaks to his level of confidence and what he wants to accomplish. His ultimate goal is to be the best quarterback in the country, and ASU will give him that platform, I think.
Not afraid to throw tight windows either. He tossed a number of interceptions there. I think 1 in every 28 pass attempts. So you got to corral that a little bit, but that speaks to his cockiness.
The confidence, at least. Yeah.
No, I like it. Rein it in a little bit at the next level. So Steve Wiltfong placing a crystal ball on Jaden Rashada to Arizona State. Blair, these Pac-12 quarterbacks, I mean, I was already excited about the group that they have coming in. You've got DJU going to Oregon State, so you got, with transfers, Dante Moore and UCLA, not to mention all the guys that are returning. I mean, how exciting is this collection of quarterbacks in the Pac-12?
Yeah, and it's really good. It's so good that other conferences are poaching the Pac-12 commit list. You know, Lincoln Kienholz was committed to Washington. He ends up flipping to Ohio State. You had Michigan State go in and flip Sam Leavitt from Washington State. This is a conference that has been known for its quarterback play, right, for decades now. But then you throw in the fact that Caleb Williams could go and win the Heisman Trophy without really even making the college football playoff, not even winning your own conference, and you can do that. The offenses in the conference really, I think, allow for quarterbacks to thrive. We're not even mentioning a player like Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who had a terrific year as well. So this is, I think, the formula, right, and the equation that these coaches have understood is we need to get a big-time quarterback and then just kind of sling it around.
Can I just toss out like 2 random names that come out? Aiden Childs headed to Oregon State. Major riser for us. I would not be surprised if 2 years from now he's winning games for the Beavers. And we're going, how did the SEC not see this guy? And then Jackson Potter, he's kind of my guy, former UAB commit. He's the player Washington State took after they lost Sam Leavitt to Michigan State. I mean, that quarterback conference is loaded.
Braden Dorman had a great week at the Polynesian Bowl. He's the Arizona signee already in Tucson. The quality is there for sure, and you know, obviously you have Michael Penix coming back to maybe make some noise as well for
Austin
Washington.
Mack could be there.
See what happens with him later.
It's really
today.
interesting, and the quarterbacks, there's a plethora of them out west. So
I mean, you talk about all the guys coming into the conference, but you have returners like Bo Nix and Cam Rising, and you mentioned Michael Penix Jr. I mean, do you see maybe the effect of NIL on some of these quarterback returners and even the ones that are coming in?
I mean, we had heard rumors that, I guess the NIL opportunities for a player like Cam Rising to stay at Utah,
draft,
right? It kind of outweighs maybe going and having a rookie minimum contract in the NFL, and maybe testing yourself later on if you still have some eligibility. Why not come back to Utah? Keep winning, Pac-12 championships. Keep winning, appearances into the Rose Bowl, and continuing to build your stock. And this is the era that we're in, right? Andrew, is the name, image, and likeness era. And if you've got a great thing going, right, like Bo Nix does at Oregon or Michael Penix does in Seattle, why not continue that and potentially elevate yourself into a different stratosphere for next year? I'm
going to shoot from the hip here. There's probably going to be college quarterbacks that make more than Brock Purdy did this year, next year at the level with the NIL and all that stuff.
Playing in an NFC championship game. All right, let's tie a bow on this Jaden Rashada conversation by asking about how NIL factored into his recruitment. Whether he likes it or not, he will essentially kind of be the poster child for an NIL deal that could, make it a difficult situation for him in terms of, he was supposed to go to Florida. We know he originally flipped for Miami, and then there was the reported deal of the $13 million, and now he's potentially going to end up at Arizona State. How did you see NIL factor into his recruitment in particular?
Oh, it was definitely there. I mean, you read the stories, a ton of people have done them. I've called Jaden Rashada kind of like the Maurice Claret of the NIL era. Like his Wikipedia page will have it's always going to be there.
I don't think he's going to be the first either to go through something like this.
Right. And I think it's a learning process for everyone. I keep telling anyone that wants to ask me, you do a radio interview, you run into people and they're like, is NIL real? It's the Wild West. And I think some schools are trying to get their boosters aligned, head coaches. I feel personally bad for Billy Napier in Florida. He's going to take a ton of flack for this, what happened with Jaden Rashada. And I don't think he was really responsible and had much of a say in it. So who knows if this is going to be the case moving forward. Jaden Rashada certainly is in the limelight. He's always going to have that name with us. That's why I kind of like him going to Arizona State. Dad played at Arizona State, right? This is not a shot at the Sun Devils. I'm just saying it's not in the forefront. You're not in the SEC, right? It's not this huge conference or this huge following, right? There's other stuff to do in Arizona, but people, when they're winning, they're going to show up to games. So I think it's perfect. He's out of the spotlight. We'll see him a little Pac-12 after dark. But it's a perfect situation, I think, for him.
Yeah, I think his brand took a shot, right? Because it made it seem like maybe he wasn't worth whatever NIL package had been thrown out, even if he was worth it, or if whatever happened, right? But I think it's kind of like him going to Tempe is a rehab of sorts, not only for his image, but also for ASU, right? They are able to build with a quarterback of that caliber who they got in there late and kind of, he stumbled upon them and he kind of fell in their lap in a way, but also allows him to go in there and not worry about the big bright lights of the SEC and the pressures that come with maybe living up to an NIL reported deal. I think it's a great situation for him, and I think it's gonna work out for him.
It compared to like Michael Penix, right? When he was at Indiana, remember he had that diving touchdown to beat Penn State at the pylon. He was at the peak and the height of college football. Doesn't have a great season, transfers to Washington where he's familiar with some of the coaching staffs, rehabilitates his career, and now he's going to have a chance to eventually one day play on Sundays.
Yeah, that's the problem with placing a number on some of these guys, is that all of a sudden you have the debate as if that is a fair number to place on them. As promised, we have our conference breakdowns, and we are starting with the ACC. We're going to talk about the top 5 classes and a little bit of shakeup here with the ACC. Clemson has held the #1 recruiting class in that conference the previous 5 straight years, but the streak ends this year with Miami. Mario Cristobal putting together an exceptional class. We mentioned some of the flips and the decommitments and everything that happened when it comes to Miami recruiting this year. But Andrew, overall, how do you evaluate this graph?
You see the 2 5-stars right there, right? Yeah. And they're 2 offensive tackles, Francis Mauigoa, Samson Pancake Honcho Okunlola. I think these are potential bookend tackles. Miami adding Samson Okunlola is a massive deal because it probably allows Francis Mauigoa to play more of a right tackle role for them. And this past year, the Hurricanes, Mario Cristobal, year 1, they were derailed by injuries across the board, but one unit, one position room that got hit really hard was on that offensive line. And just talking with some different people around that program and doing your own kind of evaluations of the roster, I would think Samson and Francis are going to be ready to go day one. Remember Penei Sewell when he was at Oregon and played for Mario Cristobal? He appeared in 7 games as a true freshman, would have been probably even more if he didn't injure his ankle. So I like the bookend tackles. I got a few other linemen. And then I'll point out this, right? Miami, they lost Cormani McClain to Colorado. They add Damari Brown. I think he had one of the best senior seasons out of any of the cornerbacks nationally. I think he's going to be ready to go. I always say it, bet on defensive backs out of American Heritage. They have a few starting in the NFL right now. Pat Surtain, the second, Tyson Campbell. Both those guys were Patriots from American Heritage. And there's plenty more guys making plays on Saturdays that came out of that school. So Damari Brown, that's a nice consolation prize. That's a nice plan B because I think he could be ready to go in 2023.
Their best class since 2008, right? So when they had the #1 class overall, and that's when we used to be known as we used to call Miami tight end U in a way, right? And now we've kind of forgotten about that. The Jeremy Shockeys, the Kellen Winslows, the Jimmy Grahams, and I think Riley Williams is the one that stands out to me there if we're talking tight ends. #8 nationally, a top 24/7 prospect. We got to see him recently at the Polynesian Bowl in Hawaii, and I think a player that's going to be multifaceted for them. You can do some inline stuff, you can stretch him out wide, and that's going to be a big component of their offense moving forward. Obviously they made the move to fire Josh Gaddis from the offensive coordinator position, but I think Mario Cristobal knows the importance of being physical up front and utilizing that tight end when he has to, being strategic and flexing him out. And Riley Williams has all the tools. He kind of looks like Kellen Winslow a little bit, physically, and I think he's going to be ready to contribute. Their tight end was it Will Mallory, the leading receiver for them last year
at the Senior Bowl now.
Yeah, so leading receiver, and obviously the tight end will be huge for them. Riley Williams is a player to watch.
Talked about that physical brand of football. Mark Fletcher, running back, they flipped from Ohio State in the 11th hour back in December. I just talked about American Heritage. They also put some running backs in the league, and Mark Fletcher was kind of the workhorse for them. We loved him at the All-American Bowl. I think he's a guy that will probably be on the field as well this upcoming fall.
How impressive is this Miami class considering the results on the field and now the fact that they're in search for a new offensive coordinator?
This is what Mario Cristobal was brought to Miami to do, to recruit. All right, we knew he could do that when he was at Alabama. He did it at Oregon. It is impressive given the results, but I'm not surprised. Mario could be listed as probably the primary on every one of those commitments. I mean, he is that involved in the recruiting process. He has relationships not only with those kids, but their prospects, the champions in their recruitment, whether that be a high school coach, a mentor, the guy at the corner store. Mario Cristobal is going to do his homework. So I think it's impressive. They're going to need to win some games here in 2024. I think it's a pretty deep group in the Sunshine State, but they're going to recruit nationally, and they went to different parts, used that U logo, that brand, to get this class done. I think they addressed a lot of key positions.
Yeah, and remember, they had Jaden Rashada committed, and they also had Cormani McClain committed. So they suffered some losses that, had things gone right for them, they could even be further up in the rankings. So you hit it on the head, Andrew. Mario Cristobal, this is his thing, right? Recruiting is what he does. He's known as a recruiter. He was brought in to reinvigorate the program, re-energize that fan base, and he's done that. Now he's got to deliver on the field, and looks like he's got, some Jimmies and Joes to help him accomplish that.
Right. How about the number 2 class in the ACC, Clemson? They, as I said, they held the number 1 recruiting class for the last 5 years, and they get topped with Miami this year. The guy that stands out to me, though, has got to be their 5-star, Vic Burley. You got KJ Henry going to the NFL. You got Miles Murphy going to the NFL. How badly do they need Vic Burley to step in day one?
Well, look at that. The top 3 commitments are all on the defensive side of the ball.
Not just him.
Vic Burley's the one that finishes with the 5th star next to our name in the rankings. But Nick Eason, a new hire for Dabo Swinney, came over from Auburn. He put together one of the best defensive line hauls in the country. Vic Burley, we love. Tamarian Parker was awesome at the All-American Bowl. Peter Woods, I call him a spark plug in the middle. He, too, was awesome in the All-Star setting we saw him at. With Vic Burley, he's just a big-frame defensive lineman. As a senior, played everywhere from the 1 to the 9 technique up front. I think they're going to pack some pounds on him. You see that player comp up there, Fedarian Mathis. He was a guy from Alabama, so it's an SEC type of talent. He's going to be able to do a variety of different things. I think Peter Woods, if I had to bet and place a wager on a guy that we'll see in the field in 2023, it's probably him. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Tyler Davis, who was in that Clemson front this past season. I love what they did on the defensive line front, but in the secondary, I don't think anyone's talked about this from a national standpoint. They added Shelton Lewis, Robert Billings, Avian Terrell, Khalil Barnes, Brandon Strozer. What is that, 5-6 defensive backs, all from the Peach State? I think all those guys are underrated. I think all those guys have NFL upside. I think all of them could be impact players in the ACC. So Mike Reed, their cornerbacks coach, helps recruit the secondary. I like what they did just across the board on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, Vic Burley's the one that finished with the 5-star next to his name. I felt like Tamarian Parker had a huge case there as well, and he finished just outside that 5-star category. But he was remarkable throughout the week at the All-American Bowl in San Antonio. I think before the game, Andrew, we were in the Alamo Dome. You come around and you're like, who's that guy?
Yeah.
And it was Tamarian Parker. He is really dynamic. And Gabe Brooks, our colleague, mentioned that he will allow Clemson to have some flexibility in terms of their position makeup, right? They love to go into multiple fronts. He can do a little bit of everything. Depending on how he grows physically and how he matures, he can either be a defensive tackle, a 3-tech, he can do some stand-up off the edge stuff as well. He's really dynamic, really explosive. I love his first step, really physical, and he, I think, understands leverage, which is one of the biggest things for defensive linemen early on, technique-wise. He understands how to attack gaps, and he gets skinny when he has to. So I really enjoyed watching Tamarian Parker throughout that week in San Antonio.
I want to talk about Dabo and his shift in philosophies, right? This time last year, we're talking about, hey, Clemson is battered. He loses his coordinators. They're leaking oil, trying to get back to port and repair the battleship. Well, for the first time ever, they decided to do summer official visits, and they have one of the biggest recruiting weekends ever. I think it's ever. I looked it up. Maybe Minnesota had a bigger one at some point, but 31 official visitors first weekend of June. We have never seen anything like that. I don't know how they coordinated that. Kudos to the recruiting staff, all those assistants in that building, everyone that helped out, but they ended up signing 15 of those guys. And I don't think they lost any of the decommitments, right? That was an issue for Clemson in the previous cycle. They lost a lot of guys down the stretch. They held on to them. Clemson just had a big junior day for this 2024 cycle. It seems like Dabo's kind of adapting a little bit, and I think that's going to allow Clemson to remain competitive in the ACC. We'll see if he dips his toe a little bit more in the transfer portal. He seems like he wants to do it, but he doesn't want to do it. You got to be like a veteran, fifth-year quarterback.
Should he dip his toe a little bit deeper?
At some point, the roster numbers are going to catch up to you. You know, if you lose guys, you got to bring guys in, veteran guys, right? And they're going to lean on a lot of these freshmen. I think a lot of these guys can play, but still inexperience. You know, it's going to lead to some mistakes. So I think that, said it last year, still think that it would make some sense to maybe bring in some stop gaps at certain positions and help them kind of stabilize the roster.
Yeah, and it was an adjustment, right? They lost both of their coordinators who took head coaching jobs somewhere else. You mentioned the early official visits as well. That was an adjustment that he had to make because he was falling behind the times. Everyone is committing early now, and by the time Clemson was jumping in with offers or even, you know, allowing these recruits to check the boxes that Dabo wants checked, it was too late. They were entering the picture way too late, and so now he's, I think, leveled the playing field in a way and allowed the brand to sell itself. And obviously Dabo is still Dabo. He's still going to be a destination for recruits. They know what playing for him will mean for their development and for their potential NFL career. And so now he's able to kind of get into the conversation, whereas, you know, before I think he was self-excluding himself from a lot of those recruitments.
Made one of the biggest coordinator hires, Garrett Riley, coming over from TCU. We haven't even talked about that. But Blair, something you brought up, I think Clemson remains one of the best on once they get a kid on campus, they have the ability to close with that kid. I say it all the time. If a kid goes to Clemson, they'll know right away if they love it. And I love talking to kids after those junior days. Hey, did you like it? Because if they did, they're probably going to end up there. So he still has that staying power. And this is, again, an impressive group. We talked about what they did on defense. Some big offensive linemen, Zachariah Owens, offensive tackle. He's like a 350-pounder that there's video of him running and doing a backflip into a pool. Christopher Vizina, quarterback, perfect guy to take after Cade Klubnik, who we saw play in that ACC title game. So tip of the cap to Clemson.
Yeah, the Christopher Vizina situation is kind of interesting. He's our number 9 quarterback, but his lead recruiter was Brandon Streeter, the outgoing offensive coordinator. So we'll see how he fits there with Clemson. But Andrew, where are all the skill guys? I mean, I see the big guys, I see the quarterback. Where are the skill position players here?
Yeah, and I think Garrett Riley hiring him is going to, you know, allow them to get a little more of those individuals. You know, they're after some big-time wide receivers right now in the 2024 cycle. But that is a great question, and I think Clemson, they've got guys making plays on Sundays. We saw T. Higgins out there. But, you know, it hasn't been – some of them haven't really panned out. Nagata, the wide receiver. So that is an area where they do need to improve. They're good on the defensive side of the ball. They're good in the trenches. They're good at the second level of the defense. But where are the offensive weapons?
Hunter Renfrow? Come on. You got to throw him out there.
Maybe that's where they should go in the transfer portal.
Maybe. Hey, you know, this is a perfect segue. You said transfer portal. Number 1 transfer portal class is Florida State, but we're going to talk about their recruiting class before we get to all the great guys coming in. So let's take a look at Florida State's recruiting class. They are 3rd in the ACC. We looked for the skill position players coming into Clemson, and right at the top of the list here is Hakeem Williams, the 5-star wide receiver. Blair, how great is this guy?
Yeah, he's dynamic, and he's got that ability to stretch the field and get open deep. I love his makeup. I think he loves to compete, and that's what you look for in those one-on-one battles, right? Like, how much does this guy want the ball right now, and how much does he want to beat the guy on the other side of him? And I think, you know, his announcement was obviously filled with theatrics. Andrew, you were there. It looked like a fun time, but I think he carries that over to the field, right? His persona really shines. I think he's going to be a special talent in that offense. Mike Norvell loves to stretch the field. He loves to use those big pass-catching targets over the middle of the field, and Hakeem Williams checks a lot of those boxes.
Julio Jones comp?
Yeah, I mean, look at the size right there.
Yeah.
He's a freak athlete. Julio Jones, obviously, he had a great career at Alabama. We saw what he did in the National Football League, but Hakeem Williams could be that. He averaged a double-double in the state Final Four last year. He swam as a freshman. They didn't even show the clip. He had a 73-yard touchdown this season where he's wearing one shoe, like the shoe came off midway. Okay. So he can get it all done. I think when you talk about Hakeem Williams in Florida State's class, Florida State has a number 2 transfer portal class right now. Mike Norvell is kind of the portal wizard. Jordan Travis, Jared Verse, a bunch of different guys. We know that they're going to keep doing that. But they still want to recruit the high school ranks, and they're looking to add talent at premium positions. If Hakeem Williams is in the transfer portal, everyone in the country is going to want him, right? Lucas Simmons, the offensive tackle they got, born in Sweden, 6'8", has all the measurables, grew up playing like floor ball, handball, whatever you want to call it. He's got a ton of upside. Same thing. When you look in the transfer portal, any offensive tackle is going to have 30-plus offers. Everyone's looking for offensive tackle help. So when I look at what Florida State has done from a total talent acquisition standpoint, you combine the portal and the high schools, I think they're taking high school players that have NFL upside at key positions where it's hard to go find those immediate veterans to come in. So it's a smart strategy for Florida State. And those aren't the only two I like. I like what they did in the defensive backfield, but really Lucas Simmons, Hakeem Williams, I think it's smart to get premium position players and sign those individuals.
Yeah, the transfer portal is to be able to fill gaps or fill positions where you need them immediately, right? You need a college body that's going to be in there. You're not going to wait for him to develop or to get stronger, to get bigger. That guy's already a finished product. He's going to help you on the field right away. Blake Nicholson is the player that I like to highlight in this class because he is the long-term projection. He is that linebacker that needs to fill out, needs to add 20, 25 pounds, but has all the physical tools that you love to see. He's kind of that mini backer, Andrew, that I think everyone has right now, that you need that versatile player in the box, but could also do some things in the slot, where he can cover running backs out of the backfield. He's got all the tool set. He can blitz and he can pass rush a little bit. We saw him at the Polynesian Bowl. It kind of looks like Tim Riggins a little bit. So he's got that going for him. I'm sure he's going to be a hit down in Tallahassee. I think he's going to be a special playmaker. Give him some time, but he's going to fill out and be a really remarkable player in the ACC.
And they get him from California. I mean, Florida State.
They beat Oregon and UCLA. Yeah. They don't go out to California much or even to the West Coast. But Florida State, when they see a player, and Mike Norvell does have some ties out west, they go and they attack. And to win that battle against Oregon, which had been recruiting hot, and how do you say no to Dan Lanning as a defensive player, and then UCLA being an in-state school there in California, it was a really, really notable win for Mike Norvell.
One guy I want to bring up, Brock Glenn, the quarterback they flipped from Ohio State. Brock, his real name's Auburn. He was named after the University of Auburn. Guy that drew interest from pretty much everyone.
From Auburn?
Auburn at one point was in there. Mississippi State was in there. I remember when I reported that he was going to visit Florida State, all these FSU fans were like, ugh, why? Like, we already have our quarterback, Chris Parson. Well, funny how things work out, because Brock Glenn's might be the quarterback of the future there, right? Jordan Travis, he's coming back for another season. Florida State is expected to be very good in 2023. Circle your calendar now, LSU, FSU, Labor Day weekend. I think that might be like game of the year type material. But what happens after Jordan Travis once he leaves? We talk about Mike Portal or Mike Norvell and what he does in the transfer
should be
portal.
Mike Portal.
Yeah,
Mike
Portal. that might be the name. So you think they're probably going to look to add a bridge gap quarterback, if I use that term again, a veteran arm. But Brock Glenn is a guy that can come in, and I think he fits that system perfectly. He can move around. He can make plays on the run. His testing numbers are like identical to Jordan Travis coming out of high school. So I think Brock Glenn wasn't talked about enough. I think he can come in, learn for 1, maybe 2 years, depending on what veteran arm they look to bring in, and he's the guy for Florida State there in the ACC.
I thought it was remarkable. Maybe if you're a Florida State fan, you look at their class and you're like, okay, we could have done better. But I still think they did a good enough job considering all the buzz that Mario Cristobal had arriving at Miami, all the buzz Millie Napier had at Florida. You had to look at Florida State and say, okay, what are you going to do about it, right? How are you going to hold your ground, not only in the state, but also regionally, and how are you going to fend off some of these battles that you're going to face against Cristobal, against Napier, against these other schools that you're going up against? And if you look at where they stack up, I think you have to take what they did in 2023.
Well, Miami wanted Conrad Hussey, top 247 safety. Florida State's the one that flipped him from Penn State second day of the early signing period. Cooper Pataglia, my buddy, that's one of his favorite prospects in the class. Again, what they did in the secondary, they had a new DB coach coming in, Pat Surtain. He comes over from the Miami Dolphins, making a ton of buzz already down in South Florida. Everyone's like, oh, Florida State, Florida State. So you're right. FSU, everyone talked about last year. Yeah, Florida State was kind of licking their chops after what happened, tail between the legs after what happened with Travis Hunter. They turn it around, and they are in prime position to make some noise as the alpha in the state right now, as Miami rebuilds and as Florida rebuilds.
We love those Sunshine State recruiting battles. A lot of flips between those two this year. Florida State building the third best recruiting class in the ACC. How about number 4, UNC? And the biggest name of the offseason has got to be the fact that Drake May sticking around for the Tar Heels. And it's probably no surprise there that the top player in this class is a guy that will want to be catching some passes from Drake May. Chris Culliver here, the wide receiver. What stood out to you about him when you were breaking down his tape?
Oh, he's a huge riser. I think he makes life post Josh Downs a lot easier, right? He's a guy that can take the top off of defense, put up monster numbers. He can work inside, outside. He's going to potentially play as a freshman. I mean, when I first saw his film, I was like, how do we even have a 3-star grade on this guy? He's someone that we instantly need to shoot up in the rankings. Like I said, he finishes in the top 247 with us. Talking with some people in Chapel Hill, they are fired up about Chris Culliver, but they're also fired up about these 2 defensive backs they got. Both kids they flipped from East Carolina, Ty Adams and Aiden Duncanson. Both played quarterback on Friday nights, so they're really, really good athletes, and they're going to play defensive back for the Tar Heels. So Mac Brown, I mean, how old is he now? But this group is still competitive.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they're getting some difference makers, I think, on both offense and defense.
Mac Brown, old enough to have a golf simulator in
I'm hearing
in
he
his
is
office.
71 years old. Thank you for that.
I like Jordan Louis in that group, and they need running backs and they need to reload at that position. For the first time since 2018, North Carolina finished outside the top 5 in the ACC in team rushing. Obviously, Drake May had a big part of that. They were going to be able to throw the football with the Drake May behind center, but I think Jordan Louis gives them that multifaceted weapon. He had over 600 receiving yards. He averaged over 10 yards a carry. Andrew, you're going to love this stat. He's a basketball player as well, comes from a basketball school that's been developing a number of Division I players there in the state of Georgia. He had a number of SEC offers, actually. I think Arkansas, Vanderbilt was in there in the mix at late. So anytime you're able to beat some of these SEC schools for a running back in the state of Georgia, you have to kind of like, and he's already rocking.
I'm going to say, he already looks like he's running the rock for
UNC.
Yeah,
he's going to be familiar with the color scheme there. So I think he's going to be really comfortable. I really enjoyed watching his film.
I'm going off script here a little bit. One guy, again, talking with some people at UNC, they highlighted Julian Randolph, tight end. They think he's a big Y move type, potentially another weapon for Drake May. And then Tad Hudson, the quarterback they got. He has a 4-star next to our name. He's a big frame guy. He's one of the ones. Didn't someone say he's like dating Drake May's sister or something?
Oh yes, that was a highlight from our early signing day show, is learning that information. But yeah, really good class there for UNC. Let's keep it rolling in the ACC with our 5th ranked class. Virginia Tech, guys, not the best first year for Brent Pry. 3-8, their worst record since 1992. But what do you like about the class that they're bringing in?
I like what they've done kind of, again, in the defensive backfield. They've also, Antonio Cotman up there. They also brought in 2 quarterbacks. I talked about it being a revolving door at Arizona State under center. Well, it's also kind of been a variety of different guys in there. You see Aiden Green, he's a one-time Cincinnati commit, so as Luke Fickell and that staff moved on, they were able to add him to the boat. But I think it doesn't have a 4-star per se in this class. I mean, some of them finish as a 4-star in our rankings, but it's a deep group, right? And they too have been active in the transfer portal, but they checked off a lot of boxes in terms of adding a diverse group and a group with traits.
Yeah, Antonio Cotman's the one that I would point out and maybe wonder he could be that 4-star eventually, down the road. I think he has all the length that you love to see and the versatility. You can play some safety, you can play some nickel, you can play out wide on the edge. Over 20 scholarship offers. He flipped late from Boston College, so they were able to kind of sneak in there late, before the early signing period. And I think I just loved his production. He's been playing varsity since he was a sophomore and just a big-time playmaker that was shutting down his side of the field. So Antonio Cotman, they've been known to produce their defensive backs in recent years, and he could be the next one.
Yeah, Cotman, I saw him play down in South Florida for, I guess, Hakeem Williams. That's actually who he played against. That. Yeah,
it's a good matchup.
Yeah, his team had a pick in the game. I think it'll help seal the deal. The DB for me that really jumps out is Dante Lovett. Got to give some credit here to Brian Doan, our guy up in that region, and I put it on his film. He is a masher on tape. You talked about the defensive backs. You're going to see him playing a little corner here on the outside. He's got the ball skills. He's also got speed. Posting some impressive track times here as a senior. Always like that they run a little bit earlier there in Virginia and in Maryland. I see him more as a safety, box safety, guy that can run the alley. Again, he's super physical, so he's one I like. And then Chance Fitzgerald, I talked about a 4-star wide receiver. We actually gave him a 4-star at the buzzer, so there is a 4-star prospect for Virginia Tech in the class. I think he's the guy that has the tools to make plays on the outside in the ACC.
All right, you mentioned Brian Doan. He will be joining the show here in a couple minutes to give us some ACC superlatives. If you are a fan of this conference, go ahead and hit the like button. We'll be kind of comparing and contrasting roughly on how these conferences do. So if you want to say ACC best conference, hit that like button. We're going to continue the ACC conversation in our 5-star bar with Joshua Pate and Steve Wolfong. Hey, guys.
Yeah, a lot going on here. We're going to talk ACC, but Stephen, you've been pecking away at that iPhone pretty hard. I just want to know anything I need to know, anything the people need to know. What's the very latest thing you're looking at?
Well, the recruitment that I'm still trying to really nail down right now is 5-star athlete Nicholas Harbor, the number 1 player at his position in the 24/7 Sports Player Rankings, and you have 3 schools that I think are still trying to go hard down the stretch, and one of them, Maryland. I talked to some sources with knowledge of the recruitment from the Maryland angle, and I just don't think that they're getting much traction here with Harbor late in the process. They were a school that appeared to be trending in December with several visits to campus for a basketball game, an official visit where he met with the school president, met with the athletic director, met with one of the best orthopedic surgeons in the country. Maryland's got a track coach that's been the head Olympic track coach in 2012, but I think Maryland is continuing to be on the outside looking in for Nicholas Harbor, which leaves Oregon, who's the program trending as of late last night, in my opinion, and South Carolina, a program that's been well-footed for Nicholas Harbor as long as anybody in this process. I think he's got the best relationship with South Carolina's coaching staff. I think he has the best relationship with their players, and I believe he has their best relationship with their commits. Their track coach at South Carolina is a 27-year vet on the track side that's coached many international standouts on the track, and he views South Carolina as a program on the rise. Got a chance to visit there for an official in September and had been there a couple other times beforehand. But Oregon, the official visit this past weekend, the opportunity to meet Phil Knight, the Oregon head track coach staying back from a meet that was in Texas, and to stay back with Nick Harbor, showing him what kind of priority recruit he is for the track program. Obviously, a lot of time with Dan Lanning, Junior Adams, and that Oregon coaching staff. I think that what Oregon offers as a football player, what they offer on the track, the red carpet tour at Hayward Field and the track facilities, the opportunity to potentially be a Nike athlete. I think those are all things that are weighing positively on Nicholas Harbor late in this process. And as of right now, still like Oregon, but never ruling out South Carolina here down the stretch. But I think Maryland fading in the Nicholas Harbor sweepstakes.
Yeah, the Nicholas Harbor track footage, we can't show it enough times. That's alien footage. Like, if we had aliens on Earth and they ran track, that's what they would look like. So to switch back to
I had one coach tell me that he looks better than DK Metcalf, who obviously is one of the freakiest looking dudes in the NFL.
Yeah, it's incredible footage. Okay, so to switch gears back now, briefly, Steve, the ACC top 5, again to reset it, Miami, Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina, and Virginia Tech. Before we get into the rest of the conference, what stands out to you the most here?
Well, obviously, Andrew highlighted Miami's class. They have, in my opinion, the best offensive line class in the country. But I think you're talking about a program that needs a new offensive coordinator. It's a program that needs a lot more skill players on offense as well. And I think that Miami went out and added some guys that any offensive coordinator would be excited about. You talk about Mark Fletcher, one of the more physically ready players to play college football in the country, regardless of position. Had an outstanding senior season, almost 2,000 yards rushing and 23 touchdowns. And I thought he was one of the standouts at the All-America Bowl. Showed his big playability in the passing game, in practice, and in the game with Trevante Citizen and Mark Fletcher. That gives Miami 2 running backs over 225, over 230 pounds. They're going to be tough to tackle in the ACC. Nathaniel Joseph, I think, is arguably one of the best arguably the best slot receiver in the country. He was as tough a cover as there was at the All-America Bowl in San Antonio. Averaged over 20 yards per catch as a junior there in the Sunshine State. They flipped him from Clemson, so obviously much better to have him on your side than have to play against them as you try and climb the ACC ranks. And then Riley Williams is a tight end that played his senior year at IMG Academy, but averaged over 26 yards per catch as a junior out west. Jackson Carver's another tight end they like. So Miami improving the skill talent positions in what is an excellent class for Mario Cristobal and company. Clemson.
I'm just breathing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Two more things real quick as Jesse prescribed to me, producer Jesse, your guy. But Clemson, they need to retool their defensive line room that they're losing a lot to the NFL draft. Peter Woods. When I talk about the best high school football players in the country, 3 guys instantly come to mind. Caleb Downs going to Alabama at safety, Suntarine Perkins going to Ole Miss to play linebacker, and then Peter Woods going to Clemson to play defensive line. 70 tackles for loss, 29.5 sacks in his career, a 4-time state champ for Alabaster Thompson. TJ Parker, 12 sacks as a senior. Vic Burley was one of the more coveted defensive linemen in the country, 188 tackles, 55 tackles for loss, and 22 sacks in just 47 career games. So a very active player behind the line of scrimmage from Warner Robins, Georgia. And then Stephylan Green from Rome, Georgia, one of the top programs in the Peach State, 25 tackles for loss and 10 sacks. This is an extremely disruptive group. A lot of guys that are college ready, physically already to come in and help Clemson absorb what is going to be a massive loss across the defensive front. And then Josh, I'm sure you knew this, but Florida State, man, they had a top 10 offense and a top 15 defense this past year. And this is a recruiting class that starts to maintain the standard that Mike Norvell and company are building around there. And I thought they had some big instrumental pickups on defense here. They flipped Conrad Hussey, one of the state's best defensive backs from Penn State. Late in the cycle, Miami was involved there. That was a slobber knocker on the trail, but he's got top-notch speed, outstanding instincts, comes from Fort Lauderdale, St. Thomas Aquinas, 7 career interceptions. He was one of the best 7-on-7 defensive backs I saw last year. He was outstanding at the overtime OT7 event in the summer. Blake Nicholson, a linebacker that Andrew Ivins gave high praise to before they kicked it to us. He had over 1,700 yards rushing and 27 scores. We love linebackers that are dominant running backs on the prep level. And I thought Blake Nicholson at the All-America Bowl in San Antonio was as fluid a second-level defender as we saw in that setting. Keith Sampson, he's going to be an all-ACC defensive tackle. When Florida State had those war daddies up front on defense, think of a guy like Keith KJ Sampson, 47 tackles for loss, 31.5 sacks in his prep career. And then Edwin Joseph, he was a late riser. A lot of programs tried to get involved with him. Andrew Ivins notes the 6'6" wingspan on his 6'1" frame. A super long DB with natural ball skills. Also a talented receiver on the prep level for Shamadan Madonna. Florida State bringing in some key guys there at the end as they try and maintain a program that is on the rise.
The number 6 class in the ACC right now is NC State. We know Devin Leary's sort of dominated the headlines as far as this past cycle, transferring out, but where are we looking in terms of recruiting right now?
Well, NC State, man, they've been so close to winning 10 games under Coach Doran. It's been a long time since they've been in the double-digit win total. The COVID year and the team canceling on the bowl game hurt their chances. But look, this is a recruiting class that maybe helps them get to that 10 wins in the near future. This is maybe the best DB class in the ACC. I mean, Damon Fagan is a playmaker in the secondary. 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles as a senior, 9 career interceptions for Powerhouse American Heritage. Zach Myers is an explosive safety, a two-way standout. Bishop Fitzgerald is the top JUCO safety in the country. So they're getting guys that I think can come in and make an instant impact. Secondary is obviously in need, but Isaiah Shirley on the defensive line, tight end Javante Vereen, and receiver Kevin Conception. Those guys are instant impact skill players, in my opinion. They're going to be tough to keep off the field in year one. And look, the NC State, they've been one of the most consistent programs in the country, but they're trying to go up a level here, and this is a recruiting class that I think can maybe help them do it.
Another program trying to go up a level and having coaching turnover in the process is Jeff Brom taking over at Louisville. Louisville currently with the number 7 overall class in the ACC. They currently sit at 31 overall nationally. What do you see?
Well, at one point they were tracking for a top 20 class. They were one of the sexiest teams on the recruiting trail early in the cycle. They had Reuben Owens committed. They had DeAndre Moore committed. Those guys found homes elsewhere in light of the coaching change. But this staff was able to still hang on to a lot of high-profile players, top 4-star caliber players like Adonijah Green out of the state of Georgia, linebacker Stanquan Clark from Miami, and Jamari Johnson from California. Aaron Williams is one of the top defensive backs in the country from California as well. And so Jamari Johnson, he's kind of the guy I want to highlight from this group. He played in the All-America Bowl. He's 6'4", 270, played tight end. And man, he moved well, made plays downfield, made hustle plays, blocked downfield. But I look at his frame, big lower half. I would not be surprised if we look up in 3 years and he's one of the best offensive linemen in college football with major pro potential at the position with his traits. Obviously, the glue to this Louisville class was quarterback Pierce Clarkson. He led St. John Bosco to a national championship during the fall. He recruited a lot of these guys to come to Louisville and be part of the movement as they try and take Louisville up a notch from where they've been. But Stanquan Clark, he's going to have a chance to be instant impact at linebacker with just how physically ready he is to come in and play. Miami tried to flip him late, but Louisville hung on there. And then Adonijah Green, wouldn't be surprised if we look up down the road, and he's one of the best defensive linemen in the ACC.
Pitt has ACC championship participation in their recent history. They're sitting at number 8 right now. What are we looking at with Pat Narduzzi and company? 8 in the ACC, by the way.
Well, I think it's only going to be a matter of time before they boast one of the best defensive backs in college football. Look at Shadarian Harrison there, 5 interceptions as a senior. 2 of them he returned for scores. Also had a scoop and score for Lakeland High down there in Andrew Ivan's neck of the woods. A terrific Sunshine State grab for Pitt there. Jordan Bass, one Pitt staffer told me that he's the most athletic player that Pat Narduzzi has signed since they've been at Pitt. I mean, he theoretically could play anywhere. In high school, he plays receiver. You could play him at safety, linebacker, or on the defensive line. He's going to be an outside linebacker at Pitt, and the word game wrecker was used to describe his style. And then Pitt, they put together one of the best running back classes in the ACC with T.J. Harvison and Montrevious Lloyd. I mean, these are guys that could be instant impact guys. Harvison went for over 2,000 yards rushing and 23 touchdowns as a senior. And one more thing to note about this Pitt class, I think it's their best receiver class since the Jordan Addison Hall that they brought in a few years ago with Kenny Johnson highlighting that group, averaged over 20 yards per catch and had 16 touchdowns, a two-way player that had 5 interceptions as a senior. So a lot of good football players in this Pitt class.
Dave Clawson at Wake Forest, the Demon Deacons sitting there at number 9 overall in the ACC, the 59th overall ranked class nationally. And top to bottom, Steve, I see a lot of different positions, a lot of different states represented here.
Yeah, recruiting rankings don't apply to Pitt. They boast one of the best receiver rooms in college football this year, and no one talked about it. Their offense was very explosive. And I think when you look at this class, they have a couple receivers in there that can keep that tradition or that standard going. Micah Mays and Hilton Alexander. Hilton Alexander had 6 receiving touchdowns and 5 interceptions as a senior. He's an NFL legacy. And then Mays is a big play guy, 27 receptions for over 500 yards and 9 touchdowns, fast and explosive. Florida State and Miami were among the programs that tried to flip him from Wake Forest. So Wake Forest bringing in 2 potentially dynamic receivers. Charlie Gilliam is a McDonough Eagles Landing Christian in Georgia's their all-time leading passer. And then I love linebacker Jaquez Keys, who rushed for over 1,000 yards at Ironton High in Ohio. Also had 56 tackles for a team that competes for the state championship year in and year out. Antonio Robinson's a rangy DB that had 8 interceptions in his career, will be a mainstay for Wake Forest in the secondary.
I thought, Steve, when we looked at the underrated jobs across the country this past year, there were a lot of more high-profile names in the head coaching world that got attention. The job Mike Elko did at Duke this past year went overlooked nationally, and I think you couldn't give enough accolades to that program, that staff, and now we're looking at them currently in the ACC recruiting standings. They've got the number 10 class, and again, there's a lot of variety, 26 overall commits.
Yeah, and all 26 of them were committed before the season even happened and maintained. So they believed in Mike Elko. They believed in the direction of that Duke program. And then the Duke staff and the players on the field delivered. All 26 signed. No drama there. Felt like almost like a traditional Northwestern class in that regard. But look, Duke's a football team that only won 10 football games in the 3 years prior. They win 9 in year 1 of the Mike Elko era. Mike Elko turned down jobs for several years, head coaching jobs, looking for the right fit for him. Picks Duke, and Duke, along with his offensive coordinator Kevin Johns, had a terrific year. But Deshaun Stone and Leon Griffin are a couple safeties I know they love. David Anderson has the traits to be one of the best pass rushers in the ACC. Tony Boggs is another big-bodied defensive line playmaker that makes a lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage. He's really athletic. And Peyton Jones enrolled early, and I'm told he's already turning heads in that running back room. And I know they also love tight end Vance Bulliard. So Duke, 9 wins is just the start for a program that has ambition for much more.
We go to number 11 now. Another interesting program here because we always talk, at least we are now, about combining recruiting and transfer portal. And the number 11 class overall in the 24/7 Sports team rankings right now in the ACC is Boston College. And Boston College with 7 transfers, and then you combine that with this recruiting class, another really interesting haul.
Yeah, a few guys in this Boston College class stand out to me. Khalil Ali is a two-way standout in New Jersey, 23 career receiving touchdowns, 8 career interceptions. At one point looked like he was maybe going to head to Cincinnati, but good recruiting win for Boston College. He actually decommitted and ended up back in the fold for Coach Hafley and company. Nate Johnson, 24 career receiving TDs, 10 career interceptions, so another outstanding two-way player, really good football player that's coming to Boston College. Detrell Jones, he can fly. Running back that's going to be outstanding for Boston College, over 5,000 career rushing yards, 52 touchdowns, 10-8 speed. And then we saw Jaden Skeet at the All-America Bowl, and it seemed like he was always open, always reliable. His mom was a track star at Boston College. Here he is going to go create his own legacy for the Eagles.
All right, quickly through these last 3 here, Steve. The number 12 overall team in the ACC rankings right now, Georgia Tech. And it looked like there may be some different names in that head coaching search. It ends up being Brent Key, the guy already in-house there on an interim basis. He's the full-time man. What are we looking at with this class?
Well, no surprise, the strength of this class for Brent Key, an offensive line guy, is the offensive line. Gabriel Fortson was a big recruiting win for them. Elias Cloyd, Benjamin Galloway, Patrick Screws has a tremendous frame. Ethan McKinney rounds out a really good 5-player group at the point of attack for the Yellow Jackets.
Looking at down the list a little ways here, but Tony Elliott at Virginia, a lot of people asking, how long will it take? Will it take 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Well, we're looking at the recruiting class right now, 60th overall in the country, and Tony Elliott and Virginia, number 13 overall in the ACC.
Well, this class, when you do a deep dive on it, it's much better than the ranking. Cam Robinson's the jewel, a 4-star linebacker that South Carolina and Florida State tried to flip late. He sticks. He's an all-state backer, an all-state receiver, an all-state punter from Essex High. Anthony Britton, a 6'5", 270-pound defensive lineman, had 28 sacks for Lake Taylor. He's going to be a problem in the ACC. Mekhi Buchanan, he's going to play bandit for UVA, 6'5", 220 pounds. Excellent traits, had 90 tackles as a senior. Their quarterback commit, Anthony Calderia, was a 3,000-yard passer for St. Petersburg High. Tyler Reed Coleman was an awesome two-way guy for in-state. Dan River, he's 6'3", had 13 receiving touchdowns and 3 picks as a senior. This class is just full of really good football players. Landon Daly had 10 career interceptions for Dutch Fork. Jaden Gibson is the most prolific receiver in Peach State history, or one of the most prolific over the last 2 seasons with over 4,000 yards receiving. So they went out and found a lot of good football players. Sundarian Harrison's a dynamic dual threat quarterback that's going to play some receiver for them. And then Keandre Walker helped East Lincoln go 16-0 in North Carolina, another outstanding high school player.
All right, I also wanted to touch on the Syracuse class. Dino Babers and company bringing in a haul here. What do you think when you look at the Syracuse class?
Bowl eligible for the first time in 3 years. They went out and got a couple JUCO guys that can help right away. The number 2 interior offensive lineman, Jeanray Reed, and then the number 2 JUCO linebacker, Lonnie Rice, who made a lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage.
A lot to say about a lot of teams and a lot of conferences, obviously just getting started here, as evidenced by our very fancy graphic there on the bottom of the screen. Emily, back to you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you tying a bow on the ACC, but we are not done yet. We are going to do some superlatives with our friend Brian Doan, who joins us live here, hopefully in just a bit. Brian actually has a very busy day. He is en route to check out the Nicholas Harbor commitment in person, so he will bring us some boots on the ground coverage there. Brian, let's welcome you in to do some ACC superlatives. Hello, how's it hanging? Thanks for being on the show.
Yeah. Hey, how are you guys doing, man? It's going to be a long day.
It is, but we love it. I mean, this is the best part of the job, is when we get to talk about all of these prospects and finish up this class. The first question I've got for you, so these are superlatives. So this one is a non-quarterback category. Who's a diamond in the rough prospect in the ACC?
You know, I heard Andrew Ivins talk about him a little bit earlier, but for me, it's Julian Randolph, the North Carolina commit. At one time, he was committed to Vanderbilt early in the process. To me, he's got a ton of upside. He's a guy that, you know, he gets down the field. He averaged more than 20 yards a catch, 9 touchdowns, impact on defense with 38 tackles, 4 sacks. There's so many things that he does well. He gets into his routes quickly, gets out of his breaks. Even when you watch him run in the open field, he's a guy that just looks fluid. To me, I think he's got to add some weight to his frame, get some strength. He's going to be a year or two away from really contributing, but he's a guy you can line up wide. You can put him in the slot. He plays some with his hand on the ground. I just think there's so many different things that he can do, and it's just going to take a little bit of time for his body to develop, but he is a guy I absolutely love.
All right, you say it's going to take a little bit of time for him to develop, but I want to know who's making an instant impact in the ACC next season.
Yeah, there's going to be a few of them, you would think, but I'm going. It's not like it's a big, big surprise. But for me, you look at Miami, you look at the offensive tackle with Francis Mayagoa, and to me, it's hard for a guy to come in and play on the line of scrimmage early in his career. I think he's a guy. Miami could use some help at right tackle, maybe at one of the guard spots. I think for me, you're better off just starting him off inside, let him get used to the speed and the strength. You know, I just keep going back, 6'5.5", 330, and the dude used to play volleyball. And man, if he can get up and hammer that ball on one of those spikes, oh goodness, I only imagine what that would be. But Miami needs some help there. I know they're looking for a new offensive coordinator. They need some skill position guys, but listen, you can't do anything on offense unless you have guys blocking up front. And between him and Samson Okunlola, another 5-star offensive lineman, I think one of them will wind up playing early on in the season. For me, it's Mayagoa, just because he seems more ready. He's played against much better competition, and I think he has the strength throughout his frame to do it.
Man, I don't know what's scarier, seeing that guy on the other side of the net slamming the ball in volleyball, or having to, line up against him on the defensive line. Excited to see what he does at the next level. Let's talk quarterbacks here. Who do you think is the first quarterback in the ACC class coming in that will see the field?
When I look at stuff like this, you're always looking at depth. Injuries can happen. And then, how does a coach use a quarterback? So for me, it's Pierce Clarkson, the quarterback, 4-star kid out of California. St. John Bosco, he was 12-1, threw for almost 2,200 yards, 29 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, completed 62%. Also a dual threat kid who ran for almost 500 yards. So why do I bring up that he could be a guy that plays early? We look at Jeff Brom. And yes, they brought in Jack Plummer, who was with Jeff Brom when Brom was at Purdue. Plummer wound up transferring to Cal. Now he's at Louisville. But I go back to when Jeff Brom was a player at Louisville, and he wound up getting a series or two a game. Browning Nagel was the quarterback at Louisville. Nagel went on, obviously, to play in the NFL. But Brom got some early reps, and I think when you look at what they have to build at Louisville, you need to get a quarterback some playing time this year, as you look to the future. And I think that's why Clarkson makes sense to me in terms of getting some early playing time.
All right, Brian, we were able to go through every single team in the ACC. In your opinion, though, who's a sleeper class in this conference?
Yeah, I mean, I'll stay with Louisville again, because you look at, they had the coaching change. They were able to keep a lot of the class intact. I know Steve mentioned a little while ago about losing some guys like Owens, but to me, you brought in some really good players. You had that pipeline with Clarkson and California, and you brought in, 4 kids from California who can really have impacts early on in their careers at Louisville. And Louisville is also a school that we are much higher on than the rest of the industry. We look at them number 31 class, number 5 in the ACC, and to me, I really believe in Jeff Brom as a coach and as a developer. So I think that's important. They've also done a good job of understanding who they are. Yes, they went out to California. They used the Clarkson pipeline. They got a couple other kids from St. John Bosco, also a player from Inglewood. So they used that, but they were in Georgia and they were in Florida. And I think when you're Louisville and you're not going to have that core of guys right around campus, you have to find your niche. And Georgia's a great place to recruit, and Florida a great place to recruit. Very quick trips up for kids from that and their families from those areas.
All right, finally, a special ACC superlative. We're calling this the title tilter. Who is the prospect that will get the ACC back to the championship circle?
Well, when I think of Clemson, a lot of times people think of whether it's Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence, what's going to happen at quarterback. But look, man, I grew up in the Northeast watching the Giants, so I'm always about defense. And so I look at, I look at Peter Woods as a title tilter, but I look at also what they're doing on the defensive line. And you get Woods and Tamarian Parker, and you look at the 24/7 Sports composite. Woods is the number 3 D lineman. Parker's the number 6 D lineman. Vic Burley out of Georgia is the number 12 number 9 D lineman. And Stephen Green, also out of Georgia, number 12 defensive lineman. I don't care where you're playing, what you're doing. You have to control the line of scrimmage. You have to be really good going to get the passer and stopping the run. You need athletic guys. You need guys that can kind of move around a little bit on a defensive line. And I think when you look at Woods and then you combine him with the rest of the defensive line haul that Clemson got, that's how you win. You win games in the trenches. I don't care who you are. You better be able to run between the tackles, and you better be able to control the line of scrimmage. And I think with Clemson led by Woods and the rest of the haul they have on the D-line, it tells me, they can kind of make that defensive stand in the ACC and maybe get back to the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, as of late, I see Clemson as DLU. I mean, the guys that they have just been churning out into the NFL has been very impressive. As are you, Brian. Thank you so much. Excited to hear from you hopefully a little bit later in the show at the Nicholas Harbor commitment. So we'll check back in with you in just a bit.
Hey, good seeing you guys.
All right. The last time I remember Brian Doan going to a commitment, it was Samson Okunlola. We had that live on our college football recruiting show, which has been a spectacular show to start off the year. And I know, Blair, you've worked extensively on that show, and we've had Andrew on there in a bit, but there were pancakes involved. So we'll see what happens at the Nicholas Harbor commitment in just a little bit. Guys, final thoughts here on the ACC. What's kind of your final word here?
Clemson's still going to be good,
Okay,
and we like what Miami's doing, and Florida State as well. I mean, the conference, there hasn't been a bunch of realignment and a bunch of movement, but there's some good arms that are coming in. There's some good talent. So there's different things that, you can like across the board.
Yeah, I look at North Carolina and I wonder how much of a boost they're going to get on the recruiting trail from, what they're going to be able to do on the field this year. They have one of the better quarterbacks in the country coming back. Their expectations are going to be high. A lot of eyeballs are going to be on Mac Brown and that coaching staff. So I think they have to capitalize on the recruiting trail, being able to be out there, be on the forefront, and be aggressive this spring.
Okay, we're going to squeeze in Notre Dame here to this ACC talk. We know that they play in the ACC and some of the other sports that they compete in. So we're just going to go ahead and do some Notre Dame talk here, because this is a top 10 recruiting class for Marcus Freeman, his first true class at the helm. What are your overall thoughts about this year's Notre Dame class?
At one point, it was pacing to be the number 1 class in the country, right? They had Keon Keeley committed. It was going to finish number 1. Drops down to number 9th, right, as we tie the bow on this class. But it's a group that comes from all around the country, which isn't surprising. I mean, that's what Notre Dame does. They don't just recruit their backyard, they recruit nationally. You look at that list, Charles Jagasal, that was a guy that I had on my freaks list, a big-time offensive lineman, great wrestler. Jeremiah Love, he's kind of one of my favorite running backs here in the class of 2023. He has game-breaking speed. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. We saw that in Orlando. Another guy I just want to highlight, Brandon Hillman. He's a stud. I know we're going to get a little bit more into those guys, but this is a group. You see it, 24 stars right there. Marcus Freeman, Tommy Reese, I mean, they get it done on the recruiting trail, and they had to do it as soon as Brian Kelly left. You know, it wasn't just the 2022 class; it was also that 2023 class. Notre Dame had a bunch of these guys in place before they even played a snap this past season.
Yeah, there was a lot of attrition too. Keon Keeley, Peyton Bowen there at the finish line. They lost Jaden Lamar, the running back that ended up at Oregon, but they ended up getting Kenny Minchie. They flipped him from Pittsburgh, and that's a quarterback that's gotten a lot of comparisons to a player like Dak Prescott because of his build, because of his physical attributes, his ability to kind of just lower his shoulder, Andrew, and just pick up 3-4 yards when he has to, right? When he has to escape the pocket. I really like his arm strength. He was really accurate at the Elite 11 finals. He actually won the accuracy challenge where you have to hit targets, and it was pretty windy out in Redondo Beach, California that afternoon. He was among the best quarterbacks all week, and really, I think, a player that fits what Notre Dame likes to do. When they need to pick up that short yardage down, he's going to be able to give them that ability, whether that's rolling out on play action or picking it up himself when the pocket collapses. And he can air it downfield too. He had a really remarkable week down in Redondo Beach at the Elite 11 final. So I think for them to get a quarterback in this class, considering how the market is, was significant for them.
Yeah, I remember Dante Moore at one point was being linked to him. You mentioned, what was it, Dak Prescott for Kenny Minchie? I think I said it on the college football show at one point. I saw a little Caleb Williams in his game in terms of how he improvises, moves on the run, throws the football. He's dealt with some injuries, but he's a guy that I think can win at Notre Dame. Let's not forget they got Sam Hartman there. One other guy I want to highlight who also plays a quarterback, but he's going to play some defense for them, Brandon Hillman. You saw him at the Polynesian Bowl, a late added they got out of Virginia. It reminds me a lot of a former Notre Dame safety, Jalen Elliott, from the same area. Played both ways in high school quarterback. He comes in, plays defensive back. He's had a cup of coffee in the league, but I think it's the same thing. He's a big addition for them. USC offered late. Notre Dame holds them off. So there's, again, I keep saying it, difference makers across the board for Notre Dame at different positions. And I just admire how they recruit nationally. They attract a certain type of kid, okay? And like with Clemson, you know right away kind of Notre Dame's for you. And Notre Dame does an excellent job of just identifying those individuals as fast as they can. That's why they were on Keon Keeley well before the SEC.
Yeah, and I go back to a thing our guy Tom Loy mentioned during the pandemic is that Notre Dame, the appeal of going on a recruiting visit to South Bend and seeing Touchdown Jesus and the Grotto and the Golden Dome and all that sort of stuff, it's a highlight of a recruit's official visits or unofficial visits, or it's always a bucket list item. So during the pandemic, they missed that, and they had that back for real this time for this 2023 class. These guys obviously capitalized on it. Marcus Freeman had, I think, a really good first true recruiting class. And you mentioned Brandon Hillman. He had a remarkable week down at the Polynesian Bowl in Hawaii. Every day it seemed like he was making plays, and it kind of makes up for losing Peyton Bowen there at the end.
Can't hold a gold bar when it's social distancing, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you guys both mentioned Keon Keeley, Peyton Bowen, Dylan Edwards, the running back, another kind of one that got away. I think this class, on the surface, some might look at it and judge it by those guys that they missed out on, but how should this class overall be judged?
It's not what we thought it could be at one point, but again, it's still a solid group. And I think Notre Dame, let's go back to the Keon Keeley conversation, right? I shared an elevator with him during the All-American Bowl week, and I used to cover Notre Dame. I lived in South Bend for 18 months, and you kind of realize, hey, there's certain individuals fit Notre Dame. And I got out of that elevator after talking with Keon Keeley. It wasn't even about football at all. It was about his life and what he wants to do. He sings in the choir and all that stuff. And I got out of the elevator, I'm like, man, this kid belongs at Notre Dame, but he's headed to Alabama. So I don't know what the answer is for Notre Dame. I don't know how they start winning that top 32 talent fending off the Alabama, but those kids exist, and they've had a seat at the table. They just got to get them across the finish line. So I'm interested if Marcus Freeman's the guy that can do it. You know, he's one of the only recruits out there that has a recruiting profile. Yep. You know, that everyone relates to him. So. And
you have to wonder too how big of a player Notre Dame is in the NIL space, right? Like that's a program that sells itself in a way, and there's so many different layers to being a Notre Dame prospect that they don't have to really go in some of these heavyweight battles. So you have to pick and choose who they're going to go after and fit that profile of the prospect that they want to land. And there's a number of them. Cooper Flanagan, a tight end from California. We keep mentioning tight end U. I mean, Notre Dame has a good argument in recent years as well. I would expect him to be another really good prospect for them. So a lot to like in this class overall. Obviously, it could have been a lot better, but I think you have to like the direction of this program and the trajectory that Marcus Freeman has taken them.
Yeah, again, the first full cycle for Marcus Freeman, so this is just the beginning for him. Hey, if we didn't talk about your team much, and we talked about a lot of teams, check out these great team sites. They cover your favorite squads daily, to the hour, to the minute. I mean, these guys are the insiders on boots on the ground, so get your coverage from some of these team sites. I know that's where I go for a lot of my information. I don't know about you guys. We're about to go to the next conference, that is the Big Ten, so stick around. But first, I want to remind you some of the things that we're tracking today. Again, we said a little bit subdued here in the February signing day, but we still want to know where Jaden Rashada ends up. It seems like it's trending towards Arizona State. Our insider, Steve Wiltfong, put a crystal ball for the Sun Devils to land him. We'll see when he makes that official. Also, Nicholas Harbor. That's been moving around a lot, even since Wiltfong arrived here in Nashville. That's moved quite a bit from South Carolina, potentially Oregon. We'll see what happens there. And then Kendrick Gilbert, the 4-star defensive lineman, commits to Kentucky. So how about the Wildcats there, adding a nice last-minute addition at the buzzer? Who's ready for some Big Ten breakdowns? Anybody here at this table? You better be ready because we're doing it. Let's do it. Okay, let's go ahead and show you the top 5 classes here in the Big Ten, rolling through them 1 through 5. Let's put that up for you. Hopefully we can see that in just a little bit. It is coming in just a second. But overall, Big Ten, there's a lot of recruitment news when it comes to some of the top guys at the conference. You've got Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. We pretty much see some collection of those 3 each year, but also Nebraska coming in, a new head coach, seeing what they're doing early on. And Michigan State, too. I talked to Mel Tucker last week just about this recruiting class, and we'll dig into some of the great prospects that they have there. But let's start at the top with Ohio State. Not winning the Big Ten in the last 2 years, but still really cleaning up on the trail, Andrew.
You see just one 5-star there, right?
Just one?
Oh, I mean,
the standard is different for Ohio State.
When I was going
right?
through, I thought there'd be a few more. Carnell Tate's the guy. The strength of this class is the pass catchers, and we've discussed this at length. I think we talked about it on the early signing period show. Carnell Tate, Brandon Ennis, Noah Rogers. You can also toss Bryson Rogers into that group. I mean, how do you stack them? I don't know. I mean, this is how we stacked them. I've talked to some people that are inside the football facilities there in Columbus. They don't know how to stack them. I think, Brandon Ennis is probably the safest of the bunch. A guy I would have loved to have a 5th star next to. It didn't work out. We ran out of space, but Carnell Tate's in there. Noah Rogers is kind of the wild card of the group. He has all the traits to be a big-time wide receiver. And then Jelani Thurman, the tight end. Again, I was talking to a Big Ten assistant coach just about recruiting tight ends, and he brought up the fact that you got to go to Georgia because in the state of Georgia they use their tight ends, and they get Jelani Thurman in there. Dad played in the NFL, mom played in the WNBA, so it's those pass catchers that I really like. And it's Zone 6. It's called Zone 6 for a reason, right? They score, they throw it around with C.J. Stroud. That this group's going to allow them to continue to do that.
Yeah, 3 of the top 10 wide receivers you just saw in that graphic. I want to ask you about Carnell Tate. What's your evaluation of him?
Yeah, he's just super dynamic. And when you look at the profile of what an Ohio State receiver looks like in the modern college football game, he fits everything. He can be that next guy in line to, be the difference maker downfield. He's got tremendous body control. I love the ability to concentrate and make big plays. He's got really good speed. I don't know if he's a burner, Andrew. You're more of the track guy, but I think he has all the tools to be that instant impact player. At receiver, at corner, you can do that. You can go into college and have a role at least as a true freshman, and I would not be surprised to see him making plays for whoever's throwing the football for Ohio State next fall.
I said it on the signing or our 5-star reveal show. I don't know if he's elite at one thing, but he's really dang good kind of at everything. He's a 4.7 guy in the lasers, but man, he's returned a couple kickoffs for touchdowns, so he can run past people.
Ohio State knows how to use those wide receivers as well. I want to go to the other side of the ball. Ohio State missing out on some of those big-time edges like Mateo Uyunglele, Damon Wilson, another guy. How do you think they address that position after losing those 2?
keep chipping away, right? So they missed out on a few of those. They did get Joshua Mickens in. And then I like the interior pass rushers that they brought in. Jason Moore, I thought he had an excellent week at the Under Armour All-America game. I told him, I'm like, you look much bigger than your headshot looks on your profile. I'd never seen him in person before. I was not anticipating that. I'm like, is this the same guy? And it was. Caden McDonald, a kid they pulled out of SEC country right there in Atlanta. I was by his school this spring, saw him working out, holds every weight room record at his program, North Gwinnett right there. Played a little running back this season at his high school at 330 pounds. You pop on the huddle, he's running around out there. So maybe they didn't get the premier exterior pass rushers, but they did get Kenyatta Jackson, Florida Gatorade Player of the Year last cycle. He should be ready to go sooner rather than later. And then they plugged the middle right there with those two guys. So still a lot to like. It wasn't a complete loss up front, I think, for Ohio State and those Buckeyes.
Yeah, Keon Keeley was another one that they were in the mix for there late in the process as well. Jason Moore is interesting because I spoke to him at the Polynesian Bowl, and he said he's ready to do whatever Coach Johnson wants him to do, right? Whether that's rushing off the edge or being a 3-tech, and he doesn't know what he's going to look like in 3 or 4 years physically.
He's moving inside.
I think he understands that, and he's okay with that, right? Like a lot of players, they love to be finesse players. Yeah. They love maybe to get the hands off of them and just be able to go and use their speed because that's how they've been able to get by at the high school level. But in college, the body's going to take them a different way. And Jason Moore is going to embrace that. And I think that's what Ohio State's going to get in him, is a player that can bring that athleticism inside. I would not be surprised if he's the one making plays for them on the interior. He's got tremendous length. He's got, I think, the attitude. He was really good in one-on-ones during the Polynesian Bowl. I think one of the only players that was giving Spencer Fano fits. You know, he wasn't winning those reps, but he was giving him fits. And obviously, he's going to be, I think, a tremendous asset for Coach Johnson there at Ohio State.
Blair, what about Lincoln Kienholz, the quarterback?
Let's talk a little Lincoln.
I know he's in your notes. I'm looking on your screen, right? I stole that from you, but he is one of the more unique stories in this entire class. A riser for us. He's from South Dakota. He scores like 19.9 points per game on the hardwood as a junior. Plays baseball. I think he has hit like 470 or something like that. And then you watch this film, and it's just like in South Dakota, and you're like, is this like real? You know, it's high grass, but man, he makes plays. And then we see him in the All-American Bowl. And this stage, I've thought about this so much, right? A kid from a small town in a state that's produced has 5 active NFL players right now on rosters. All the lights and all the pressure on him. And he comes alive as a gamer. Threw that ball down the field to Kamarian Pimpton, who goes up and grabs it in the air. I mean, he's got some it to him. And someone told me that someone inside that Ohio State building had said, hey, this kid's got like a little Joe Burrow, we think, in him in terms of that edge. So I thought that was notable. I'm a fan. What about you?
Gamer. I wrote that in there. He resembles Devin Brown quite a bit, actually, right? So Ryan Day has a type at quarterback. I think he's going to be remarkable. And one last note about Lincoln Kienholz is that it's interesting retroactively looking at him in this class because they lost Dylan Raiola in 2024. Initially, it looked like he was a stopgap between Devin Brown and Raiola, so to get him was huge.
All right, let's hit the number 2 team in the Big Ten. That is Penn State. And guys, when I think about the Nittany Lions, I think about the offensive tackle position. Of course, you got Javen Williams, but Olufushanu is coming back. And so that line is going to be spectacular. Dare I say it, Penn State quietly won 10 games in the regular season last year. And then, of course, the big statement at the end of the year in the Rose Bowl, but still not able to overcome the 2 Goliaths in the conference right now in Ohio State and Michigan. How does this class help them get there, Andrew?
Well, they didn't win quietly 10 games, not what producer Jesse's in my ear talking about the Nittany Lions. This group, Steve referenced it a few hours ago, it starts in the trenches. Javen Williams, he's a mauler on tape. This is the Pennsylvania State record holder in the shot put. The guy he beat out, I think, threw in the Olympics at one point down the line. So if you're Drew Aller, Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, I'm fired up that this guy is lining up in front of me in the huddle. We'll see what happens with Chimdi Ono later on in the day. He's going to announce a decision. That would be a nice another piece for the Nittany Lions. So it starts up front in the trenches. They're fired up about these guys, and Jevin Williams, he could be a multi-year all Big Ten type of talent.
Yeah, I want to highlight Alex Birchmeyer, the other big-time offensive lineman in that class. He was actually the first commitment in this class back in July of 2021. And so it's really rare to see players commit that early and then stick through that commitment. He ended up having to basically say, hey, I'm shutting things down. I don't need any other coaches hitting me up. So for him to set the tone early on and to give James Franklin a really good cornerstone to build on was monumental in this class. You go in there and you already have a big hog down in the middle of the offensive line to sell to other recruits and to sell to maybe a Javen Williams and say, hey, come play alongside this guy. It goes a long way, and that's why it's so important and why we see so many coaches go after early commitments.
One other headliner, safety King Mack, right across the street from where I live. Top 247 talent. This guy scored, I wrote it down, he had a pick 6, returned 2 punts for touchdowns, returned 2 kickoffs for touchdowns, also blocked a field goal and blocked 2 punts. We love him. I call him a 5-tool center fielder, a leader, state champ in the 400. That safety class that Penn State brought in is elite. Manny Diaz is there. They finished number 17 nationally in total defense. And then just kind of wrapping this all up. Remember, Penn State went down to Auburn and won a game this season in SEC country. I think that's allowing them to expand their brand a little bit down there. Dakari Nelson's a kid that came from the Yellowhammer State that's part of the class. So I think James Franklin knows that they got to get talent from down in the South if they're going to go head-to-head, not only with Ohio State, but once you make that college football playoff, you need some big trench bullies, and they're trying to do that.
When I think of that Auburn game, I think of the coming out party for Nick Singleton. Those offensive linemen that are coming in certainly going to help increase an already spectacular run game. How about the Big Ten champs? Third here in the Big Ten. We talked a little bit about the expectations for Michigan on the trail versus the reality of what happened with this class. So just overall thoughts here, Andrew. How do you kind of encompass this Michigan class coming in here? Are you thinking third straight for them with these guys?
I mean, I'm not going to knock Jim Harbaugh on what he's done in terms of a player development standpoint. I mean, they're not just going to go out and sign some random Joes. They obviously believe in all these individuals. Now, looking through it from the lens of a talent evaluator, you don't really see like a headliner, to me, like a no-brainer, a one where all of our scouts watch it and get fired up about the tape. Now, again, you see all the 4 stars up there. Jair Hill was a big win for them during the early signing period. Amir Herring's a kid that's been in some all-star games, actually went through a few, I believe, bowl practices with them as well. So I think there's future NFLers in here. I just can't, I don't know who to hedge our bet on in terms of who that guy's going to be. So we talked about it a few hours ago, back-to-back college football playoff appearances. You would think that this group would be challenging for the top 10, but it's not. And it's really just a group of guys that they're going to have to, turn water into wine, I think.
Yeah, and this is the worst ranking for Jim Harbaugh in the last 5 years. But Blair, what stands out to you about this group?
Well, there was a player that wasn't even on that list that I want to highlight. That's Hayden Moore. He's a linebacker from the state of Colorado. He had over 180 tackles as a senior this past year. Also had Division I baseball scholarship offers. He was going to dual sport at Nebraska. He was going to pitch and also play football. He was previously committed to the old staff, ends up flipping to the Wolverines late. That's a player who I see ends up with a C on his jersey. I mean, he's a leader. He's a really terrific linebacker prospect. And kind of like we mentioned earlier with some other players, right? A developmental player, not a guy that you go in and you expect to contribute right away. But I would not be surprised to see Hayden Moore making plays in Ann Arbor in 3 or 4 years and wondering how they ended up getting this player from Colorado late in the process.
Yeah, he just looks like someone that's going to be like running around in a game with snow on the ground. And
yeah, he's going to have all the
full face paint.
He'll have the paint of the other team on his jersey, and you're just going to be like, Hayden Moore, that's the face of college football right now.
I love it. All right, the Wolverines also have the number 14 transfer class, so a lot of talent headed their way. Let's go to the number 4 class. That is Nebraska and the newly appointed head coach in Matt Rule. What are your early impressions of Rule on the trail and just what he's been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time?
I'm calling it fastest class in America. They just added cornerback DeAndre Barnes earlier this morning.
Picked up a teammate of Hayden Moore at Regis Jesuit in Colorado.
That'll be a fun little battle.
Yeah, look, when Matt Rule was at Baylor, they recruited traits, okay? Mm-hmm. This past NFL scouting combine, 2 of the top 3 40-yard dash times were Baylor guys that Matt Rule recruited. The third guy was someone that he almost flipped, ended up going to UTSA, Tyreek Woolen. Look at this class. Malachi Coleman, 3-time USA track and field All-American. He was awesome at the Polynesian Bowl. It's just speed, right? And I think what we've seen from Matt Rule since he arrived there is everything we expected. There's headliners. They are fast. Malachi Coleman, I mean, Blair, would you not say that there was maybe some question marks about him as a wide receiver? Then he goes out to the Polynesian Bowl, and he looked like a wide receiver one. I mean, he was making contested catches out on the outside. His story's awesome. Chris Hummer of 27 Sports just profiled him. He's using his NIL money to give back to help some foster kids. So Malachi Coleman, big fan of him, and he's really the star of this group. And it was a big win for Matt Rule because as soon as Matt Rule was hired, Coleman actually decommitted.
Yeah, there was a lot of, in terms of going out to a game like that, you wonder how much players want to play or compete, or are they just in it to go to Hawaii for a week and hang out like Brandon Huffman or Greg Biggins or I do?
Yeah, that's why you went.
But he was, the hardest worker in practice every day, high pointing the football in one-on-one matchups. He raced Zachariah Branch. Greg Biggins got a good view of it, and he said that if they had raced maybe 10 more yards, Malachi Coleman gets Zachariah Branch in that race, and he's one of the fastest players in this country. So I think he's terrific. He's going to be an eyebrow raiser right away. I had heard that Georgia wanted him potentially as a defensive back. So, when Georgia's calling you to be a defensive player in their system, you're special. I'm really excited to see him, and I think he's just got the attitude. He's got that persona that you want to see, especially in a program that's rebuilding, that needs a few faces to kind of bring it to light. And I think Matt Rule is doing a really good job early on, and to be able to get a Malachi Coleman obviously helps.
I think if you're a Nebraska fan, this has to be encouraging what he did, and I'm sure a lot of the Cornhusker faithful, or who is this guy? How'd they find this guy? Just believe in the process, okay? You saw all the 3 stars they got up there. I think there's probably some NFL players in that group. 2 of the other big track stars for them, Bryce Turner, reigning 4A champ in the 100 in the state of Texas. Jalen Lloyd captured 3 gold medals at Nebraska's track meet this past year. They're going to be fast. If they're gonna miss, they're gonna miss fast. I think that's their saying. They're also if they're gonna miss big. So excellent work for Matt Rule. We'll see what they do in 2024 because they could potentially get the #1 quarterback in the country, right?
They are in the mix for Dylan Raiola. He's supposed to visit there in the spring and check everything out, but Matt Rule went and sent 8 other assistants into Chandler High School in Arizona to check on him during the contact period last month.
Yep, today is all about 2023, but in our recap show tonight at 5 o'clock, a special edition of the College Football Recruiting Show, we will touch on what's next, and that, of course, is the #1 player in the 24 class, Dylan Raiola. Let's round out the top 5 of the Big Ten with Sparty, and look at the guy at the top, number 22 on Andrew Ivan's Freaks list. What is it about by Job that makes him such a freak?
Mel Tucker said it.
He
told you on the college
catching
football.
passes.
No, he said the College Football Recruiting Show. It's that first step. It's the explosiveness. This is a kid that came to the United States thinking that he was going to play in the NBA one day. Well, he isn't 6'7", so I guess being a pass rusher is going to have to work out. Talking with our guys in the ranking meetings at the All-American Bowl, we didn't know what to expect from someone that was not born in the United States, hasn't been around football the whole time. How would he react around all of these alphas, essentially? And he had one of the loudest personalities there. He's a competitor. I love him. Just his story, everything about him, his family. And he's going to Michigan State. Mel Tucker, again, told you on the College Football Recruiting Show that they think he can play early. He is the gem of the class, but there's some other guys I like. I'm going to let Blair go first here, though.
I know you love him, too.
Well, you guys know that meme, right? And I'm not going to say the actual words, but it's mess around and find out. Yeah. Like
That's by Job.
By Job, like he toys with that line as closely as any other prospect I saw in this 2023 class. He plays with tenacity, plays with pursuit. He plays loud. He wants you to hear him, not only his pads, but his voice. And he's the perfect prototype of what I think about when I think about physical Big Ten football in the snow. It's going to be probably something new to him, but he's going to embrace it. And I love his first step. I mean, the explosiveness that he has. Even if you beat him in one rep, he's going to try to find a way to beat you on the next rep. He's going to be remarkable for Michigan State.
Jordan Hall, the linebacker they got out of IMG Academy. Anyone that follows my work knows I'm a big fan of this guy. But I go back to when he was a junior at IMG Academy, right? The Power 5 factory, the NFL factory. Jordan Hall was, as an underclassman, essentially the one that got everyone lined up, called the defense for them. Mel Tucker brought that up on his signing day press conference. Always good when the scouting report matches what the head coach is eventually saying when pen meets paper. So Jordan Hall, big fan of him. And then Sam Levitt, the quarterback. We talked about him. He was a riser. We gave him a 4-star. Was from Oregon. Won a state title there. His spray chart, I wish we had his highlights up. I mean, he makes some wow throws. So a lot to like in the group.
Yeah, second time that they flip a prospect from the West Coast at the quarterback position after getting Caden Hauser in the 2022 class.
All right, let's wrap up the rest of the Big Ten and head over to the offseason office. Did I say that right, Josh Pate?
Yeah, it's good enough. I would give it a solid B+ there. And speaking of grades, Stephen Wilfong, before we get into the rest of the Big Ten, this 1 through 5 in the conference that we just spoke about there, briefly, what stands out to you?
Well, got a text from you on Monday that said the line of scrimmage is important, Josh P.
Yeah. An authentic quote from your, if you're familiar with my work, as Andrew Ivins would say, it's one of my favorite quotes.
Well, Penn State coming off an 11-2 season, on track to sign the best offensive line class in the Big Ten, perhaps one of the best in the country if they can get Jim Dioko to join the fold. I think that's a versatile athletic group that has a lot of position flexibility across the front. You look at Penn State's 2022 class, paired up with this 2023 class, and I think they're ramping it up a notch to compete with Ohio State and Michigan and perhaps win the Big Ten championship. Speaking of the Big Ten championship, Michigan is the 2-time champs. They're the powerhouse program in that league right now. And one thing that stands out to me about their recruiting class is the potential on the defensive line front. This is a lot of big-bodied, long guys with a lot of physical upside. And as y'all know by now, I call Michigan player development U. I think Mike Elston is one of the best developers of talent on the defensive line, going back to his days at Cincinnati, his long stay at Notre Dame, and now he's at his alma mater, Michigan. You look at Imeric Kuma from over the pond, 6'4", 250 pounds, really long. Enau Etta, there's not a prettier defensive line recruit in the country, 6'5", 260 pounds, great length. Roderick Pierce is a 6'3", 290-pound interior player with another great length. Brooks Barr, 6'6", 290 pounds. And they're also trying to flip Cameron Brand from Stanford, who's 6'4", 260. So Michigan tracking to boast one of the biggest defensive fronts in college football for years to come. And then Nebraska, man, Matt Rule and company, they come in real quick, Josh, get to work right away in upgrading the speed and playmaking ability in that class. Demetrius Bell, I talked to several sources with knowledge of his game. They think he's a pro. He was a late pickup for the Huskers. At one point was committed to Michigan State. Jaden Doss is a 2,000-yard receiver, 1,000-yard rusher in his prep career. Bryce Turner, 10.25 speed in the 100-meter dash, 22 yards per catch as a senior. Malachi Coleman, Andrew and Blair raved about him. He is one of the top performers regardless of position at the All-America Bowl. He can run. Quentin Ives is one of my favorite players in their class. This is what Nebraska is going to do each cycle. They're going to find a few guys like Quentin Ives. They go into New Jersey, and that's led by Coach Barthel on this one. And they find a young man that had over 3,000 yards rushing as a junior and senior combined, 49 touchdowns. He averages over 10 yards a carry. A player comp that I heard from him from a Nebraska staffer is James Starks, who shined for the Green Bay Packers, a 6'3" running back that can do everything. But Nebraska, this is an offense. They want to be good right away, and these are guys that athletically upgrade all those position rooms.
So let's take a look at the rest of the Big Ten here. I just moseyed into the production room a second ago, and production assistant Bradley came in with a new Illinois graphic, hot off the presses, which is great because we're about to talk about Illinois. Brett Bielema and company may be sitting in a different position than you would expect them to be. Illinois with the number 6 class in the Big Ten right now. Yeah, coming off an 8-5 season, had Michigan on the ropes, perhaps 9-4. Who knows what bowl game that puts them in if they win that game in Ann Arbor. But this is a team that boasted one of the best defenses in college football, but their offense, 72 total offense, 92 passing offense, 95 scoring offense. This is a class that can really help them improve that. Keep an eye on Caden Fegan, 6'3", 240-pound running back, Josh, that could also be a standout
standout backer, but rushed for over 2,300 yards and 37 touchdowns as a senior. Also had 82 tackles and 2 interceptions, but could you imagine trying to tackle him on the prep level at 6'3", 240 pounds? I think he's Illinois' next great running back. And then the receiver room, it's one of the Big Ten's best. Kenari Wilcher, they go down to Andrew Ivins State, and I think he was the leading receiver in the Sunshine State as a receiver, over 1,500 yards receiving and 15 touchdowns. Kenari Wilcher is who I'm talking about. And then Malik Elzy played in the All-America Bowl, had a big senior year for Chicago Simeon, 45 receptions, over 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns. And then there were times in the All-America Bowl where he was absolutely dominant during practice. So Illinois upgrading the running back room, getting a couple playmakers at wide receiver. This is a class that's good from top to bottom. Those are just a few of the guys that I highlighted.
Right here behind Illinois, number 7 in the Big Ten, Iowa and Kirk Ferentz. Steve, they got 22 overall commits right now.
Yeah, typical Iowa class. We've talked about some special dual sport athletes on this show today, and Ben Cooter is as talented a two-sport athlete as there is in the country. I'm told he could ultimately be one of the best wrestlers in Iowa history. He's going to play both sports in Iowa City, but 200 tackles over the last 2 seasons. Also, a big play guy on offense, turning 24 receptions into 11 touchdowns. This is a guy that has a chance to lead the Big Ten in tackles down the road. And then Zach Lutmer, he's a guy, Iowa always gets those in-state guys that play like 7 sports and dominate on every phase of the game. And Zach Lutmer is a safety that I know they're super high on, a guy that played quarterback on the prep level, over 1,500 yards rushing and 22 touchdowns as a senior, 16 more touchdown passes. And then he stayed out there and played a little defense, 45 tackles, 3 interceptions. So that's a guy that next household name for Iowa, a name that's probably relatively unknown to people outside of the Hawkeye fan base right now.
Continuing through the Big Ten ranks here, we've heard Mike Loxley and the Maryland Terrapins mentioned down the stretch with some big names. They currently sit 8th overall in the Big Ten.
Yeah, there's a lot of size and length at the top of that class. You look at Rico Walker, who could be a standout tight end, could also be a really good player on the defensive line. Neo Avery, they flipped him from Ole Miss. He's from the DMV area, but him and Dylan Gooden, I mean, those are guys that I think can be electric type pass rushers for Maryland for years to come. I just like this group that they signed there with Avery, Gooden, and Dylan Fontes at the point of attack.
I'm really interested in this next class. So we're looking at the Big Ten rankings again here. Hey, Emily. We're looking at the Big Ten rankings here. Minnesota at number 9. P.J. Fleck and company sitting right there in between the Iowas and Marylands and Northwesterns of the world. But I'm interested what stands out to you about this class.
I think this might be one of the best running back classes in America, not just the Big Ten. It is the best running back class in the Big Ten. They have Darius Taylor at the top there, rushed for over 2,400 yards and 34 touchdowns as a senior. Just has the instincts at the position that you covet. Michigan tried to flip him late among other programs, but he's riding with the Gophers, can catch the football. And then Marquise Williams from Bishop McDevitt in the state of Pennsylvania, over 4,500 rushing yards in his career, over 1,500 yards as a senior. Those two guys together are going to be a problem. And then really sneaky good receiver class. We just made Kenrick Lanier a 4-star recruit. And then T.J. McWilliams. Both those guys played in the All-America Bowl. T.J. McWilliams from Indianapolis. I like his game. Greg Johnson's an offensive lineman that they expect to contribute early and be a big-time player for them. And then Zaquan Bryan. They go down into the Peach State, land a guy with big-time speed. Had over 5,000 all-purpose yards. I'm talking about Zaquan Bryan, over 200 career tackles, a special team dynamo. That's a guy that I think that Minnesota is going to really be able to count on with their defense.
Teams in the Big Ten are really bunched up in this sort of 8, 9, 10, 11 range. Northwestern and Pat Fitzgerald, the number 10 class in the country. We keep getting closer and closer to your backyard.
Yeah, and Kurt Anderson is one of the best offensive line recruiters in the country. He's their offensive line coach. They go out and land Jordan Knox, who's maybe the best center prospect in America. Dylan Senda chose Northwestern over Michigan, among others, and those guys are already on campus and turning heads. Nigel Glover's the best player in the class, in my opinion. Someone that, plays safety on the prep level, but going to blossom into an athletic, rangy linebacker. I see future all Big Ten status in his future. And then Michael Kilbane on the defensive line. He's that high-motored, relentless football player out of Lakewood, St. Edward in Ohio, who I think is going to be a difference maker for them.
There's a sweet young man by the name of Lance Glenn out in the newsroom right now, very interested in the Rutgers Scarlet Knights class. Right now, Steve Wiltfong, what stands out to you?
Well, I went to the best on Rutgers. I called my good buddy Brian Doan and said, hey, man, we're gonna talk a little Rutgers on the 24/7 Sports Recruiting Show. And he talked about the philosophy of just taking guys with special traits. I think that with each player that Greg Schiano and company signed in this 2023 class, there's a unique trait about each one of them that makes them a special player. But Jasir Peterson is a 4-star offensive lineman that's actually going to play defensive line for the Scarlet Knights. They go up into Montreal, Canada, and get Jabril Abdul Rahman, who plays Canadian rules football, but he's someone that athletically stood out to Greg Schiano and company. Nick Oliveira is a former Cincinnati commit that Penn State was flirting with, that can be a mainstay for them on the offensive line. Jesse Ofuri is a very fast receiver prospect with a chance to make that passing game potent. I think maybe one of the biggest steals in their class, and I can kind of picture Andrew Ivins smiling about this, but Jashawn Benjamin, he's one of the fastest backs to come into the Big Ten. He's out of Pahokee, Florida, down there in the Sunshine State, has elite speed, a very productive player on the high school level. He's a guy that the staff at Rutgers believes that they stole, and I think that they're counting on him to be one of the best backs in the Big Ten.
Got a lot of coaching transition that's just happened. It happens every cycle, and we saw Luke Fickell head to Wisconsin. We're looking at the Badgers class right now, given the limited turnaround time. They're sitting 12th overall in the Big Ten, could also still be active in the portal. What do we see so far here?
Well, no doubt in my mind that this program is going to quickly be back to the consistent winner that they're accustomed to in Madison, and there's some guys in this class that's really going to help with that. Braden Moore and Amari Snowden are guys that are going to really be difference makers in the secondary for them. Some guys that can help on the perimeter and have a lot of tools to develop, like the talented defensive backs that we saw at Cincinnati. Jonas DeClona is another big-time pickup in the secondary, guy that can play some nickel for them, maybe some field corner, but just a lineup and lockdown type player for them that played in the All-America Bowl. Chuck Kahuna had as good a senior year as any receiver in the country for Bishop Gorman. At one point, it looked like he was headed to Oregon. Arizona he did commit to, but Wisconsin was his original commitment, and he's back in Madison as a guy that I think can be potent in year one for the Badgers. And then Tucker Ashcraft, he at one point was committed to Colorado. Did not stick with the Buffaloes during the coaching change, but talking to some people around Wisconsin, they love him as a balanced tight end and a guy that they think will be a difference maker for them down the road. They're hoping to add Jamel Howard. I have him crystal balled to Wisconsin right now. He's making his college decision later today, and he's the nose tackle they covet. And I think he was the top overall prospect on their board when this staff moved from Cincinnati to Wisconsin, and they're looking good to beat out Miami, Michigan, and others as we talk about this right now.
I know you very well. I know you could go 2 hours on each of Purdue and Indiana, but I want you to give me some quick hitters. Let's start with Purdue.
Yeah, so with Purdue, there's a lot of athleticism, a lot of length, guys that have great arm length, wingspan. You know, Ryan Walters knows what he's looking for in the secondary. Guys that maybe play receiver on the prep level that project as big-time corners on the next level. And Armand Branch and Derek Rogers fit that mold. I think that they see them as their lockdown guys in the secondary for years to come. We just gave Branch a 4th start, 24/7 Sports. Mondrell Dean is a young man who committed to them yesterday. That's got a 6 foot 6.5 inch wingspan in the linebacker room. And then they're trying to hold off Louisville for George Burhen. I like where they stand there. Seth Daggy did a good job of getting in there quickly and building a rapport with him, but he's going to be an athletic pass catcher for Purdue. And then Jerron Tibbs is a holdover from the previous staff, a talented receiver, one of the best basketball players in the state, plays at Indianapolis Cathedral. Purdue's done very well with in-state receivers in the past, and I think Jerron Tibbs is their next really good one.
And lastly, the Indiana signing class right now.
Well, the Hoosiers are losing a lot in their secondary, and that's what they focused in on with this class. Tyreek McDonald and Jamison Kelly were the nation's number 3 and number 4 JUCO safeties, and heard they're starting off strong. Amari Farrell is a guy that's athletic, rangy. He's played some corner in high school. He's played some safety. Could play nickel for the Hoosiers. Jordan Shaw played in the All-America Bowl. He's from a small school in California. Told us in San Antonio that he views himself as an underdog. He's an offensive player there, but shined on defense in practice, made a lot of plays in the ball. I think he's got a chance to be sneaky good pickup for IU. Tadarius Collins is the edge rusher for him that could maybe give them some early downs pass rushing in his first year. And then they go out today and land DeCerio Riles, beating South Florida, among others. He's a very athletic player that played some quarterback as a junior, defensive end as a senior, a Tom Allen special from a place he loves to recruit, and a guy that has the traits to be one of the better defensive linemen in the Big Ten.
Steve, you can feel it. Anytime there's breaking news out there, you just get a sense that it's happened. Big breaking news here on this National Signing Day. We talked about Jaden Rashada earlier today. The four-star quarterback has made it official. The crystal ball verifies he's headed to Arizona State. Some initial reaction.
Well, I love this pickup for Arizona State as it gives them a nice foundation for Kenny Dillingham and this new staff when you're trying to nail down some position rooms and get some difference makers in there right away. You think about quarterback and you think about both lines of scrimmage, and here you are. You go out and get the number 6 quarterback in the country from California, one of the more natural throwers of the football in this class. There's not a throw he can't make. He's got an electric arm. He's accurate with the football, and he still has a lot of physical upside. You know, he's 170 pounds. He's skinny. He's going to put on 30 pounds of muscle in college, but he's a guy that has all the traits you're looking for at the position, and he's going to go play for a head coach that has a great offensive background with what he did at Oregon, turning them into a top 10 offense, making Bo Nix one of the premier quarterbacks at the position in 1 year. And so Jaden Rashada going to Arizona State, they're not going to count on him right away, but I think when he gets in there and gets under center, they have a chance to have one of the best quarterbacks in America.
Part of the statement he put out on Twitter: my childhood dream school, my father's alma mater, a place where I'm happy, and, pay attention to this last part, a school where the head coach has always had my back. Jaden Rashada official now. He is headed to Arizona State. We are headed back to Emily in studio.
All right, thank you guys. Now that I've got my chapstick on, I'm ready to do some superlatives here with Alan True. Alan, let's start off with some Big Ten superlatives, and this one's going to be very Big Ten specific, and that is a smash mouth superstar. Who fits that moniker here in the Big Ten?
I like Ben Keefer that's going to Iowa. He just looks like the kind of guy that should be fitted for a neck roll and be out there in those 1990s Big Ten games in the snow and mud. It's 9-6 the day after Thanksgiving. He's a wrestler, which is very stereotypical of an Iowa pickup as well. I think he's going to be a captain there. I think he's going to lead them in tackles. But when you talk about smash mouth, classic Big Ten football player, he's the first guy that comes to mind.
We all kind of giggled in here with the perfect for a neck roll, but that really does paint a picture about him as a prospect. Who's a diamond in the rough, non-quarterback category here coming into the Big Ten next year?
I like Jason Hewlett that's going to Michigan. He did play some quarterback. That's what we liked about him. He's a versatile athlete, returned punts, returned kicks, played wide receiver, but really comes downhill and hits on defense. And I think that's where he's going to end up. But when you're 6'4", 220 pounds, and can play all of those positions, Michigan's done a really good job of finding homes for those guys. Like Michael Barrett, I think that's what he's going to end up being. But he's big enough that he can project to a number of other places, and it doesn't take very long in this film, as you can see, to find out what kind of hitter he is. So he's committed to Cincinnati for a while. He's from the Youngstown area, wasn't super heavily recruited, but I think Michigan did a smart thing by coming in late and picking him up.
All right, Alan, I want to know who we'll be watching next season. Who's your instant impact prospect?
Well, that's always a combination of both talent and opportunity, and I think Darius Taylor at Minnesota fits that mold. They're going to lose Mo Ibrahim at running back. They do have some players coming back, as well as transfer Sean Tyler, but I think Darius is too talented and ready to keep off of the field. Steve mentioned how outstanding he was as a senior. He's a wrestler himself, actually, which you don't always see at the running back position. So I think he's physically ready. I think he played extremely well as a senior, very polished. He's going to be ready as far as being able to catch the ball out of the backfield. I think he'll do well in pass protection. So between that and the fact that Minnesota can use somebody to come in and help out and take some carries in the backfield, I think Darius Taylor will be out there for the Gophers next year as a true freshman.
All right, Alan, call your shot here. Who is the prospect that will be the first quarterback to see the field in the Big Ten next season?
You know what, I'm going to say, I don't know if it'll be next season, but I think Sam Leavitt will have a chance to play early in his career at Michigan State. I'm going to go out on a limb a little bit. When I looked at the other top quarterbacks that are signing in the league, a lot of them had other players in front of them in the room or stacked quarterback rooms. With Sam, Caton Hauser is there, and he was a former top recruit. But the first quarterback that Mel Tucker signed at Michigan State, Ham Fay, he's now a tight end. So I think Sam will have a chance to compete with Caton And I think even if there's an injury or something else that happens, Sam could quickly be the guy. He had a really outstanding senior season, so I think he's going to also be ready in terms of his polish.
All right, who is your fits the mold class? This is a class that kind of best embodies what the school is trying to accomplish.
In Nebraska, I think it was mentioned on the show earlier, Matt Rule has types. He likes traitsy athletes. He likes track guys. He likes multi-positional guys with length and athleticism. And there's a class full of these guys. Even some of them that aren't on this list, like they took a kid named Jaden Lloyd out of the state who was an outstanding track athlete. They flipped a kid from North Dakota who was an outstanding thrower. So I think late in the process, he really did identify the kind of athletes that I was told coming into Nebraska that Matt Rule would recruit, and he started to do that immediately once he took the job.
All right, finally, who is your sleeper class in the Big Ten?
I'm going to go with Purdue. They're not very high in the actual rankings, but I think when you look at the quality of some of the players in that class, they're outstanding. They picked up a defensive tackle in Jamarian Harkless, who is committed to Auburn. Steve mentioned that we're extremely high on Armand Branch, a guy they found late in the process. If they can keep George Burhan, a guy who I think has next level potential in the class today, I think you look top to bottom at that class and there's some real quality. That's one where maybe the ranking doesn't quite reflect some of the individual talent that we see in that group.
Alan, thank you so much. Appreciate the time. And for everybody watching this video, I'm actually taking a peek right now. We have about 2,400 people watching and only 345 likes. So if you could, please take a pause from all the smack talk that's going on in the chat right now. Smash that like button. If you're curious what's going on in the chat, you're not in there. That's because you have to subscribe to the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. Let's tie a bow on the Big Ten. We talked about every single class here in the Big Ten. What's a final thought?
USC and UCLA are on the way, right? When you look at the SEC and what they're adding, I mean, they're going to have a bulk of the top 2, 4, 7, but right behind them, if we added up all the numbers, it's going to be the Big Ten, right? With Michigan, Ohio State, and then you're adding USC and UCLA to the equation. I think by doing that, that's going to allow those schools to recruit a little more nationally. We saw Michigan State, again, with Mel Tucker, him talking about going to different parts of the country. Matt Rule in Nebraska, they're doing that as well, getting all different corners of the United States. So that's what I think. I think we're going to see more of that now that this conference is literally going coast to coast.
Yeah, for me, Nebraska at number 4 there, I'd be shocked if they're any lower than that next year, right? Mm-hmm. I could only see them going up because of what Matt Rule is doing, because of the buzz that they have. And then there's that carrot at the end of the string named Dylan Raiola, and that would be the most important recruit for any school in the country. Nebraska, Dylan Raiola, they need that legacy to continue to build and keep that program where it wants to be.
Big Ten is only getting bigger. Hey, if you are a fan of the Big Ten Conference, well, we have so many great team sites that you can check out. If you want to just get some individualized content here, we have boots on the ground reporters across the country. As Andrew said, really becoming coast to coast here, so highly recommend you check out your favorite team site here on this list. Well, nothing is bigger than what's going on in the SEC and with the Alabama Crimson Tide. For the 10th time in the last 13 cycles, Nick Saban's squad can call themselves the #1 recruiting class in the land. Take a look at that. No surprises there. The SEC having the #1 class in the nation for the 14th straight season. I know it's something that we roll our eyes at, but Andrew, it does just mean more.
We couldn't get a Darth Vader mask there for Nick Saban.
We'll have the graphics
what
guys
stands
work
out
on
to me
that.
about this graphic is, look, that's Caleb Downs, what we call one of the safest prospects in the class of 2023. That's Justice Haynes right there. Those are kids that Kirby Smart, who has won back-to-back national titles, spent a ton of time recruiting, right? There was a point, I mean, Justice Haynes' dad went to Georgia. We thought that they were going to go to Georgia, and they're going to Alabama. So it shows that Nick Saban's still got that magic touch. Third best class all time in our rankings, right? Texas A&M last year had that title. Now it's Alabama.
Who had #2 in that class? Alabama, back
right?
in 2021.
9 composite 5 stars. I know we talk about our 5 stars, but 9 composite 5 stars, that's a record. It's an impressive group.
The Empire strikes back, right? Keeping with that Star Wars theme, and it's a thing with the kind of the battle that he was having with Jimbo Fisher, Nick Saban going back and forth in the media, the spat. maybe that motivated Nick Saban to kind of up his ante and up his antics, and it was, I think, a really fun battle to see, and the way it all kind of relayed and laid out on the recruiting trail, and they were able to, flip some guys late, the Caden Proctors of the world, the Keon Keeleys, and it showed that he still has it as a recruiter.
I was going to say the finish was kind of notable. Desmond Ricks, remember we were playing with the class calculator at the early signing period. They added him. You said Caden Proctor. That was the Tuesday before the early signing period. I also think there's a lot of kids in Alabama, the state of Alabama, that Alabama didn't really pursue. They went different parts of the country for the pass rushers. That obviously they got the Carver duo, Quay Rousseau, James Smith, but Yonte Pierre as well. But it was interesting how this group came together. And again, I think the real flex for them is Justice Haynes and Caleb Downs, right? And then I guess Caden Proctor, you go into Iowa, you get this Iowa kid, and I like what they did at receiver as well. I don't think we talk enough about Jalen Hale. I think he's got wide receiver 1 traits, plays basketball. I loved him. Again, Caden Proctor there on the screen. I mean, we can go through a few if you want here, Blair.
Yeah, they have 3 players who are number 1 at their position. You've got Keon Keeley, the number 1 edge, Caden Proctor, the number 1 offensive tackle, and number 1 safety, and Caleb Downs. When it comes to Proctor here, are we seeing him start next season? Is this an instant impact kind of prospect?
Well, that's what I was just going to bring up. It's been pretty rare for offensive linemen to play as true freshmen under Nick. It's been done before, and all 3 of the ones that did it are all playing on Sundays. I think it's Evan Neal, Jonah Williams, and Cam Robinson. They all got time as true freshmen, went on and are now making a paycheck on Sunday. So to me, Caden Proctor, I think he could be ready to go based on what we saw in San Antonio from him. They need help on that offensive line, probably going to return 2 starters. They haven't been really in the transfer portal yet to find some stop gaps or some veterans. So I do think Caden Proctor will be on the field for them.
Yeah, and he's going into Tuscaloosa with that mentality, right? I remember what he told Alan True about why he was decommitting from Iowa and flipping to Bama, is he wants to go and be a part of a pond that has other big fish, right? Doesn't want to be the alpha at Iowa and maybe not get better or not improve in practice and just kind of go through the motions. At Alabama, he's going to be tested. He's going to be going up against Keon Keeley in practice. He's going to have to match up with Yonte Pierre, and that's going to make him better. And so I would not be surprised that midway through the season, we do see Caden Proctor thrown into the fire at Bama. It's been done before, like you mentioned, Andrew, and he's got all the tools. He was super impressive all year, and obviously why he's, obviously the number 1 offensive tackle in this class.
He said we don't talk enough about the wide receivers in this class. Who else? I mean, you had the platform. You got 6 cameras staring you in the face. Who should we be talking about in this class?
Olas Alinen, right? Offensive lineman. He is a super unique story. I keep saying that, right? But I feel like I know this class so well, like the back of my hand. He's originally from Finland, grew up playing like hockey. He told me his favorite NHL player. I think it's Alexander Barkov, but I could be wrong. Big question marks about him. We saw about the Future 50. He was super raw, had no idea what he was doing during one-on-ones. And then I thought at the Under Armour All-America game where there was a ton of elite pass rushers, he held his own during one-on-ones. And it might be a little far-stretched or far-fetched to think he's going to be on the field here in 2023, but I think he's kind of ahead of the curve or further along than I thought. And we mentioned it, Alabama needs some help up front. And I think a lot of guys in this class, which now ranks as the best recruiting class as all time, I think they're going to play, right? We talk about Caleb Downs, Justice Haynes, Caden Proctor. What about Olas Alinen? I think he's kind of a dark horse to maybe push for some playing time, as crazy as that sounds, because offensive line is not easy to play in the SEC.
Yeah, for me, Yonte Pierre, we mentioned it earlier, Keon Keeley steals a lot of the headlines, a lot of the spotlight. He might go and creep into the shadows and turn into maybe the best edge rusher that they have in this class. He was dynamic the whole week in San Antonio at the All-American Bowl, really explosive off the edge. I love his get-off. I love his tenacity, and his motor is, I think, what stands out to me about him the most. And then we have to talk about the quarterbacks. It's Alabama, right? Yeah. Eli Holstein committed earlier, backed off of that A&M commitment, had flipped, and then they ended up getting Dylan Lonergan as well. So, when you think about quarterback and the big apple for Bama was Arch Manning, right? They were one of the 3 finalists for the number 1 overall prospect in this class. They have to, in a way, settle for these 2 others. And I don't want to make us get clipped later on in the process, because it's going to happen maybe 3 or 4 years, and we're hearing about this moment. But I feel like that's the biggest question mark with this class.
100%. I was told not to follow, but I agree.
Well, I have a follow-up for you here. You've talked extensively about Yanze Pierre, but just overall, this edge rusher class, what's your evaluation?
I think Yanze Pierre is kind of everything you're looking for from an evaluator standpoint as a 3-4 jack linebacker, right? He's tall. He's kind of underdeveloped. I remember I was walking around in San Antonio, wasn't familiar with the roster yet. I showed up a little bit late coming from the Under Armour All-America game. I think I stopped Cooper. I was like, who is that? And that was Yanze Pierre. So he can attack the edge. He can bend. He can get after that quarterback. And Blair keeps talking about him and just what he brings to the table. Would it be surprising if he's better than Keon Keeley? Yeah, or maybe not, but I'm betting on Keeley, right? Yeah. They call him the Viking. Mom is from Norway. I said it earlier. He sings in the choir. Brilliant kid off the field. I think his ability to, take away and eliminate throwing lanes with his big paws, and then as you just saw it right there on film, how he closes. And Keon Keeley, when he really put his name on the national scene was against Arch Manning as a junior. Tampa Berkeley Prep. Look, see, there's Arch Manning throwing right there. Keon Keeley picking him off, going up there and getting it. So two great edge rushers, and they got some other good guys in the interior. Quay Rousseau, like we said, and James Smith.
Yeah, really good class. I know it's going to blow your minds here, but for the 4th time in the last 5 years, SEC teams are ranked number 1 and number 2. Let's talk about that number 2 class. It is the Georgia Bulldogs, the back-to-back champs. A lot of great talent coming in this class. But Andrew, this is the most Georgia class I've ever seen. I mean, their top players are all on defense.
It is. Kirby Smart, man. I told producer Jesse when we sat down this morning, I'm like, hey, we just talk about Georgia a little bit because it's going to be a quiet day for them. They've already done their work. We talk at length about kind of that linebacker group. Raylan Wilson finished as a 5-star for us. Might be the fastest mid-skill in the country. They put the GPS tracker on him. Almost hit 23 miles per hour. That is insane. C.J. Allen, love the profile for him as an outside linebacker. Talked to some people in Athens. They're still trying to figure out which linebacker might be the best of the bunch. And then Troy Bowles, he's the son of Todd Bowles, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers head coach. Big day for him, by the way, with the Tom Brady news out there. So I like this group. Damon Wilson's the guy I'm going to lose sleep about that we don't have as a 5th star. I think he might be the best pure pass rusher in the country. And I was talking with a Georgia assistant before they won the national title, and he told me we have to get better on the edge. And I'm looking at him like, you're telling me you guys aren't good enough as is? He's like, we got to get some pass rushers in this building. They think Damon Wilson could be that guy. So it is an excellent group on the defensive side of the ball.
How about the man at the top of the list there? I mean, Hall, spectacular defensive lineman. What's your evaluation of what he can bring to Georgia?
Yeah, we talked about the Alabama edge rushers, Yanze Pierre and Keon Keeley, and what they did in San Antonio during that whole week. Well, the guy making plays in the middle of the defensive line was Jordan Hall all week. I mean, he's unblockable with the way he gets off the football, with the way he's able to kind of bend and maneuver his body through those gaps and gain leverage and push his blocker back. He's super impressive. I love the way he keeps his feet moving through contact. He's got length, which allows him to get blockers off of him. And then he's got the push. He generates so much strength with his leverage, with his pad level, and he's a remarkable playmaker. I would not be stunned if this is a player who down the road becomes the star of that defense because he's so dynamic, he's so explosive in the middle.
We know that Georgia is a hotbed for recruiting, but Kirby Smart seems to find a lot of success in your neck of the woods in Florida. What is it about his connection to the Sunshine State?
Well, I'm going to take some flack for saying this because I tweeted it out a few weeks ago. Down in South Florida, it's an ever-changing market right now, and I still think the offer that kids kind of like resonate with is Alabama, right? I get more texts like, hey, Bama offered. It's not, hey, Georgia offered. But I do think the tide is kind of changing a little bit. Kirby Smart has spent a ton of time down there. Yeah, they fly the private jets down there. And there's guys up there that are finding success. I mentioned that Georgia thinks they need to get better at pass rusher. Well, Marvin Jones Jr., a 5-star for us last cycle. They anticipate him to have a big role here in 2023. I want to talk a little bit about some of the offensive guys they got. They do score some points as well.
Yes. They scored a few in the national championship game.
Lawson Lucky, I've been joking. He's kind of like Brock Bowers light, but he's still really, really good. And Todd Hartley, the tight ends coach there, he had 3 guys drafted at Miami. He's going to have another come off the board. I think he's had 3 drafted already. at Georgia. He's going to have another come off the board in Darnell Washington, and now he's got Lawson Lucky, who is a lot like Brock Bowers. He can block, he can come out of the backfield, catch the football. I think if they want to run an end around to him, he could do that as well. He does that at some point on his senior tape. So it's a good group, and they got Pierce Sperlin, who was at the All-American Bowl, big 6'6" target there in the slot.
And let's not forget Deuce Robinson is still out there. We want to have to keep mentioning his name as he continues to go through the process. A.J. Harris was obviously terrific as well throughout his year. He's on the defensive side of the ball, and that's a player who we highlighted earlier, Andrew, mentioning him as a potential instant impact player. Keely Ringo's out. He's gotten first-round buzz. He was obviously a huge playmaker for Kirby Smart in that defense. Allowing them to scheme in a way where you can kind of just trust the guy on the boundary, right? You know that he's going to be able to keep his guy one-on-one, man-to-man, and it allows you to free up pass rushers, blitzes, scheme up different things. A.J. Harris has that capability as well.
Very good class for Georgia, already hoping to build on next year's class too. They're in play for the #1 corner, Ellis Robinson. We'll find out his decision later in the day, but let's keep it rolling through the SEC. I'm going to shock you guys here. The Southeastern Conference has the most 5-stars of any other conference with 14. Next closest is the Big 12 with just 5. 2 5-stars on our next class here, and that is LSU. We've talked about Zalance Hurd and everything that he adds, the big jump that he made in the rankings. He was the number 72 player before we debuted the 5-stars. Now he's number 28. How about that other 5-star, though? Deshaun Womack, what do you think of him?
He was a favorite of ours at the Future 50 event, and is he an inside guy? Is he an outside guy? I think he's more of a guy in the middle. Loved what he did at St. Francis Academy. He had an excellent game against IMG Academy. It seems like IMG Academy played all these guys at some point during the season. I mentioned A.J. Harris went up against him. I love the upside. I think he can kind of get him on the field early as a freshman and put him into obvious pass rushing situations. So that's an excellent take for them. Whit Weeks right there. You see the linebacker. His older brother transferred in from Virginia there in Baton Rouge. He was excellent at the All-American Bowl. I think he led the game in tackles. I mean, stats are hard to come by at the All-American Bowl, but the sheet I saw, I think, had him with 8 stops. And then Jalen Brown, the wide receiver, guy that I'm super familiar with, someone that started off in our initial 100, almost dropped out of the top 100, and then finishes in the top 100. Yep. He's a blazer. I was at one of his track meets, 200-meter dash, set a meet record. The guy's record he broke ran like a 4.28 at the NFL Combine. He can take a top off of defense. I think he took a major step forward as a senior, as a route runner, and he's a big play threat for Brian Kelly. Kind of reminds me a little of Will Fuller.
Yeah, we saw last year Harold Perkins really making his impact known in his first year at the collegiate level under Brian Kelly. Of these 2 5-star players, what do you think? Do you think we see a similar kind of impact from either of these 2 guys?
I think so, and I think Brian Kelly has to utilize these players to be able to take that program to the next level. I think we all wondered, right? And we were making fun of his accent and, wondering if it was authentic.
The dancing.
The dancing, all the stuff that he was doing to kind of generate headlines that maybe weren't intended for him. But he's been able to do really good job, Brian Kelly, and now he's got to use these guys and showcase them and say, hey, this is why you're coming to LSU. It's a different animal than what he was doing at Notre Dame. Now he's recruiting for LSU. Zalance Hurd, obviously a huge talent, a player that should be able to see the field early on in his development, not only as a true freshman, but obviously I think later on you would expect him to be the marquee offensive lineman in that group.
Right, and you mentioned we all were questioning if Brian Kelly can be able to relate to these kids down there in the boot, right? He was a guy that was from up in Indiana, and he had to recruit nationally there, but it's a lot different in the South. And Zalance Hurd is someone that Florida State, Alex Atkins, Mike Norvell wanted. There was a ton of different people in there, and they go and get that job. Then they go to the DMV and get Deshaun Womack. So I love what Brian Kelly's been able to do. I admit it, I had question marks about his potential as a recruiter in the SEC. It's a different animal. It is a different animal. You always got Nick Saban coming after your commits, coming around the corner, and he's done a great job. And I said Jalen Brown, I think of Will Fuller when he was at Notre Dame. I think Ronnie Stanley for Zalance Hurd. So Brian Kelly gearing back up, at LSU.
Yeah, real quick before we move on to our next school, I know you love this guy, big signing day flip from our early signing period show, and that is the tight end, Kamorian Pimpton. What do you think about him?
He had the longest arms at the All-American Bowl.
The longest arms.
Yeah, our guys, Cooper measured him, I think it's like 36 and a fourth, and then he used that with his catch radius. I mean, when we first came across Pimpton, he was committed to Vanderbilt. former 24/7 sports director of recruiting, is like, do not write about Pimpton. He's like,
Don't tell anybody
he's like,
about
do not
this guy.
put him on your freaks list. I did. And then he ended up going to LSU. So Barton Simmons is not happy with me.
No.
But Pimpton is the real deal.
It's all right. Hey, he was able to see that talent early on. A big loss for Vanderbilt, but Brian Kelly's gain at LSU. How about our number 4 team in the SEC, the Tennessee Volunteers? We will get to all the great recruits that are coming in here, but we've got to start with the man at the top, and that's Nico Iamaleava. He has been committed to Rocky Top for, as long as we've known who this kid is. What is it about Nico that makes you think that he can come in and make a really quick impact, Blair?
He's got so much confidence in his own game. You see him there wearing pink. He started coming out with the pajamas that were kind of his trademark early on in the recruiting cycle. But then what he does on the football field is just truly tremendous. He's got all the arm talent in the world. And I really, truly think when it's all said and done, we're going to look back and think of him as the highest upside quarterback in this class. He's really good at keeping his eyes downfield, but he's also able to escape the pocket when he has to, picks up those tough yards. He had about a 25-yard scramble in the Polynesian Bowl, facing some of the best competition he's ever faced as a high school quarterback, and he just looked like the alpha among the alphas. So I would have loved personally to have seen him against Arch Manning, because that's the 1 versus 2 battle. But I think Nico and his upside, his potential, the way he projects, you got to be super excited as a Tennessee Volunteer fan.
We'll see that battle here in the SEC in the next couple of years. Nico plus Josh Heupel offense equals what, Andrew?
A lot of points. And I want to talk about one of his potential targets, or a wide receiver 1, Nathan Leacock out of North Carolina there. I mentioned with Chris Culliver in North Carolina, I was kind of one of those guys where you watch this film and it's like, we got to get this guy higher in the rankings. I think Nathan Leacock, I think at one point this season he had 5 touchdowns in a single game. I think he's going to be ready to go right away. I do think Josh Heupel, for everything he does with quarterbacks, he makes some good evaluations at wide receiver. And you'll see the footage right here. He's a guy that can stick the foot and go, catch the football, and beat defenses. So I think he and Nico are going to team up. I also think Ethan Davis was a nice addition for them in the state of Georgia, and Tennessee has done a great job in the Peach State under Josh Heupel. And Ethan Davis had Division I basketball offers. We saw him at the OT7 event out there, caught a touchdown pass, ended up doing a backflip into a ball pit, which I thought said a lot about him. Missed his senior season, derailed a little bit by injury, but those are 2 targets for him. We know that they're going to want to go fast. But yeah, Nathan Leacock, Ethan Davis.
Yeah. And Nico Iamaleava is not a true pocket passer. He can do a lot of things outside the pocket. He can scramble. He can really, I think, improvise when things collapse. And that screams tight end to me, right? When you need a security blanket, when you're facing pressure, when Keon Keeley and Yanze Pierre and Jordan Hall and all these guys are coming after you, you need to find a guy. And I think Ethan Davis will be that guy for Nico Iamaleava.
Okay, I know Tennessee fans just want to score a bunch of points, but this is a game where you got to play some defense at some point. How did they address that side of the ball?
So I said it last year. I thought they might not be getting the top 247 guys or the huge blue chippers on the defensive side of the ball, but I liked a lot of their takes in terms of what they were doing on the defensive front, at the second level in the secondary. I think they've even ramped that up more here in the class of 2023. I think when you look at this group, some of the defenders that they have, Arian Carter, a top 247 linebacker, was at one time committed to Memphis. State qualifier in the hurdles. I think he can kind of be a unit for them in the middle. They're going to pair him with Jalen Smith, another kid out of the Atlanta area. He's a tackling machine. I think he had like over 120 stops. He's an early enrollee. Tyree Withersby, guy I'm probably going to regret not having a 4th star on. Traitsy defensive lineman from a very, very small town in the state of Georgia. I think he's got a chance. I think they've done an excellent job. And then you look in the secondary, Jordan Matthews. Tennessee, they're going to score points, but I think they're slowly improving that defense. The big thing is going to be player development in Knoxville, keeping those guys on campus, getting them to enroll early. Tennessee had 14 guys go through bowl practices as they prepared to play Clemson. That's massive. I think Tennessee and Josh Heupel are a bit ahead of the curve there. I anticipate more and more schools are going to do that here as next bowl season, assuming we still have bowl games.
Yeah, and let's not downplay, like, David Hobbs was a huge pickup for them, right? And this is a player who you build a defense around. You start to, build kind of linebackers behind him. You get some edge rushers next to him. He can be an instant impact player for them right away. He's got tremendous tools, uses his hands well. I love the way he kind of pursues the football. And the other thing about Tennessee Tennessee is that they used to be the program that defensive players used to transfer out of, right? Like you look at a Henry To'oTo'o who, left for Alabama, but now they can be the destination. If the offense is taken care of and you're a defensive player at another school, you look at them and you're like, oh man, like they're maybe one piece away from being the team in the SEC. That could be a tool that Josh Heupel uses, especially on the defensive side.
And specifically on that Hobbs recruitment, like Georgia wanted him.
Yeah.
We just talked about that defensive class. They wanted him. Alabama wanted him. There was a bunch of other schools in there. That might be the biggest win for Tennessee on the recruiting trail. Sure, yeah, they got Nico, who was the NIL man, but he's quickly lost that title. No one talks about that anymore. So they are getting it done on the defensive side of the ball.
All right, a lot of excitement for Tennessee. If anybody is watching us who is a fan of the Tennessee Volunteers, please hit the like button. I'd like to see just how many of you guys are here paying attention. Let's go to a rival of theirs, though, and that is the Florida Gators down in your neck of the woods here. And a great class here for Billy Napier, but one of those classes, too, we talked about this with Notre Dame. We're probably going to be judged based on the guys that got away. How do you encompass this class and tell us your thoughts?
I still love this class.
Yeah.
And why? Well, I was at Friday Night Lights, the camp that Urban Meyer made famous years ago. I was talking with a few of the staffers there. They said they had to get better up front on defense, right? They wanted their defensive line to look like what Alabama and Georgia fields all the time. That's how they think they're going to be competitive in the SEC. Look at two of the top three commits up there, Kelby Collins and Cameron James. Kelby Collins was excellent at the Under Armour All-American game all week long, ended up winning one of the MVP trophies there. Cameron James, we saw him in San Antonio at the All-American Bowl. He's a big, Tracy defensive lineman, some guy that I said, hey, we need to get him in the top 247. I hope he pans out, and he looked way further ahead of schedule when we saw him in San Antonio running around. So they addressed that. I think Will Norman's another guy that could play for them, TJ Searcy. And then they added some talent at wide receiver. Florida's been kind of searching for that difference maker ever since Kadarius Toney, a guy that can make chunk plays in space. Eugene Wilson, I think he can do that. Eugene Wilson, his father won a pair of Super Bowls, ran the fastest 40-yard dash at Under Armour's camp down in South Florida. I think there was like 180 kids there. He had the fastest one that day. And then Aiden Mizell, his mom ran track at Florida. He's a burner guy on the outside. So they added some weapons. I know it doesn't feel good. You didn't get Cormani McLean at one point. That was someone that you thought you were going to get. You lose Jaden Rashada. They got to figure it out at quarterback long term. But this is a group that you can build foundational class. The big thing for Billy Napier is going to be stacking another recruiting class on top of this one.
Yeah, and Aiden Mizell was a player who you mentioned as a burner, but I really like how reliable he is as a pass catcher, right? He's not just a straight line speed guy who's going to be able to blow the top off a defense. He's also really intricate with his route running, and I really like his body control, the way he attacks the football, and he's a chain mover who they need, right? They need desperately a difference maker that's going to be able to kind of make an impact outside on the receiver group.
Go ahead.
Huge emphasis in the state of Florida from Billy Napier as well,
Yes.
right? Dan Mullen, seems like they got a little complacent on the recruiting trail. They looked to other regions, but they dialed it up in terms of putting a fence around Gainesville as best as they could. They didn't get everyone, but they got a lot of good guys. Jakeem Jackson, cornerback, huge fan of him. Big hands. I think he's potentially cornerback one, so big wins across the state for them.
Yeah, what are your early impressions of how Billy Napier is handling those in-state battles?
He's doing a good job, and it wasn't on field what you wanted to do in terms of you lose to Florida State, you lose to Vanderbilt. That was kind of a blemish, but there was also some big wins. They beat South Carolina when they had a lot of recruits in the stands. Go back to that Utah game, week 1. The Swamp was rocking. There was a lot of talent there. I think the biggest thing for Billy Napier is Gator Nation needs to give him some time, right? And the pressure is on now, and the schedule does not set up well for Florida. They traveled to Utah week 1. I think they got Tennessee in week 2 or 3. Remember, Tennessee's got Joe Milton. Billy Napier needs some time. I saw the operation up close in person. I opened up the hood when Dan Mullen was there at the University of Florida. Then you show up to see Billy Napier and what his staff's doing in terms of the army of people, the evaluations they're making, the data they're collecting. I think he needs just one more cycle. If he can stack, I would anticipate another top 20 recruiting class. Then the roster is headed in the right direction, but he needs some time. And again, they do need to figure out what they're going to do at quarterback, because at one point it looked really good.
Position.
Yeah, at one point it looked really good, and then it all kind of blew up in their face, and I'm not sure how much Billy Napier is to blame for that.
Well, don't forget they have DJ Lagway in 2024. He was a huge win for them. One word, I think it's progress, right? Yeah. We're talking about them as a top 5 SEC class, top 20 national class. Like, let's not downplay the fact that they actually took steps forward, and the Dan Mullen days are kind of in the rearview mirror for them. We're talking about them with expectations. Mm-hmm. So the fact that we're even discussing that, I think, should give, Coach Napier, that staff, a lot of different confidence and optimism heading into the spring eval period.
Step in the right direction. All right, we just broke down the top 5 classes in the SEC. There are 3 more that we didn't discuss that are still in the top 20 nationally. A lot of talent, of course, in the SEC. So let's head to the 5-Star Bar for more on the Southeastern Conference.
My favorite thing about our room is it gets a new name every time we toss to it, so who knows, we may have a poll at the end of the show. We're going to dive into the SEC in just a second, but really quick to reset the news we're following, anything you're hearing in terms of the latest on the commitments we're getting ready for.
Yeah, let's talk about 2 of the biggest recruitment storylines that are going on out there right now. The nation's #1 athlete, 5-star Nicholas Harbor, closing in on his announcement and still digging on sources, talking to people. I like what I reported late last night. I think that Oregon is in prime position to ultimately land Nicholas Harbor unless South Carolina can change that narrative here late in the process. I think it was Oregon changing the narrative yesterday. Can the Gamecocks bounce back and change that narrative today, as I think Maryland has faded and Michigan has faded as well in that recruitment. Top 247 cornerback Roderick Pleasant, the #8 cornerback in the country. That recruitment is still extremely tight. Talked to sources last night that said they thought it could go either way. And you heard me just now talking to our good friend Greg Biggins, who's as close to that recruitment as anybody. And we talked about, first, Greg has not gotten any clarity on if it's going to be one or the other. He thinks it's extremely tight. And we talked about the reasons why Roderick Pleasant would pick USC, that, it's close to home. His older brother went there. Quincy Watts, the track coach, is an Olympic legend, 2-time gold medalist, kind of a legend in the area. USC, they're deficient in the secondary. They could use some instant impact players like Roderick Pleasant and his 10-1 speed in the 100-meter dash. He has a really good relationship with Dante Williams. So on the flip side, Oregon, no one's recruited him harder. No one's recruited him better. His best relationship with the head coach is Dan Lanning. He's got a great relationship with Demetrius Martin. He ran track against Coach Martin's son, Cole, who's one of the jewels of this Oregon class. He likes Coach Wadood over there. Track is obviously a plus with him. And his commitment's going to come down to comfort, relationships, and development. And he's having a hard time trying to separate between Oregon and USC here late in his process.
A lot of information still flowing, a lot of information being exchanged. Fascinating to see that apparatus work behind the scenes, by the way. Okay, let's dive back into the SEC. Steve, briefly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is Bama, Georgia, LSU, Tennessee, Florida. What stands out the most before we dive deeper into the conference?
Yeah, so Andrew Ivins and Blair said a lot of things that were on my mind. Obviously, Alabama, their defensive line, front 7 Hall, absolutely special. As good a group as anybody signed in the country, regardless of position. Keon Keeley, 57 tackles for loss, 33.5 sacks the last 2 seasons. He was as dominant an edge player I've seen at the All-America Bowl since Will Anderson, who dominated it a few years ago. I think James Smith, the defensive line recruit, has the best defensive line tape in the country on the interior there. Yanze Pierre and Quay Russaw give Alabama some versatile second-level defenders that can come up on the line of scrimmage and then obviously bring a major pass rush presence. Yanze Pierre has upside through the roof. Edric Hill's a versatile defensive lineman, 6'3", 290, that made 18 tackles for loss and 9 sacks as a senior. And Jordan Renaud's as twitchy a player at the point of attack as there is in the country. I liked Andrew Ivins' comparison at LSU. Jaylen Brown, Will Fuller. Coming out of the All-America Bowl, I like Jaylen Brown even more as a prospect. He's the kind of guy that returns the opening kick for a touchdown for LSU next year, has that kind of speed, but you hit him with the screen, all he needs is a crease, and he can go the distance. He's one of the more exciting pass catchers after the catch in the country. But Tennessee, that's the class I really want to hit in on. #1 offense in the country, Josh. At one point, they were ranked #1 in the nation. number 91 defense in America. So even though they were in the national title hunt this year, to consistently be a national title contender and actually get over the hump and win the national title, they got to get better on defense. And I thought they recruited that side of the ball at a high level in 2022. We saw some of those guys on the field this year. More great pieces in 2023. David Hobbs is the jewel, one of the more coveted defensive end prospects in the country. Can bring some versatility across the front with his athleticism. Caleb Herring has an electric first step, over 200 career tackles for him. Nathan Robinson's a guy that's made a living in the backfield on the prep level. And when you talk to people around Tennessee, you do not see his name up there, but Tyree Weathersby, I think that's a young man that the Tennessee staff is as excited as anybody about in their class. 16 tackles for loss, 7 sacks as a senior, great frame. Shandavian Bradley had 23 sacks and 4-6 fumbles in his prep career. And this is a great linebacker haul too, Josh. Jeremiah T-Lander, 112 tackles, 25 stops for loss and 14 sacks. And then Arian Carter, also 6 stops for loss, 3 sacks. Both are dynamic running backs on the prep level, very athletic, versatile players that can play in space, run and hit, rush the passer. Tennessee really upgraded more in that defensive unit this cycle.
All right, we dive deeper into the SEC. Take the sip. Go ahead. I've been where you are right now. Texas A&M is a team I was talking to you about on early signing day. And we were looking at the live chat, and one of the most popular questions in the live chat was, hey, could you ask Steve Wiltfong what's wrong with Texas A&M recruiting? And I asked you, and you said, Joshua, absolutely nothing is wrong. That was your quote. Right. We've got now a month in the rearview mirror. We're looking at him with the number 6 overall class in the SEC. Biggest takeaways?
Well, when you hold them to the standard of last year's class, which is the highest ranking class in 24/7 sport history, this class doesn't look like that. But pound for pound, average ranking per commit, this is the number 10 class in the country still. You have arguably the nation's top running back, Reuben Owens, 10-6 guy, rushed for over 7,000 yards in his career.
And that was a guy, by the way, that was committed to Louisville. And we talked about Louisville for a while. It was going to be one of the biggest stories in recruiting. And all of a sudden, there he is, along with David Hicks, one of the 2 crown jewels of that class.
He can really catch the football and be dynamic, and a guy that can give them one of the game breakers in the SEC. David Hicks is the top-rated defensive lineman in the country collectively per the composite. He's a guy that powerful hands, athletic, versatile player at the point of attack. And then I love 3 guys that they got in state: Dalton Brooks, Bravian Rogers, and Javon Thomas. I think that they'll be difference makers for them in the secondary. And Chase Besantis to beat LSU for him, one of the most coveted offensive linemen in America. And then a sneaky, very good flip late in the process. Torian York flips from Baylor to Texas A&M, had over 400 career tackles, forced 11 fumbles, just a terrific football player that's lived around the football his entire prep career.
So Jimbo Fisher and the Aggies sitting there, number 13 overall national rank and number 6 in the conference. I want to shift for a second, Steve. South Carolina and Shane Beamer. They've been in the game with some big prospects late here. We still don't ultimately know how this class is going to shake out, but as we talk right now, it's the number 7 overall class in the SEC, and I know you got a lot of thoughts on them.
Well, I love this class. You know, we talk about pivotal classes that can help change the dynamic of a program, and we talked about Oklahoma at the very top of the show. I think this is a class for South Carolina that can spring back them to the glory years of 2011 to 2013, and why I think that is first and foremost the quarterback they landed, Lenoris Sellers, 6'2.5", 217 pounds, a former Syracuse commit that had an outstanding senior year, nearly 3,000 yards passing, over 1,000 yards rushing, 62 touchdowns to just 2 interceptions. That's 62 rushing and passing combined. He doesn't turn the ball over. Great feel for the game. Knows when to run, knows when the pass, has the arm talent to beat you at every level of the field. This is a young man where South Carolina can finally boast a homegrown talent, one of the best quarterbacks in the country. And then the way they recruited the line of scrimmage, Desmond Umeozulu, Montego Rames, that's how you want your edge rushers to look. Xavier McLeod and JUCO defensive lineman Elijah Davis. Those guys are SEC body types there on the inside. And then I love this offensive line class from Tree Babalade, best nickname in the class, Trayvon Baugh, Marquis Anderson. Those are guys that set a nice foundation for South Carolina in the offensive front. And South Carolina may sign one of the best offensive line classes in the country in 2024, Josh. And then Grayson Howard. Andrew Ivins hyped him up early on. 188 tackles as a senior, 157 as a junior. He's a hard-hitting ball magnet that's very instinctive, that was super excited to get enrolled and get to work for South Carolina. And then Jalen Kilgore, a two-way stud, over 30 yards per catch, 11 scores, 90 tackles, 4 forced fumbles. They just got a lot of really good football players in this class, including Bakari Swain, who Deion Sanders in Colorado tried to flip at the end. But his 2,000 yards career receiving, 17 touchdowns, and 13 picks are also coming to Columbia.
Let's talk about the Auburn Tigers. Hugh Freeze, the head coach at Auburn now. Just a crazy headline, but that happens every year. And you look at their portal class, and they're top 5 in the country. You look at their signing class right now, number 8 overall in the SEC, one of the most fascinating combinations of talent coming together in the country right now.
Spatula U, as I like to say. It's flip season, and no one swung a heavier spatula than Auburn here. And a lot of credit goes to Cadillac Williams and Zach Etheridge, the interim coaches there, that helped keep their alma mater afloat with so many of those great players listed there for when the new staff came in. A lot of those guys visited campus several times when Auburn was between coaches, and here they are in the class. Keldrick Falk, one of the prettiest defensive linemen in the country, one-time Florida State commit. Kayan Lee, physically ready to go, instinctive playmaking defensive back who at one point was committed to Ohio State, who was one of the standouts at the All-America Bowl. Jeremiah Cobb was not committed elsewhere, but great speed, over 2,000 yards rushing. Deron Reed, he flipped from LSU before Hugh Freeze was even hired. I think he thought he was going to go play for Lane Kiffin, but either way, he's not in LSU's class. The Tigers got to play against him. But Sylvester Smith from Tennessee, one-time Tennessee commit, rushed for 1,800 yards and 24 scores, picked off 5 passes. Colton Hood's a legacy recruit that at one point was going to go play for Mel Tucker at Michigan State. Connor Liu, one of the best center prospects in America, at one point committed to Miami. This class has major potential. A lot of them were flips. A lot of guys headed elsewhere. Now Auburn has a top 20 class there and a foundational class for Hugh Freeze and them to be competitive earlier than maybe anticipated because of this group.
Let's keep it in the SEC West here, and let's head up to Fayetteville. The Arkansas Razorbacks putting together an interesting class. We've talked a lot about the tight end talent acquisition happening at Georgia. There are a couple of 4-star tight ends in the Arkansas class as well, and Sam Pittman and company looking to upgrade offensively here.
Well, they got some pieces in this class that I really like. You know, you look at Luke Haas there at tight end. Some of the best programs in the country are trying to flip him late, including Alabama, averaged over 17 yards per catch. Not many receivers nationally had a better year than Davion Dozier. 59 catches for 1,325 yards and 19 scores. That's over 22 yards per catch, Josh. And then Quincy Rhodes. This is a pivotal recruit for Arkansas because they boasted one of the best offenses in college football this year. They couldn't stop anybody, and Quincy Rhodes is a versatile, disruptive defensive lineman that had 34 quarterback hurries and 11.5 sacks as a senior. Their defense ranked 124 nationally. Jalen Braxton, another big pickup for them in the secondary with great speed and size.
Tough transition happening for the worst of reasons at Mississippi State. We dealt with the passing away of Mike Leach, and so that was a program that was in turmoil for obvious reasons in December. They rally, they win the bowl game, and now you got Coach Arnett there and Mississippi State sitting with the 10th overall signing class in the SEC. Thoughts?
Yeah, man, they got a lot of really good football players in this class, beginning with Isaac Smith, who maybe nobody in America was better on both sides of the ball than him. 18 receiving touchdowns, 9 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Of course, he had an interception in the Under Armour All-America game. He's always around the ball. That was a big recruiting win over LSU. They flipped Creed Whitmore from Florida, a high school quarterback, a coach's kid that's going to play receiver for them. He had 52 total touchdowns, 35 passing, 17 rushing, and then he stayed out there on defense and picked off 4 passes. Mom played volleyball at Florida. Dad played football at UCF. He's going to create his own legacy in Starkville. But him and Justin Brown, I think that's going to be a heck of a receiver duo for Mississippi State there. And then Seth Davis, man, he's just 5'7", but he was one of the best running backs in the state of Texas. Rushed for over 2,500 yards and 34 touchdowns. That's over 10 yards per carry for powerhouse Katy High. And then Kelly Jones, you couldn't miss him at the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star game. 6'4", length for days. He's going to play in the secondary. Another high school quarterback that was tough to tackle, and then stayed out there on defense himself and had 70 tackles and 7 pass breakups. Bryce Pollock, he's going to be a future pro in my opinion. He has those traits with his size and length. He at one point was committed to Pitt. He's going to play his college football for Mississippi State.
Let's head up the road, stay in the Magnolia State, just an hour or so, and talk about Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss, currently sitting with the number 11 overall class in the SEC.
Yeah, just 14 commits for them, but average ranking per commit is a 4-star grade across the board. And I said this earlier in the show, but when you think of the best high school football players in the country, Caleb Downs going to Alabama, safety, Peter Woods, defensive lineman, going to Clemson, and Suntarine Perkins, linebacker, going to Ole Miss. Those are the guys that immediately come to mind. Perkins is the jewel of the class, led Raleigh, Mississippi to the first ever state title in school history. I mean, he's a local legend there that went for 331 yards rushing and 4 scores in his last high school football game, and 6 tackles and picked off a pass, that interception sealing the game for them, but rushed for over 2,000 yards as a senior, had 267 career tackles. He can cover, he can crash the run, he can blitz. I think he's going to be the program's best defensive player since Patrick Willis, and you know I don't just throw out stuff like that. Aiden Williams and Caden Lee, that's a really nice receiver duo for Ole Miss, and Kedrick Riscano to go into the Lone Star State and get a running back that's physically ready to go. Had a really good showing in the Polynesian All-America Bowl, but over 5,000 all-purpose yards in his prep career. I like him in the backfield for them, and then they beat out Clemson for A.J. Brown, a safety prospect that's really athletic, that's done a lot of things on the prep level.
The number 12 overall class in the SEC right now, the Kentucky Wildcats. Mark Stoops and company putting together a good haul.
Yeah, home cooking was good for or we're talking Kentucky, excuse me. Kentucky, man, I really like the pieces that they got on defense here. For earlier today, they flipped Kendrick Gilbert, a 4-star defensive lineman from Indianapolis, committed to Purdue. He's now rocking with Kentucky, and he's joining a class that has one of my favorite linebackers headed to the SEC. Do you remember Randall Godfrey?
Sure.
Well, his son Grant Godfrey's a heck of a player there out of the state of Georgia. That is a hard hitter that can rush the passer. I think that we see Kentucky always boast some of the best defensive players in the league. Probably won't be long till he's one of them. And I feel the same way about Jeremiah England, man. He's a guy that forced 6 fumbles, picked off 8 passes, broke up 20 more for Lake Wales out of the Sunshine State. And Anthony Brown, I thought Kentucky had a lot of really good young receivers in the 2022 class, and we saw some of them make a difference for them. Wait till you see this Anthony Brown kid, Josh. He had a monster senior season. He's arguably the top receiver in the Midwest. 83 catches for over 1,600 yards and 20 touchdowns for Springfield, Ohio. They made it all the way to the state championship game. But him and Shamar Porter, those are 2 more guys coming into that receiver room that have big play ability. They beat Florida State for a DB, Avery Stewart, that I like a lot as well.
Let's go to Missouri for just a second. A program at kind of an interesting crossroads right now. Haven't what you would call taken the leap, gotten over the hump yet, but an interesting class being put together here. What do you think overall when you look at this Missouri signing class?
Well, they got the guys they wanted in state for the most part, led by Brett Norfleet, a 6'7" all-state tight end that helped Francis Hall win a state championship. How about Joshua Manning? Had over 1,700 receiving yards in his prep career, 25 touchdowns. They beat Ole Miss in a back and forth for 4-star defensive back Marvin Burks. He's going to play safety for the Tigers, but he was a really good high school running back for Cardinal Ritter. And then Logan Reichert, that's a pivotal get for them. He was a heavily recruited offensive lineman from in-state that Oklahoma would have loved to have, Oregon would have loved to have, but he's going to ride with Coach Drinkwitz in Missouri. And then Gabari Johnson, he's one of the best dual-threat quarterbacks in the country from Tacoma, Washington, Lincoln High, over 2,000 yards passing and 24 touchdowns, only 4 picks. Also rushed for 1,500 yards and 19 scores. He could be fun to watch in Coach Drinkwitz's offense.
They loved the class. They landed last year at Vanderbilt. They can hear us down the road at Vanderbilt. What do we think about this Vanderbilt class?
Well, how about Vanderbilt 1 win away from bowl eligibility in year 2 of the Clark Lee era, and they want to get more dynamic on offense. I think it was a major point of emphasis for them in this cycle. London Humphreys is definitely a guy that they like. Camryon James is a guy that found the end zone 7 times on 12 receptions. He's a versatile player that can do a lot at tight end. Deron Parrish is a big play receiver for them. And Josh Palmer's a tight end that they would like to add to this class later that I know that they're high on. And then I like this kid on defense, Dante Kelly, 4 interceptions this year. I think he's going to help that defense continue its trajectory upwards under Clark Lee, who's one of the best defensive minds in college football.
That's a look up and down the SEC. Let's talk about superlatives and toss it over to Emily and Cooper.
Let's do it. Joining the program now is one half of the 24/7 Sports Football Recruiting Podcast. Find it wherever you get your podcasts. What is this, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? The other half is sitting right next to me and Andrew Ivins. Cooper Patagna, thank you so much. We're going to start with some SEC superlatives. Do I have to say this? Yeah, apparently I got to say this. Cooper, who's the baddest dude in the SEC this year?
Well, he might be a choir boy, but he's the scariest one I've ever seen. That's Keon Keeley. I mean, he's a shade under 6'5". He's 240 pounds plus. He's got 33.5-inch arms. We always talk about the arm length. The arm length, that's in the 70 percentile. So right now, if you're one of the football gods, this is what you would create and sculpt as a prototypical edge rusher. He's going to Alabama, and this is a guy that kind of reminds me a little bit of Will Anderson. Played his ball at Tampa Bay, Berkeley Prep. And there were some questions about competition, and then we got to see him up close and personal in San Antonio at the All-American Bowl. This is a guy over the last 2 seasons. He's had 35.5 sacks. He was dominant in San Antonio, wire to wire. I love this kid. He's a clean prospect on and off the football field. I think he's next up at Alabama, and I think he's one of the safest picks and surest bets to be one of the best prospects at the next level.
All right, we know he is a freak athlete. Apparently, I haven't heard him sing, but apparently a pretty good singer as well. But Cooper, who is maybe an underrated prospect, a guy that we would call a diamond in the rough?
Well, Steve Wilfong's, he's been in his bag today. I sound pretty redundant, but Isaac Smith, a guy from my area and a guy that I should have paid more attention to in the process. Fortunately, I work with some guys that are smarter than me, like Andrew Ivins and Gabe Brooks, and we snuck this guy in on the back end of the top 247. And Steve mentioned it, a 3-phase player, 6 foot plus, 200 pounds plus, plays downhill. He had 10 interceptions this past season. He also had 1,900 plus total yards as well, 24 touchdowns. And in terms of the football intelligence and the instincts, I think he's one of the purest all-around best football players in the class. Maybe some of the things that are holding him back from climbing up the board are where we see his athletic upside and how it projects to Sundays. But I love Isaac Smith. I think this is going to be a guy that's going to be relied on very early for Zach Arnett in Starkville.
All right, speaking of, who's a guy that we're going to see early on play in the SEC? Who's your instant impact prospect?
Big shocker here, but Suntarine Perkins. I mean, I love this guy, 5-star, out of the state of Mississippi, Raleigh, small town, had one of the more insane stat lines you'll ever see. Rushed for over 330 yards in his state championship game, had 4 touchdowns, 4 2-point conversions, an interception, 6 tackles. Pretty electric. And then you turn on the film, you see the exact same thing, a 3-phase player. This is a guy that kind of reminds me a little bit of Harold Perkins, the true freshman All-American at LSU last year, in terms of the utility. A lot of people are going to talk about his ability between the tackles, his ability to line up in man-to-man coverage in the slot, but it's his ability off the edge that I think is going to translate day one. New defensive coordinator Pete Golding coming over from Alabama. This was a huge win for Lane Kiffin, and I think one that is going to pay them immediate dividends.
All right, Coop, who is your first QB up?
Well, looking at it again this morning, just to make sure I was buttoned up, there's 14 teams in the SEC. 5 of them have not signed a quarterback this year. So this was relatively easy. Nico Iamaleava. Hopefully I said that right, Emily. I've been working on that. But this is a guy, 75 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions in 3 seasons as a starter. A lot of people want to talk about the arm, and the arm itself is really intoxicating when you talk about the talent. But I always talk about his athletic ability, his ability to navigate the pocket, extend plays. Yes, he might be 6'5", but the way he moves in the pocket really reminds me of Bryce Young. So I love his ability in the pocket, outside of the pocket, his ability to be acrobatic as well. I love this guy. I think in 3 to 4 years, it's going to amount to a lot of wins in Rocky Top and a guy that could potentially take Tennessee to the next level in a college football playoff appearance.
All right, that is what this Knoxville native wants to hear. Thank you for that. All right, who is the fits the mold class? This is the class that best embodies what the team is trying to do on the field.
South Carolina. Listen, I know there are a lot of Gamecocks fans tuned in right now. They're waiting on 5-star athlete Nicholas Harbor. Is he going to go to Oregon? Is he going to go to South Carolina? You got a great class. Last year you were 24, this year you're 16. Upward trajectory for South Carolina. I love what they're doing on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Steve Wilfong hit on it earlier. Marquis Anderson, Oluwatosin Babalade, Trevin Ball, Jatavius Shivers, guys like that. Desmond Umeozulu, who Larry Johnson, Ohio State were after. Xavier McLeod, big guy in the middle, who South Carolina and Shane Beamer had to beat Georgia in Miami for. This, to me, you're looking for the equalizer. How does South Carolina take the next step to become a presence in the SEC, atop of the conference? They have to neutralize the line of scrimmage. To me, this has been an ideal class for Shane Beamer and company.
All right, this sounds kind of surprising in the SEC. I feel like all of their classes are really solid, but let's finish up with a sleeper class in this conference.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Auburn here. In the last 2 years, even amongst the turmoil of the head coaching position, even with the hire of Hugh Freeze, I thought they finished really well. And a lot of credit to associate head coach Cadillac Williams, the former interim head coach after Brian Harsin departed. He did a really good job getting guys to campus, and I think Auburn was able to capitalize off of that as well. We talked about Keldrick Falk, formerly committed to Florida State. He had a really good week in San Antonio and at the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star game. Deron Reed, who flipped from LSU before Hugh Freeze even got there. But guys like Tyler Scott as well, another guy that impressed at the All-American Bowl. J.C. Hart, who impressed in Mobile. They got some length, and you look at what Auburn has done in the transfer portal as well. If they can do this in a couple of weeks, imagine what they can do with a full year. I'm really excited about these guys, and I think sooner rather than later, they're going to be a force in the SEC West.
Love it. Thank you. You'll probably be expecting a phone call or a text from our friend Josh Pate soon, changing out that Fleetwood Mac album, but that is all right. He is a huge...
I got the Fugees, baby.
You did,
it's
yeah.
their day.
I love it. I love how they change all the time too. It's exciting to see what pops up next. So thank you, Cooper. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys. The SEC, they have 100 top 247 players coming into the conference this year. Overall, what are your final takeaways?
SEC East is kind of reloading, right? You heard Cooper talk about Tennessee. You heard him talk about South Carolina. I think we've talked about South Carolina like 3 times this morning already. Everyone's giving their own Gamecocks take, and maybe it'll ease the blow depending on what happens with Nicholas Harbor. But you got Georgia right there, right? They're kind of the king right now with Kirby Smart. He's holding court. But I just think South Carolina looks like it's trending up. Tennessee looks like it's trending up. We'll see what happens at Florida. We love their recruiting class. So it's just getting competitive out there. And then we're going to add Texas and Oklahoma to the fold here soon. So
just getting started.
Yeah.
It's an arms race. That's really what it is, right? Who is going to be able to get and ascend to the top? I think Tennessee is the one that you look for right there in that top 5 right now with the program that you maybe buy the most stock in. I know you guys are high on buying stock early on and investing in
Cowboy
guys.
stock.
Yeah, and I think Tennessee is the class that you look at and you're like, okay, they're the ones that are taking a step forward, not only in the recruiting trail, but on the field. And when you mix both of those things, I think it makes for a better outlook.
Well, Cooper just brought it up. I didn't realize that how many SEC teams hadn't signed a quarterback?
5.
Yeah,
you said 5.
5. Well, we think Nico at Tennessee. I mean, he's number 2 in our rankings, and it starts at the quarterback position. So yeah, I think if you were buying stock, maybe getting some futures this summer in Las Vegas. We look at Tennessee.
Yep.
Yeah, you nailed it though. Jeremy Pruitt, solid recruiter, but it's the translating it onto the field and the development. We'll see with Josh Heupel. No, I'm saying Jeremy Pruitt was a strong recruiter. Josh Heupel also flexing his muscle there too, but it's more the development on the field and that translating to wins. Don't worry, I got you there.
I shouldn't have questioned you.
No worries. All right, you see this thing going on at the bottom of the screen? We have gone through 3 conferences. We've got 2 more to go to, but just a reminder to all of our SEC fans out there, if you're a fan of the SEC, let me hear it. Hit that like button. I actually am keeping tabs. I think the ACC, when I told you guys to hit the like button, you've hit the most. So if you are a fan of one of these squads here, hit the like button. Also check out some of these great team sites. We've got guys boots on the ground covering these teams every single day. You're going to find insight that you can't find anywhere else. It is time to change that little bottom graphic there at the bottom of the screen. We are moving on to the Big 12. You mentioned the fact that we got 2 teams from that conference coming into the SEC, but we got a whole crop of teams joining the Big 12 this year. So first and foremost, let's start at the very top of the Big 12, and that is with how it's always been. Ever since we've started doing this thing, guys, it's either Texas or Oklahoma at number 1 and number 2, and it looks like Sark's class taking the top spot in Texas. What stands out to you about the class the Longhorns built this year?
Everyone wants to talk about what they did on offense, right? And good for good reason. You got Arch Manning, our number one player. He's the headliner in that group. You also got Cedric Baxter Jr., our number one running back, and you got some potential wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, and DeAndre Moore, Jonte Cook. I mean, they got a bunch of different weapons, but I think the defense, the more you dig into it, right, start watching the film, the more you familiarize yourself with these players, there's some stars there. Derek Williams, safety, our number 2 safety. Malik Muhammad. I mean, we've been trying to stack the corners in that group. I think you can make a case that he might be the top corner at the end of the day if he hits. So Tasuli Akana, who I just found out is an Eagle Scout, got to give him some props there. I'm also an Eagle Scout. So Jelani McDonald, we loved him at the All-American Bowl, but everyone wants to talk about the offense with Texas. What about the defense? Like, that's a unit that's going to be able to generate some punts and get Arch Manning, Quinn Ewers, whoever the football.
Yeah, I think that game against Alabama opened a lot of eyes for recruits. It was such a huge weekend for them, and it was made lesser because of the early kickoff. Had that been a primetime game, I mean, I'm thinking that they draw 400 kids, right? And I think you saw the potential for what Texas can be in the SEC. They went toe-to-toe. They could have easily won that game with a play or two here or there. And so I think if you're a defensive prospect like a Tausili Akana, like an Anthony Hill, you go in there and you say, hey, I could be the difference. I can be the missing component or that missing piece for what Steve Sarkisian is building. We already know the offense is going to be taken care of. Arch Manning is coming, right? He's going to be the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land. But I can be a difference maker, and that's why the defensive recruiting took a step forward. And it's certainly a reason why you have to be optimistic if you're in that burnt orange or if you're in or around Austin.
Yeah, we've had the Arch Manning conversation earlier on this show. Feel free to check that out all over the 24/7 Sports YouTube page. We've talked about Arch Manning, but I want to know about his recruiting chops, because when you bring in a guy like him, he calls all his buddies and he says, hey, you want to come join me at Texas? How much has having him as a recruiter helped build the rest of this class?
I keep telling people this, and they're like, really? He's the most popular recruit ever.
Yeah, because he's pretty quiet. We don't hear a lot from him.
And we live in this era where everyone wants an Instagram photo. And so, yeah, kids want to be photoed with Arch Manning. They want to be around Arch Manning, right? They want to hang out with him. So I think that played a big role in this whole thing. Do they get Cedric Baxter without Arch Manning? I don't think so. I mean, Texas went into Orlando, took a kid that grew up a Florida State fan, whose head coach played at Florida State, and they steal him, and Texas gets him. I don't think they have that reach if it isn't for Arch Manning, and I think it's going to be years to come that they're only going to benefit from this. Everyone knows Texas now because Arch Manning's there, right? And that's going to allow them. Kids are going to want to go on visits. Oh, there's Arch Manning's locker. Oh, this is Arch Manning. That's just the way it is. I mean, his two uncles got their own TV show on Monday nights. Like, everyone knows the Mannings. So I think it'll help them in 2024, 2025, and beyond.
Yeah, you wonder why he keeps losing his student IDs. Probably having to do a lot of this.
Dropping it.
It's just falling out. But I think the pieces that they got around him were obviously important, right? You got a DeAndre Moore late in the cycle. He had been recruiting him for such a long time, even when he was committed to Louisville. That had been a big interest for him, just being able to know that he's going to be a primary target for Arch Manning as they both try to ascend the world of college football together. And, you know, I think you look at when he committed and how important that was, right? To beat the likes of Georgia, to beat the likes of Alabama, these two schools that are in the mix and in the conversation to be seriously in the college football playoff. Texas was maybe the one school where you wondered there's a lot of question marks there. I don't know if he goes there. But I think it speaks to his confidence level. It speaks to the belief that he has in Steve Sarkisian. And when you have a quarterback, this being QB1 and the number one prospect in the class, that believes in the direction, it's easier to sell the program.
I've got to ask the question. I mean, back-to-back top 5 classes for Sark. When does that need to start translating into more wins?
Is it week 2? Do they travel to Alabama, or is that week 3?
It's got to be this fall.
They got to go to Tuscaloosa now.
It's got to be this fall before they head to the SEC.
You mentioned that performance last season, right, and wasn't the ideal time slot, but everyone's going to be tuned in for that game. Yep. You win that game, that's going to stock up to the moon, as my boy Cooper would say.
And they didn't win that game, but they did enough where you saw the promise, right? You saw why recruits are considering Steve Sarkisian, his vision, and what they're building there. So even if you don't win a game, all you have to do is show a little bit of fight.
Yeah, just the beginning for them. Not quite ready to say Texas is back.
Point out, I mean, they're number
Still
three, number one in the Big 12, but they'd be number 3 in the SEC behind Alabama and Georgia. Like, that's where you kind of want to be.
Yes, no, they've been in that conversation in terms of having that top 5 recruiting class, and no qualms about the way that they've been able to recruit. But 8-5, a big step last year, and hoping to continue on that. Another team joining the SEC is the Oklahoma Sooners, and we got to start at the top with them too. I mean, PJ Adebawore, the great edge that's number 2 at that position. But I heard Steve Wiltfong say this yesterday, I think. He thinks Jackson Arnold might be one of, if not the top quarterbacks in this class. Why do you think he says that, Andrew?
Well, he was the Max Preps, Gatorade National Player of the Year. We saw him in Orlando at the Under Armour All-America game. I mentioned in the past I've been going to that game for so long. I think Jackson Arnold might have been the top quarterback there. If Cade Klubnik can play as a freshman at Clemson, then I think Jackson Arnold can push for playing time there at Oklahoma. And I know I keep saying that, but I truly believe in this. This is a guy that fits what the Sooners want to do on offense under Jeff Lebby. I mean, he's a guy who's going to spread it out, run the RPOs. He's a gamer, 28-3 in Texas, one of Texas's highest classifications over the past 2 seasons. I think he just improvises. He gets it done. He's going to beat you with your legs, and he's going to beat you with his arm. You see it here on the film. So I'm a big fan. If you had a bet on a quarterback to play, I would take him before Jackson Arnold. Or I would take Jackson Arnold before Nico in 2023.
I think as much as we question why Arch Manning didn't do the camp scene and why Nico Iamaleava was missing from the Elite 11 or the All-American Bowl, well, Jackson Arnold showed up at the Elite 11, and he was maybe the best quarterback that week, beating guys like Dante Moore and Malachi Nelson. And, so he's going out and competing and really showing out. And I think that's what really struck me about him, and winning that Gatorade National Player of the Year is a huge honor. It's a list that includes guys like Kyler Murray most recently, and he reminds me a lot of Baker Mayfield and just his improvisation and his ability to just be a gamer, and he takes a big hit and he will go and play, right? I think that's the mold that he's built with.
Well, we've struggled to find a player comp for him, and we've thrown some out there, and it's not well met by Sooner Nation. I think like Taylor Heineke in terms of how he kind of moves around and just makes magic. I think that's
starting NFL quarterback.
But yeah, I guess then we've gone to Sam Howell. I don't know if Sam Howell's good enough yet. He started 1 game. But no, Jackson Arnold's a real deal. And I also think, just kind of like with Texas, we always talk about the offensive side of the ball. I think what Oklahoma did on defense deserves a bunch of credit. You mentioned
number 5 player on your freaks list.
Yeah, PJ. But Makari Vickers is a DB that we liked in San Antonio, a guy I've been super high on. Reminds me of DeMarco Helms, who was at Alabama. Lewis Carter, great take for them out of Tampa. I mean, when has Oklahoma ever gone to Tampa and just pulled some guy out of there? I think that's kind of the power of moving to the SEC. Everyone wonders, why does Texas and why do you want to go to that conference? Yeah, TV money matters, but you also get access to athletes that you never had access to before. And that's the case with Lewis Carter.
Yeah, and remember they got Peyton Bowen, right, who was previously committed to Notre Dame, flipped to Oregon on signing day, ends up changing his mind and stays closer to home to play for the Sooners. And the job that Brent Venables did wasn't easy, right? Like, they didn't have the best season. The expectations were there for them. We know that Texas needs to take a step forward. Well, Oklahoma was already there, and they took a step back on the field in that first year under Brent Venables. So it was a harder sell for him, and for him to do the job that he did as a recruiter is really spectacular, I thought.
You mentioned with Texas, right? Hey, when do we need to start seeing the results? I think when you look at Oklahoma with Brent Venables, you can even apply this to Miami. We were talking about them earlier with Mario Cristobal. Like, you got your one class, right? Yeah. That was your one class. You can sell, hey, you're the answer. Well, now you need to go out and win in 2023, or there's going to be a lot of parents, a lot of kids, a lot of high school coaches going, hey, how do I know you're going to be there in 2024? So kudos to what Brent Venables did here in this year. Now you got to go win games, especially with you going to the SEC.
Especially with that. Okay, a team that's not going to the SEC, but maybe stick around and be the top team in the conference, and that is TCU. They took a nice trip, though, to the national championship this year. And as I said when we introduced the Big 12 rankings here, ever since we started tracking this and ranking classes, it's always been either Texas or OU at the top of these rankings. What's the likelihood that TCU takes over that top spot when those top 2 move on to the SEC?
Well, I got some questions about the future of the quarterback room. I would have said that I would have thought if Jaden Rashada had picked them, they'd have been the trendy pick for the next few years. But
recruiting-wise, what they're able to do on the trail, do you think they're going to take over that top spot in the Big 12?
I think there's a chance. Okay. I mean, the talents there. You look at this list: Cordell Russell, Marquise Deal. Both those are top 247 talents from the state of Texas. And I'm talking about, you got to keep winning, right? We saw them at the college football playoff, and I just want to know what they're going to do at quarterback, as that's going to allow them to win games. Again, in the important position there. So I like TCU, this group. Cordell Russell is a guy I wish I had on my freaks list. I told Mike Roach, who works in Texas for us, Mike, why didn't you tell me about this kid prior? His basketball highlights are awesome. I think he's a wide receiver one type, but it's a player development program, right? So it might not be the sexiest of names, but there's some gems in there. And I think their college football playoff run allowed them to get some guys that they might not have gotten before. And now you turn to the 2024 cycle, all those kids that just watched them take on Georgia, maybe not that game, but the game a little prior. But now everyone knows who TCU is, and I think you use that on the recruiting trail. You put that in your Twitter bio. You put that on your shirt. So I think they do have a chance to take over there in 2024.
I think so too, because it's going to be an interesting dynamic now with Texas and Oklahoma leaving for the SEC. It's going to broaden their recruiting landscape for TCU. And what I mean by that is Oklahoma and Texas are going to have to go after some big fish to keep up in the SEC. That's going to open the doors for TCU, for the programs in the Big 12 to go after maybe some players that would have snuck into a Texas class or an Oklahoma class. They're going to have to pick and choose the gems. One of them for me is Jamel Johnson. He was formerly committed to Texas, a big, long, rangy safety who looks kind of like a linebacker, but you saw in the graphic earlier 3 safeties among their top commits list. It's needed in the big, wide open Big 12 conference where you need those back halves, defensive backs to be able to clean up on big run plays or limit explosive touchdown plays. You need guys that can cover the field and close quickly on the football. Jamel Johnson fits that mold for me.
Speed and space game, right? They're going to move some guys around. They're also going to be active in the transfer portal. They've done that as well. So there are some pieces. Cordell Russell is my favorite. He's a fighter. His basketball highlights are awesome. That's my new thing, basketball players at wide receiver. And I'm a big believer in him. So I think he's going to make an impact on the outside. Obviously, they're going to lose some of the talent to the NFL draft, but Cordell Russell, remember that name.
Yeah, not too shabby there. Yeah, TCU, a top 20 national class last year, 45. So already success for Sonny Dykes' squad. How about number 4 in the Big 12? That is Texas Tech. I mean, when Joey McGuire took over, they were a number 43 class. He's been able to elevate them into a top 25 class. You talk a lot about the excitement when it comes to him at the head coach. How do you see that translate on the recruiting trail?
Remember, he was hired, I think it was October of November of last year. And so as they had an interim coach in place, he could go to games and start recruiting. And they brought not only a bunch of 2022s on campus, but a bunch of 2023s, and it's a lot of those guys we just saw up there on the screen. So Joey McGuire has been working at this class a lot longer than other first-year head coaches. It's very Texas-heavy. That's what he wants to do. He wants to recruit in the state, and it's a lot of developmental traits. Jake Strong's a quarterback I like. Was watching some of his game tape the other day. I think he has the tools to win in the Big 12, but we talk about stacking foundational classes. I think this is one of the best ones out there. It's going to be the best ever for Texas Tech in our rankings. I think they were sitting number 24 right now. So great start for Joey McGuire. You know he loves to recruit. That's kind of his thing. Former high school football head coach there in the state of Texas and well respected by those in the Lone Star State.
I remember 6-7 years ago going to Under Armour camps down in the Lone Star State, and Joey McGuire would open his doors for his facility, right? His high school football field to hold these camps, and I think he understands the dynamics in the state, right? He understands those connections are how that program should be built. The lifeblood of Texas Tech should be through in-state recruiting. And when you think about maybe the schools that will benefit from Texas leaving, from Oklahoma leaving, maybe from TCU going out and broadening their scope as well, Texas Tech is that school that can really find some gems. I think, I like Dylan Spencer when I was looking at their list. 6'4", 240, defensive lineman who I think physically, if he develops and turns into, kind of a bigger 3-tech, could be a huge difference maker for them up front. I think he right now is not playing the position that he will play in the future. I think the ceiling for him is super high.
Sleeping giant. I want to say, Patrick Mahomes went to Texas Tech. They're going to have another guy go in the top 10 here, a pass rusher. Texas Tech is in the spotlight. Joey McGuire's tapping into it. They start winning some games, they can get that thing rolling.
They've already started. Another guy that can kind of show the proof of concept for the first time in history. They beat both Texas and Oklahoma in the same season, so a lot of excitement there. How about the number 5 team in the Big 12? We had the discussion, is TCU going to take over as top dog? How about the champs? Kansas State here putting together a very respectable top 30 class here. And the standout, of course, is the guy that they snagged at quarterback, our QB8 in Avery Johnson.
He is the headliner, and last year Kansas State was 63rd in the rankings, right? That's the bottom of the Power 5, and I look at this group, you bring up the quarterback, it starts there with him. Another one on the freaks list, dual sport athlete, great basketball player, exceptional testing numbers, and we know what the Wildcats want to do on offense, right? They like to move their quarterback around, run the football. Avery Johnson can do just that. I think he's going to need some time to tack on some weight and everything like that, but he's ready to go. He can win games in the Big 12. And then Joe Jackson, you also saw him on the screen. Kid from the state of Florida, Polk County, overlooked by a lot of people. I think he can go. I would not be surprised if he's a 1,000-yard back there in the Big 12. Nice little find for them in a region they don't really recruit. You don't see him a lot in the state of Florida.
Yeah, K-State historically has been known as a program that really goes after JUCOs, and I think in the transfer portal era, they have to be able to target those prospects that can help them make an impact right away. But I look at Trey Spivey on that list because he's a receiver that's going to be an outlet for Avery Johnson in the future, a player that's still developing, a player that's still getting better, the son of a former major leaguer. I know you got to think for Boy Scouts and basketball players and things. I'm a baseball guy, so Trey Spivey, the son of Junior Spivey, really wide catch radius, a player who you loved in the 7-on-7 circuit and still getting better. I think still learning the intricacies of football, and it's a really good run blocker. And when you think about K-State, you think about physical wideouts on the outside, you think of players like Trey Spivey who will be stars in Manhattan.
Blocking for Joe Jackson as he comes skirting around the outside on those some RPOs. I'm here for it.
Yep.
I am here for it as well. All right, those are the top 5 classes in the Big 12. If you are a fan of the conference, hit the like button. If you're a fan of us, if you're a fan of the show, please hit the like button. We would love to spread the word about what we got going on today. And we're calling this we've used this term a lot, right? Tying a bow on the class. But there are still prospects who are going to sign and who are going to make their college destination known. So for more on the Big 12, let's head out to Pate's Pen to Paper Pub.
I love her so much. It is an amazing day. Steve Wolfong is putting down the phone just long enough to do these segments. We got an update again on Nicholas Harbor, which is one of the names that we followed all morning, Steve. I've heard South Carolina, I've heard Oregon. It feels like a ping pong match. Where are we now?
Well, I think that South Carolina serve again. And look, yesterday reported, hey, I like South Carolina with 23 hours to go. Then last night, it's like, I like Oregon with 11 hours to go. I think are we at 18? I get mixed up with time, but
we're less than 2 hours to go now.
My prediction now is South Carolina. I think there's been a lot of jostling with this recruitment. If you guys are recruitniks and you follow recruiting, there's always a recruitment like this or two down the stretch every cycle. It just happens to be Nicholas Harbor. I think last night when he called it a day, I think Oregon was the one to beat. I think now here going into his announcement, South Carolina is the program that's in a good position here again. But I will say this, I think everyone should tune into his announcement because, like I said, I feel good about South Carolina right now. There's still time on the clock. But Nicholas Harbor, elite speed, obviously, Paris Olympics ambition. South Carolina's track coach is a 27-year veteran that's coached at the international level and sent many people on. Great relationship with Shane Beamer, Jody Wright, and that staff. Has a great relationship with their commits and players on the team. And I think truly that South Carolina is the program that he's probably favored most of his process. So maybe even though some other schools have emerged at the top at various times, and this is obviously a tough decision here down the stretch with so many enticing options. He takes an official visit to Oregon over the weekend. The Ducks give him the red carpet treatment. The Ducks give him the red carpet treatment out there for track. Hayward Field, track coach stays back instead of going to a track meet to show what a priority recruit he is. Dan Lanning goes in home 2 weeks ago. Track coach goes in home last Monday. Gets a chance to rub elbows with Phil Knight a little bit and talk about Nike athlete and all that. I think that's also an exciting opportunity. So challenging decision for Nicholas Harbor down the stretch. I think he really likes both programs, and that's why it's been so nip and tuck here. But South Carolina has been in great position, has been on him as early as anybody, got him to campus early, got him to campus 3 times. And the intel right now favors South Carolina.
It's not over until it's over. A quick reminder what's coming up now. He is scheduled to announce and sign a little after 1 o'clock Eastern time. That's the first thing to know. The second thing to know is in about 20 or so minutes, Brian Doan, who is on location.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned Brian Doan. Through all of that, Brian Doan is on the scene, as you said. Got a text message from our guy, Brian Doan, who said he's talking to people at the school naturally, very social guy. And he said the vibe around those parts is also South Carolina. So a good buzz at Washington, D.C. Archbishop Carroll in favor of the Gamecocks right now.
So we'll hear from Brian Doan top of the hour on this very program. So a lot to still come on that front. Okay, let's shift back now. There's no easy way to transition, but we go back to the Big 12. You look at this conference, and it feels like they've got about 27 teams in the conference now with 4 new arrivals. Houston's out here, Central Florida's out here, Cincy's out here, Brigham Young. Overall, Steve, what stands out, and then we'll zoom in kind of program to program a little bit.
Well, obviously Blair and Andrew and Emily touched on a lot of what stands out in the Big 12. I just want to say Texas, they have the #1 class in the conference again. It's their second straight top 5 recruiting class, and there's a lot to like about it when you rank that high. But I just kind of like the general philosophy of how they're trying to build this program up the right way. We've seen Texas have top 5 recruiting classes before. But it's been filled with a lot of skill players and quarterbacks and not much of difference makers at the point of attack. But you look at these last 2 cycles, maybe the best offensive line class in the country in 2022. This cycle, they come back with 5 more guys, not as touted as the group in 2022, but 4 guys already over 300 pounds. Jaden Chapman, Peyton Kirkland, Connor Stroh, Andre Kojo, and then Trevor Goosby's the 6'6", 280 high developmental upside guy that like TCU tried to flip late that they hung on to. So Steve Sarkisian and his staff putting a lot of emphasis on the point of attack. They took 6 last year, 5 this year, so 11 new offensive linemen coming into the program over the last 2 cycles. I think that's big for a program that, in my opinion's identity has been somewhat soft for the since the Vince Young days, and so they're trying to turn that around and be tougher at the point of attack. Really good front 7 haul 2 years ago. Really good linebacker, defensive back haul this cycle. And then Colton Vasek, I think he's going to be one of the more ready-made defensive end guys in this class as well. So really excited about what Texas is doing. TCU, it's kind of similar to what we said about Tennessee earlier. One of the best offenses in college football, and they rode that to the national title game. But it was a defense that ranked number 95 in total defense, despite having 2 NFL corners out there. So this class is heavy on the defensive side there. You look at the top recruits in this class. I mean, Cordell Russell has all the makings to be a Biletnikoff candidate himself down the road. But the bulk and the meat of this class is on the defensive side with guys like Marcus Deal and Avian Carter, some disruptive in-state players. Marcus Deal, that's a big deal. They beat Georgia to keep him in state. They beat Texas and Oklahoma and USC, among others, for him. He may be he's one of the best 2-way linemen in America that would have all-American potential as an offensive lineman as well. Zachary Chapman, Jonathan Bax, a couple other defensive players around the ball line of scrimmage that I like for them. And it's a really good defensive back class for TCU with Randon Fontanetti, Jamel Johnson, and then Javian Wilcox, who had 125 tackles last year. And they have the top JUCO cornerback in America, Channing Canada, coming in. So real point of emphasis for Sonny Dykes and company. And then, one of my favorite quarterbacks that's not in the top 5 right now at the position is Avery Johnson. 6'2", 175 pounds. He's going to head to Kansas State And out of Mays High, he's kind of already a Kansas high school legend there, but threw for 2,768 yards and 29 touchdowns to just 3 interceptions as a senior, rushed for 817 more yards and 15 scores. He's a fantastic basketball player that'll rise up and dunk on somebody, hits 400 on the baseball diamond, has never really fully focused on football, but I thought he had some electric moments at the Elite 11 finals, really showing his talent and ability in that arena. And as he continues to develop physically, sort of how we talked about with Jaden Rashada, I think his potential's through the roof. And I think Kansas State has a chance to boast one of the best quarterbacks in college football after Avery Johnson gets a year or two in the hopper.
I think a lot of people are curious when we talk about the 4 new additions here, whether it's Central Florida, Houston, certainly those 2 programs, they're coming from recruiting hotbeds. You're talking about talent-rich Texas, talent-rich Florida. And so, Steve, I think when you add in BYU and you add in Cincinnati, a lot of people are curious about where you may think those programs will fit in the Big 12 pecking order, because it's not just automatically, well, there's your 11 through 14.
Right. Well, I think if you look at Cincinnati, Houston, and UCF, I mean, those are all programs. I mean, UCF has won a national championship recently.
Some say.
Cincinnati has played in the college football playoff recently and New Year's Six Bowl. And then we've seen Houston rattle off 11 wins and have one of the more exciting head coaches on the offensive side of the ball in the country in Dana Holgorsen. So those are 3 really good additions. Now, when Brett Yormark, the Big 12 Conference Commissioner, he had when he read the news that Luke Fickell was going to Wisconsin, he had to be incredibly disappointed to be losing one of the premier coaches in college football, because Cincinnati is a program that was built to last. I mean, they had so many injuries this year, lost 9 guys to the NFL draft, including their quarterback, and there they were last week of the season with a chance to win the conference title. And so now with Scott Satterfield, who's a good coach, you still don't necessarily know what that's going to look like at Cincinnati compared to Luke Fickell, who turned them into a national powerhouse. But those are 3 programs that, in my opinion, have an opportunity to become one of the best teams in the conference. Cincinnati's obvious. UCF and their track record, I think, is also obvious, and they have one of the better coaches in the country in Gus Malzahn. And then Houston. I mean, they land Mikhail Harrison Pilot, a top 247 receiver at the All-America Bowl, a terrific 2-way player on the prep level. They beat TCU for him, also at Texas and Oklahoma. So Houston has already shown that they can flex with some of the best schools in their region on the trail, and now they have the Big 12 logo on their jacket when they go into homes and recruit. I think that they have a chance. I wouldn't be surprised if we look up in a couple years and Houston's winning a Big 12 title. That league's got great parity. That league's had a lot of teams at the top. Texas hasn't been at the top in a while, so we'll see if Steve Sarkisian and Longhorns can change that.
We'll talk about superlatives in just a second. A couple of thank yous right quick. Number 1 to you guys, because, well, we couldn't do it without you. Just a quick thing I would request, humbly, kindly. If you want things like this to continue to be provided to you free of charge, just do me a favor and click that thumbs up button. It's very free, it's easy, nothing happens, and subscribe to the channel. Those are the 2 requests. And the other bit of thanks is Academy Sports and Outdoors for also helping to make this product, Late Kick as well, free of charge.
And I want to say one thing before we get to superlatives about Iowa State's class, because I think it was a sneaky good haul for the Cyclones here as they try and bounce back from the tough season of the Matt Campbell era. J.J. Cole's the headliner, a quarterback with all the intangibles and arm strength that you're looking for. Probably the most imposing player at the position as well. He's a big kid. Benjamin Bramer, he's the guy that I think from the Big 12 class, he's the most under-the-radar recruit in the conference that has a chance to emerge as one of the best players in college football. He's 6'6", 215 pounds, 3-sport athlete, basketball and track. His dad's the football coach. He's got length, athleticism, and he had a special senior year, 81 catches, 1,525 yards, and 21 touchdowns. He's a guy that at 6'6", 205 pounds has tremendous upside at the tight end position, and they have a really good running back class with Abu Fama, 6 touchdowns in the state title game, and then Carson Hansen, the 2-time Gatorade Player of the Year in Minnesota, who rushed for over 1,700 yards and 21 touchdowns. So Iowa State looking to get back on track with a strong under-the-radar 2023 class.
That's what the Big 12 looks like from our angle. Let's talk superlatives. Chris Singletary joining Emily.
Let's do it. All right, the man with the whitest smile who works here at 24/7 Sports. I love it. No, Chris, I'm giving you a superlative before we get to some Big 12 superlatives. You are very welcome. Let's start with who is the next Brock Purdy in this conference? I want to know the guy that's going to have a long starting career in college and potentially make some NFL noise.
I think Steve just touched on it. I'm a huge fan of Avery Johnson. When you look at his athleticism, his ability, first had an opportunity to really watch him at the Elite 11, and I loved his makeup. I loved his mobility, being able to make plays out of the pocket. I loved his arm talent. The thing that, and Steve touched on it, is he has the ability to really now focus on playing football. And I think you couple that with him going to Kansas State and what they did this past year, the two-headed monster that led them to playing and winning the Big 12 championship. You see a guy that has a lot of talent in terms of just really understanding how to play the game at the high level, really honing in on his mechanics to be able to sustain what they just did this past year at K-State and really take his game to the next level. So I see him being able to come in there and really refine his game, put up tremendous stats, and continue them in a manner where they have been, where they continue to win, and again, be able to play for Big 12 championships. So I'm excited about Avery Johnson.
All right, let's press pause on the QB conversation and give me a diamond in the rough in this conference.
A diamond in the rough is my guy, Jamil Johnson from Seguin High School going to TCU. The thing that I really like about him is his length. You're talking about a guy that's over 6 foot, over a 6'3", 6'4" wingspan. And the thing that I think makes him a diamond in the rough for me is the fit. When you watch the 3-3-5 that they play down there in Horn Frog land, he fits, whether he's playing the post safety or he's playing either one of those overhang positions. He has the length and the athleticism to be a playmaker. And most importantly, he plays with tremendous physicality, which you don't find a lot of guys on the back end.
All right, Chris, who's a name that we need to know that will be making an instant impact this upcoming season?
Now, I got two of them. Two
I love
guys.
it.
I had to go one offense, one defense.
Okay.
I'm really excited to see now, after his first year down there in Norman, Oklahoma, with what he had to do in terms of really to kind of flip that roster. I'm excited to see what Jackson Arnold does. I'm excited to see how he'll fit in that offense. I think he's tailor-made for it. I loved his demeanor. He's a winner. I love his arm talent. And I really think also with the mobility that he brings, whether it's a true RPO, quarterback one, or just extending plays, I think he's a guy that really can take that offense and really maximize what they want to do with it from that standpoint. So I'm excited to see Jackson Arnold down there in Norman, Oklahoma. And then the other young man that I want to touch on is a guy by the name of Anthony Hill. I think he is the Swiss Army knife that can really take the defense at Texas to the next level, whether he's playing off-ball backer, whether he's blitzing, whether he's coming off the edge. I think when you look at his size and length, I think Anthony Hill is a tremendous prospect that will also be able to fit well in what they do at Texas to really take that defense to the next level, to be an elite level, because that's the jump they have to make. They was able to score points, but now can you stop people? And I think this young man, having seen him live a spring ago, and really was impressed by his physical stature and the way he moved, I think he's a guy that really could be a huge help on the defensive side of the ball for the Longhorns.
All right, you've already mentioned a couple of quarterbacks. Who is your first QB up? This is the guy that will potentially see the field for the first guy to see the field.
I know some people are going to think I'm crazy, but it's going to be hard if things don't go well down in Austin to keep Arch Manning off the field. I think when you look at the way he was recruited, you look at his ability, you look at everything that comes with him. If things don't come out of the gate and they're not playing at a high clip, I think this is a guy that you can go to the bullpen early and want to get him on the field. I'm excited to see Arch Manning play with guys that have similar talent at their positions. When you look at the, Texas skill talent and some of the guys they brought in the class, whether it's the running back, offensive line, and the receiver position, now he's going to be able to play with comparable talent at those positions and just being able to distribute the ball across the perimeter and the deep ball, and also hand the ball to some of those guys. I'm excited to see what he does when he actually steps on the field down in Austin.
Chris, I don't think you're crazy for saying the #1 quarterback in the class. We'll see him play soon. I'm excited to see what he does at that next level. Let's finish here with your sleeper class. Who is it?
My sleeper class is K-State. I really like K-State from the culture standpoint. When you look at what Coach Kleiman has done in terms of really building that up, kind of like he did at his previous stop, you see that they play with a lot of guys that are like-minded. I'm talking about Jordan Allen, one of the top edge rushers in their class, and what he brings in terms of his athleticism, his demeanor. You know, he was a state discus champ as a junior, so you see the explosiveness. Asa Newsom is a guy that I really like as well. A 6'4", 205 pounds, a guy that could be a factor playing off-ball linebacker, also can be able to play in space. And then at 205, you're talking about a young man that could top out at 210, 215, 220 range is tremendous. And then I love two more guys along with this class. Joe Jackson, you know, you talk about what they lost with Deuce Vaughn now going to the next level. I think like Andrew Ivins touched on earlier, I think this young man is a sleeper. You get him in space, he can catch the ball. He is a tremendous overall threat. And then last but not least, Trey Spivey from here in Arizona. Had an opportunity to see him play. From a physical standpoint, you're not going to find a better looking receiver. As he continued to learn the position from a standpoint of understanding route running, how to really use his size to his advantage. He has the speed, and he also has the physical makeup. Now it's again the opportunity for him to continue to play the position, and it doesn't hurt that you have Major League Baseball genes in your body. So you know, with his dad being Junior Spivey. So I think if you look at Kansas State, the culture and mixed with the players that they brought in this class is tremendous, and I think everything in Manhattan is trending in the right direction.
I mean, already they're winning the Big 12. Chris, thank you so much. Hey, for more coverage of your favorite team, head to these awesome team sites. They'll give you all the information that you need to know, especially with, you know, the recruiting game just continually changes, and it's probably going to change here in the next couple of minutes. We are keeping our eye on the commitment of Nicholas Harbor, and so we're welcoming in our friend Brian Doan again. Hello, you got a different background, as promised. You have moved. You are at Archbishop Carroll High School getting ready to find out where Nicholas Harbor goes. Steve Wiltfong mentioned you've been texting him. You've been doing kind of a vibe check there. So tell us, what are you hearing?
Well, first of all, it's crazy right now. We got a DJ and the students are in there and probably about 10 minutes away from the announcement. But, you know, this has been an Oregon-South Carolina battle for probably the last 48 hours, particularly going back and forth. And the vibe being here at the school, talking to a lot of people at the school, is South Carolina. I know that's a lot of the same stuff that Steve is hearing. Listen, South Carolina makes a lot of sense just because of location, relationships, good track coach, good track program. I was talking to the athletic director here at Archbishop Carroll, Brian Ellerby, who is the former Michigan basketball coach, by the way. And he was telling me how impressed he was, you know, when Shane Beamer came here with 6 assistants on one recruiting visit when he was allowed into the school. So I think there's a lot of momentum for South Carolina. But one thing I've learned with Nicholas Harbor, and I do think South Carolina is trending, is there always seems to be a curveball.
Always expect the unexpected when it comes to him and just, you know, recruiting in general. If they do end up landing the #1 athlete in the class, this would be their 6th highest ranked prospect ever. How big a win would this be for what Shane Beamer is trying to build at South Carolina?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a huge win for them or for Oregon, but for South Carolina, the time that they've invested in this thing is absolutely enormous. The manpower, how many times he got to campus, and I go back to over the summer when he was getting ready to run in a track meet, or it may have been late spring, and he was running a track meet and he decided to make a 3-4 hour trip over to South Carolina the day before the meet just to hang out with them. He's friends with some of the kids from the DMV, which is kind of the DC, Maryland region here, including Desmond Umeozulu, a defensive end who signed with South Carolina. It would be huge, and I think it's also huge for South Carolina's track program. One of the things that I'm hearing as I'm at the school today is there's a chance that he could develop as a football player, but also spend a lot of time doing track and field with his eye on the next Olympics. And I know that's a big goal of his. And you're talking about a kid who pretty much rolled out a football season and put up the best 200-meter time and 60-meter time in the country this year in the last 2 weeks.
Man, I could just keep watching his track highlights forever. I mean, just the size difference between some of the other kids that are running next to him. He's not just the #1 athlete. I mean, he's the #1 freak in this class. Brian, you've been doing this for a long time. Have you seen another guy as freaky as Nicholas Harbor?
No, because of the speed, right? And I think the easy comparison is Usain Bolt because of the size, who I was fortunate enough to see run at the Penn Relays once. And It's just impressive. It doesn't make sense. There's so many aspects of what Harbor does from an athletic standpoint, whether it's football or on the track. They just don't make sense. And that's why he's the number 1 athlete. That's why he's the number 15 player. And that's why it's going down to the wire with NIL, with schools crazy to get him, because you don't see this. I've been doing this more than a decade. I've been involved with covering sports for 30 years. You don't see this. I mean, it is so rare. I wish I could figure out the best way to explain to people who just started following recruiting. You don't see this at the high school level.
You don't need to explain it. Again, just throwing on his tape, it's blatantly obvious. Brian, appreciate you taking some time. We are counting down the minutes, the seconds, till we finally hear the decision from the number 1 athlete in the class, Nicholas Harbor. So go ahead into the auditorium or wherever else you got to go. We're going to chat here a little bit more about him, and I've got to ask you the exact same question. You're the one that puts together this freaks list. Have you seen a guy as freaky as Nicholas Harbor?
Yeah, they're playing on Sundays there in the NFL. I mean, I think when you get around like an NFL guy, you're like, okay, this guy is the real deal. I mean, I always tell people, you know, you'll see an NFL player somewhere in South Florida on high school sidelines. I'm like, oh, who's this like defensive end? They're like, no, that's a wide receiver. And you're like, oh, okay.
Okay.
Pat Surtain, the second, looks like an edge rusher, and he's a cornerback. No, Nicholas Harbor. I'll come clean here. First time I actually shook hands with him and talked with him was at the Under Armour All-America game at check-in. And I said, hey, man, you're my number 1 freak in the class. Like, what is the freakiest thing that you think you can do? I said, I personally think it's when you ran a 27.9 in the 200 without starter blocks. And he's like, yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Good, yeah.
He's like, I'm going back to that track meet. And he did 2 weeks ago. He's like, I'm going to break that time. He did break that time. I think it's like, he got it down to like 27.6. So that's impressive. But then he runs the 60-meter dash, right? And he tells me the 60-meter dash is not his time. From research I did, Ivan's stats and info department, he's got like the second fastest 60-meter dash time out of any football player I've ever seen. The guy in front of him is Anthony Schwartz. He went, what was it, 6.64 or something like that. I don't know what it was, but it was faster than Marquise Goodwin, who's with the Seattle Seahawks and has been in the Olympic trials. It was faster than Andy Isabella, who ran a 4.31 at the scouting combine years and years ago. Both those guys are under 6 foot and like weigh 180 pounds. Nicholas Harbor is 6'5", 225 pounds. He is a freak. Steve Wilfong always brings up how he could work for NASA one day. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, this guy's the real deal. Look at him on that track. I mean, he's a monster, and he's got a huge catch radius. He's a freak. Cooper says he snuck out of Area 51. I mean, we can just keep rolling on and on, whatever you want to say.
Blair, what position does he play, do you think?
That's the interesting part, right? Is he a tight end? Is he an edge rusher? What's he going to be at the next level? And I think it's all untold. We don't know like where his best game or where he makes the most impact. It just depends on how he continues to grow physically. He's not a finished product physically, but he's got all the tools, all the flexibility, all the fluidity. He's got the smarts to be able to pick up anything, right? If he works for NASA and he snuck out of Area 51, maybe he's an inside agent or some sort. But I think he's got everything that you want, and he's just a ball of clay. And you can just mold it to whatever. I mean, he might be the freakiest edge rusher in the history of football if he plays edge rusher, right? With his get off, with his speed, with his quickness. If he plays tight end, imagine the matchup issues against linebackers or against safeties or what he's able to do downfield, racing up the seam. I mean, the sky's the limit for him.
Yeah, we are waiting to hear the decision from the number 1 athlete in the class, Nicholas Harbor. You mentioned talking to him at the All-American game. You gave us a great quote. I'm going to go ahead and read it because I just love it. He said, he told you, I can really do anything. You give me a couple of months to do anything. I could be a 5-star in anything. I could be a 5-star in basketball. Just give me 5 months to get my handles and shooting down, but I got you. He said, tennis, I got you. Rugby, that's easy. That's just football without pads. Finally, badminton, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to do it. Water polo, same thing. I mean, just a spectacular quote. It's not just the athleticism. He's got it between the ears, too.
Yeah, he does. And Blair, you're talking about, is he offensive guy or a defensive guy? We're seeing clips of him up here do it on both sides. And I was in the camp of he is a pass rusher long term. That is what I thought, right? And then he shows up to the Under Armour All-America game. First night of practices, I saw him run, I think, like 5 routes on air, and I'm like, okay, I get it as him as a pass catcher. Now, he does not have the best hands. Let's just be clear on that. Like, he fights the football a little bit, but his catch radius is a monster. He's got, tentacles for arms. He can go up and get the football. And then you saw him go up against top-flight defensive backs, and we're talking guys who run 10.9s in the 100-meter dash. Harbor runs right at them and goes right past them and catches the football. So I think a lot of people, when they break down the tape on Nicholas Harbor, and I've talked with college coaches that are involved in that recruitment, they're like, oh, he's not that great of a football player. I'm like, yeah, but you know what, guys? Stop focusing on what he isn't right now and what he could be. He is a freak athlete. And if it all comes together, he could be a Kyle Pitts, right? He could be someone that you target, and it is a straight-up mismatch all over the field. So he is a special talent. There's a reason why he stayed in the 5-star range for us. I think tight end, he could be a pass rusher. Someone's getting a good football player when he makes a decision here. How far?
All right, I'm hearing it is official. Brian Doan is there. And it is official. He is headed to South Carolina. So a huge coup for Shane Beamer and company. That is the 6th highest ranked prospect in the history of South Carolina recruiting. The #1 athlete, Nicholas Harbor, is headed to South Carolina. We talked about all of the things he brings as a football player, as a track athlete. NASA, apparently. I think he wants to be a surgeon at some point. So much is made of what he can bring to whoever was going to end up landing him, and it sounds like, how about it? South Carolina has made it official. This was the big question mark of the day. Now that it's solved, your first reaction, Blair?
I mean, I'm in the pettiness camp, and I want a video of Shane Beamer puffing a cigar because he just beat Oregon.
I'm going to his Twitter account right now.
So I need that first and foremost, but obviously it's huge, right? Shane Beamer, we had already mentioned him 3-4 times on this show. This is the 5th time we talk about him, and for good reason, because Nicholas Harbor now becomes the jewel of this class. All the effort, all the basically the time and the resources that you spent on recruiting this player and beating the schools that you beat for this ball of clay that you can now mold into the mega ultimate ultra offensive or defensive player, he is now headed to South Carolina.
What a wild recruitment. I mean, this is gonna go down in some recruiting lore.
Mm-hmm.
It was South Carolina yesterday when we all arrived in Nashville. Last night, Steve's telling us it's Oregon. Then he comes in at South Carolina again. Maryland was involved in this. Michigan was involved in this. I had a recruiting staffer at Miami tell me that they thought he was the best prospect in the entire country. So this is huge for South Carolina. Again, I said it when we were talking about favorite classes outside of the top 10. I said 2 years ago, Shane Beamer signed the 80th best high school recruiting class, right? That was the worst in SEC history. Now they're sitting 16. Somehow Nicholas Harbor doesn't move him up in the calculations. That's fine. He is the prize. And he's going to a great situation. Mm-hmm. You look at the track program at South Carolina, track coach Curtis Fry. He has worked as an assistant coach for the Team USA a few times. He's helped develop 60 national champions there. They currently have a football player on the track team, Emery Floyd. That's a guy that can kind of guide him along. Hey, come in, man. I'll show you how it's done. It's a lot easier to recruit someone when someone's already doing it, doing that multi-sport thing. So I love the fit. I don't think he's going to be thrust into action there at South Carolina. It sounds like they're probably going to use him as a tight end. There's 2 other tight ends in the class. So Nicholas Harbor can come in, find his footing, run some track, get ready. And Shane Beamer, he's the tight ends coach by trade, helped develop Charlie Warner, who was it when he was at Georgia. So I think Mr. Beamer is going to be partying a little bit. Maybe he might not be in a tree. Like, how do you celebrate this one?
I think it's a great situation for Nicholas Harbor because I think his emphasis and his point of concentration is the Olympics, right? He wants to run and he wants to be a medalist at some point, and he's got all the tools to be able to do that. So he can do that and focus on just getting his feet wet at South Carolina, figuring out what he's going to do on the football side of things. If he does want to be a tight end, who doesn't want to strike up the band in the SEC? Nicholas Harbor now has a chance.
Yeah, there's also a big hole at tight end for South Carolina, so hopefully he fills that seamlessly. Again, we've been talking about how great this South Carolina class is all show long. This was before they got Nicholas Harbor. So again, the 16th ranked class nationally, just continuing to add to that. We got another commitment we got to talk about here. USC landing tight end Walker Lyons. Blair, this is kind of your neck of the woods. What's your initial reaction?
It's huge because if they miss on Deuce Robinson, at least they have their tight end. This is a player who was at Stanford or committed to Stanford for such a long time, backed off once David Shaw lost that job, and it seemed like it was Georgia for 1 minute for Walker Lyons. Utah had been a school that had been up there in his list of contenders as well. But the Trojans get a big-time tight end who gives them them some ammo in 2024. He's going to go on a 2-year church mission that starts soon. He will be back in time for the 2024 season. And this is a player who has, I think, the skill set to be a dynamic presence in the middle of the field. He's gotten comparisons to Brock Bowers. They both come from Northern California, and that's a player that they really sorely needed, especially since we don't know what Deuce Robinson's going to do yet.
Real quick for me, we talk about Ohio State, that wide receiver group, and the tight end with Jelani Thurman. How about USC? Zachariah Branch, who we're calling Tyreek Hill. They got Jacoby Lane, Mekhi Lemon, and now they add a tight end to the fold for Malachi Nelson. I mean, Lincoln Riley, that offense isn't slowing down anytime soon as they make their way into the Big Ten. He's going to be there in 2024. That's when they're playing in the Big Ten.
And this is a come-from-behind victory, right? He had been committed to Stanford initially, had taken an early official visit to USC that first weekend of June.
Georgia was also in there.
So for them to beat out, Todd Hartley in Georgia and beat out Utah, which, he was in the stands for that 16-catch performance from Dalton Kincaid against USC of all teams. So I think he saw the future of what that offense could look like, especially at tight end. We've seen what Lincoln Riley was able to do at Oklahoma with that position. Hasn't done that at USC yet, but just he doesn't have the guys yet. Walker Lyons can be that guy.
What effect, if any, do you think that this commitment could have potentially on what Deuce Robinson ends
It
up doing
could be it could be a plus. They were actually on that same official visit together to USC in early June, and they've struck a relationship. And Deuce Robinson has said, I'm not going to shy away from competition. We mentioned Georgia earlier, Pierce Spurlin, guys like Lawson Lucky, who's already committed and signed. They were considering also landing Walker Lyons, the guys that are already in that tight end room. This is a player who wants to go and compete against whoever, and he has that friendship, he has that relationship with Walker Lyons, and I'm 100% sure that Walker Lyons will be texting Deuce Robinson.
Tight ends are weapons now. Darnell Washington and Brock Bowers played together. Oscar Delp was in there. It's an easy pitch.
With the way the rotations work, with the personnel, with the way you're able to scheme, everyone's going to get their share of snaps. Everyone's going to get their share of attempts and targets. And in that Lincoln Riley offense, anything is possible, especially considering that Caleb Williams will be on his way out. They are moving to the Big Ten. It's going to be a different brand of football. They're going to have to adjust to certain defenses, and Walker Lyons could potentially form a nice little tandem there with Deuce Robinson.
Yeah, big win for USC. Hey, for all of our Pac-12 fans out there wondering, where's our conference breakdown? We're kind of waiting for you guys to wake up a little bit. You're over on the West Coast, so we're going to do your breakdown here in just a little bit. And we've got a lot to talk about when it comes to the Pac-12. The quarterback position in particular is definitely one that I know that we'll talk about extensively, with Jaden Rashada joining the fold. Dante Moore, the chaos that went with him committing to Oregon and then ending up going to UCLA, and so what he adds. But there's going to be a lot of great conversation to be had about the Pac-12. But what we're going to do now is we're going to toss to our friends from the Cover 3 podcast, and the way that we're doing it is by showing you the moment that broke the internet here. It is Nicholas Harbour, the #1 athlete in the class, officially making his commitment to South Carolina.
Chip Patterson, and welcome in to the Cover 3 Hour here on the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. We're going to have a fun little breakdown for you today as we're coming fresh off the Nick Harbour commitment to the South Carolina Gamecocks. Big-time athlete for them. Chip, welcome in. I can see your beautiful face now, man. I see you got the power turned back on there. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, you had to go out and start shaking things at the local energy company when you cut my power. I'm saying, hey, I'm supposed to be on National Signing Day coverage, wall-to-wall for 24/7 Sports. We got big commitments here in this 1 p.m. hour. We've got a Nick Harbour commitment. Luckily, they were able to flip things back on. And number one thing for me is what a huge win this is for Shane Beamer. And we're going to talk a little bit about coaches who just finished their first recruiting class for a full cycle, kind of like year 2 coaches, but just what we've seen from Shane Beamer and the growth that he's had with the Gamecocks, both on the field and off, delivering the big wins on the field this year and then backing it up with some recruiting wins as well. Really, really remarkable because, look, I'm a little bit of a recruiting dummy. You'll learn that over the next little bit. I know college football. I know the landscape. But for the most part, I hear Oregon, I hear track guy. I'm like, ooh, that's a lock. Like, of course the track guy is going to go to Oregon. So for South Carolina, which, as I've learned from here on the 24/7 Sports wall-to-wall coverage, does have its own very respectable track program as well, for them to be able to come and deliver, for them to be able to get Nick Harbor, just it's huge for Shane Beamer. It's been fun watching all the track highlights through the day, but my number one takeaway is that the Gamecocks, with Harbor on board, a really, really impressive class here in 2023.
They really are. I know we'll be back again on the Cover 3 channel at 6 Eastern-ish to discuss more National Signing Day. But the one thing that we know every National Signing Day is that the guys who just got hired, they're not really going to put together that great of a class because they just got hired. Their staffs aren't filled out. You're not really going to make these relationships with these kids that are going to be meaningful. And the guys you do get, like maybe they're available for a reason that's perhaps not all that great. It's that first full class that can honestly make or break your tenure as a head coach. And that is what we're going to be evaluating today here in the Cover 3 Hour. If you're in the chat, get those likes up. If you have not hit subscribe, make sure you do so. We're kind of the sister channel, Cover 3, to what we do here at 24/7 Sports, Chip over at CBS Sports. And I wanted to talk and lead off with Oregon. I assume that's what you were saying. I really couldn't hear you because we had the Harbor video going here in studio as well. But look, for Oregon, 2 5-stars, 18 4-stars. Even without Nick Harbor, I think this is really a great job by Dan Lanning. And look, with UCLA and USC leaving the Pac-12, man, they're kind of set up to run this thing, right?
Yeah, something that really stands out to me is the fact that Oregon under Mario Cristobal was still recruiting at a very, very high level. And you go and you bring in Dan Lanning, and what you've done is very similar to bringing in Mario Cristobal, is you want some of that SEC Cruton juice. You want a coach that's going to be able to tap into it, know how to work the game, know how to play ball, so to speak, and be able to land some of those big superstars. And, we've seen sometimes when that uncharacteristic approach lands in a new conference, it can shake up everything. And Oregon was already recruiting at a high level, but what Dan Lanning has been able to do, in particular, winning some of these battles in the recruiting cycle head-to-head against USC and Lincoln Riley, really, really remarkable stuff. I look at him and think that this is an Oregon program so healthy, in such great shape under Dan Lanning. We're going to be expecting, Bud, what? We should expect Oregon to have a top 10 class every year. We always talk about what the expectations are. It's really hard to say that you're going to go up against your Alabama, your Georgia, your Ohio State, crack that top 3, crack that top 5. But Oregon should not be lower than 10 to 15 unless there's a really easy explanation for it, just because of the way this machine seems to be rolling right now.
Chip, 100%. You go for Mario Cristobal, who has the reputation as being a real maniac recruiter and of leaning on his staff. And I think Dan Lanning really does the same thing. He's an attention to detail guy, really hard worker on the recruiting trail. Oregon has won some important battles, including against USC recently. Obviously, I'm sure they're bummed about Nick Harbor, but they have a lot of other guys in this class who I think can help them be really, really good in Lanning's third year, in Lanning's fourth year. And that is when this class will be sophomores, will be juniors, will be redshirt sophomores, right? The one guy I really want to talk about here is Jurion Dickey. Like, this kid, I know they just missed out on a freak athlete in Nick Harbor, but Jurion Dickey is a really freakish guy. He has nice long speed, extremely strong hands. If you look at the frame, I think he's a guy who could even add some more good weight, good point of attack catch guy, and after the catch dude as well. He's one of our top rated receivers in the country. That is an area that I do think Oregon, Cristobal recruited a lot of positions very well, but who was your favorite receiver at Oregon for the Mario Cristobal era? That's maybe not a position that was as strong there in Eugene, and now I think they're doing that a lot better. I like Dickey. They also got Ashton Cozart, a receiver I know we're pretty excited about it as well.
Yeah, and this is probably a good statement in that you lose Kenny Dillingham to Arizona State, who had his own success here on National Signing Day with the commitment of Jaden Rashada, but you still don't have too many issues down the way where you lose an offensive coordinator, but the staff is still going to be able to recruit at a high level. I think that that's really reflective of what we've got from Dan Lanning. But let me throw another one at you, because this is a coach who interested me in terms of where he landed, because the recruiting to Notre Dame is a very unique challenge. It is an opportunity because you're able to sell Notre Dame, but you've also got some academic side, some university obstacles to overcome that you don't at other bigger public schools, especially down in the Southeast. So Brian Kelly's recruiting profile to me was incomplete. I know that LSU is a program that, basically can recruit itself. Urban Meyer said on the All Things Covered podcast earlier this week that he didn't even want to go into the state of Louisiana because he knew LSU was going to have a leg up. So what have you seen from Brian Kelly in this class, which, by the way, the Tigers are also in the top 10? What have you seen from him in this class that gives you confidence that these results are going to be able to be sustained, and this isn't just built-in advantages of being LSU in the modern recruiting environment?
So, Chip, I think it took a little while for Brian Kelly to kind of get his feet down there at LSU, but they really gained a lot of traction down the stretch. 2 5-stars, 16 4-stars, as our great graphic on the screen showed you. And I remember us talking, I think it was like December 3rd, maybe a little bit earlier of last cycle, and we were talking, okay, A.D. Scott Woodward at LSU. He's a guy who only goes and takes big swings at proven coaches. They're not going to take a gamble on an unproven guy there at LSU. And I remember us being on Cover 3, and we said, don't you kind of got to kick the tires on Brian Kelly to see? I mean, he's getting kind of to the end of his career, probably has, 10 or 15 years left maybe. Like, does he want to try to win a national championship and go somewhere where you can get a little bit higher caliber of player than you can get in South Bend? And we kind of thought it was crazy, and then LSU went out and did it after they stopped flirting with Jimbo, right? And I think you're seeing the results here. Notre Dame does not have quite as good of a class as LSU does. You are able to get a little bit higher caliber of player at LSU and cast a wider net in terms of the academic profile that you can actually get admitted into the school. It should also be noted here, LSU has the #1 transfer rated class as well. So they took a boatload of high school kids and then just overloaded the boat with transfers, right? So they've done a nice job. Big bodies is one of my themes of this class. Zalance Hurd is nasty. Is he technically proficient? Not yet. Is he huge and nasty? Dude, he is. They've got a lot of big guys coming in. I know there's some edge rushers we're pretty excited about as well.
The idea of looking at Brian Kelly at LSU was a joke and a punchline until he went out and won the daggum SEC West. And of course he's got to load up on transfers because it was a mass exodus in the wake of the way that Ed Orgeron era kind of burned out down the stretch. And so this is the second year that we have seen LSU take on a lot of transfers. I think eventually we're going to see that start to shift just a little bit, where now we are getting, not just top transfer classes to go with top 10 classes, but that LSU really might be able to make that jump into that top 5 kind of conversation, at least in terms of the recruiting trail. And like I said at the beginning, man, you are LSU in the talent-rich state of Louisiana. Our friend Barton Simmons, he's a huge fan of the show, general manager of Vanderbilt football. He described the Louisiana State Championships at the Superdome, and he said, you've got a whole day of games. You know what there's a lot of? Tigers. There's a lot of high school mascots of Tigers, and there's a lot of high schools with purple and gold. They make it really, really easy to funnel you where you need to belong, and that's in Baton Rouge. So I'm encouraged by this group that Brian Kelly's got and the success that he's had so far. What about a team that did not have as much success this year, at least not compared to the expectations? Because going into Brent Venables' first season, Oklahoma was still considered one of the favorites to win the Big 12, and I didn't think that was crazy. I don't think any of us on the Cover 3 podcast thought it was that crazy. But they go 6-6 in the regular season, competitive, but losers at the bowl game against Florida State. And how do you look at what Brent Venables has been able to do? What stands out about his not only first full cycle as Oklahoma's coach, but his first full cycle as a head coach, recruiting at a job that has really high expectations?
I think Brent Venables came in. He made some savvy hires. I think Jeff Levy's a really nice offensive coordinator for them, assuming that he stays at Oklahoma. Obviously, he's been rumored a little bit. Their quarterback, he's a stud, and he's a guy who I think is maybe the most battle-tested quarterback of anybody in this class. Some people, I think, do believe he's the best quarterback as a second-year player. And we knew they had to get a lot better at defense, okay? Mm-hmm. And this guy, Tallahassee, which I think will be a really nice safety Oklahoma. Defensively, I think
really sort of flipping the recruiting profile so that Oklahoma can be a player, because there's just no way that an Oklahoma fan could be encouraged if you were going into. You have to get better and a little bit more well-rounded, especially
succeed in that league. But understanding it and doing it are different things, and I think this is a good first step for Oklahoma. They're going to need to do this just almost every Oklahoma season. I was like, I see it. Sense.
Andrew Ivins had a fantastic statement earlier on the 24/7 Sports coverage here on National Signing Day when he said Mario Cristobal, who pours himself into every single level of recruiting every single player, it's not a surprise that he's got a highly ranked class just because the dude is able to accumulate blue chips. But Bud, like, what in this class stands out to you that makes it more than just like, numbers
and beat you with your own guys, right? I think he's very much a guy that, if he gets the level of player that he wants, is capable of winning. I think he proved that when he was at Oregon. Recruiting is the reason that you go out and you get Mario Cristobal. I feel like that's just something we all should acknowledge here. The on-field coaching is not always the best, but the recruiting is top-notch. I don't think there's a head coach in the country that works harder at recruiting than Mario Cristobal, or one who demands more of his staff on the recruiting trail on a day-to-day basis than Mario Cristobal. And Chip, they had a bad year. What'd they go, 5-7, miss a bowl game, got blown out a lot, lost to Middle Tennessee on there. Francis Mauigoa are two of the best tackles that you'll see at the high school level. They're ferocious. They're really athletic. They're guys that can move in space and maul you, protect the quarterback. That is just a tremendously good combo of tackles to have. And look, I don't know if they're going to hit 5, but he moves well enough, even though he's kind of squatty and wider, that unique athletes can play unique positions. And I think he is a guy that actually has a chance to remain on the edge and be a really interesting kind of leverage.
I think he saw from that roster. I mean, there were midseason quotes after games, after disappointing losses, where it just seemed like he knew that the human beings that were in that locker were interested to see if Mario Cristobal is going to be able to imprint that DNA, because at times this season, he seemed so disappointed. He was having quotes like, we're going to be really, really honest, and this wasn't good enough. He was being honest and nearly opening the door, asking kids to leave so he could free up scholarships. That's me editorializing.
He told the parents, if you don't like it, come pick your kids up.
That's right.
He was asking them basically to get off my roster so I can clear some room for some guys that I actually want. There wasn't necessarily a huge embrace of the existing guys and existing culture. And we can argue if that's good or bad. I think if you know you have a lot of runway and you're going to try to build it your way, the guys who want to get on board can get on board, and the guys who don't can get out, right? Two more names we should mention in this class who did decide to get on board. Robert Stafford is a dude who has just immense physical talent as a corner, and then also Damari Brown.
Grace to that first recruiting class. Though it's one of the reasons we're highlighting this group of hires is because we can't judge you off of what you did in such a short amount of time. You really need that full cycle. But after as bad as things got under Clay Helton, Lincoln Riley even has a little bit of work to do to be able to restore where the Trojans are at on the recruiting trail. What did you make of Lincoln Riley's efforts now that he had finally had a full year and some good on-field success in the fall to go ahead and recruit that 2023 class?
Chip, so I look here, national rank 15, conference rank 2, 2 5-stars, 9 4-stars. I'm not sure if that's updated with Walker Lyons, who just committed to USC, the tight end who they got, who was also considering Georgia. But one thing I see here is only 20 high school kids. So USC, as you mentioned, coming off Clay Helton was basically recruiting as a lame duck for the last 2 years and that he was on campus. And so I feel like that kind of hurt USC's roster. They are going really heavy in the transfer portal again, probably the heaviest of any of these teams, in order to try to correct some of that. But you are seeing some high-level guys step in who I think are going to be different than the typical talents that you see in the Big Ten. You can get some things out on the West Coast, and there's some things you really can't get. Big defensive linemen out on the West Coast oftentimes just don't exist, especially in California. But what does exist, quarterbacks and receivers. And Caleb Williams and Jordan Addison basically dragged this team to the Pac-12 title game this year, and then they made the Cotton Bowl where they had a crazy, come from ahead loss to Tulane. But look, getting Malachi and Branch, these guys are just different. Malachi has played a lot of football, very polished dude. Zachariah Branch is probably the closest thing that we've seen to Tyreek Hill. He is just very uncoverable in one-on-ones in Orlando. Not that they did a whole lot at Under Armour, but I went out there all the days, and Chip, he was just not somebody who high school defensive backs could stick with in space at all. With Malachi throwing him the ball, I think that's a combination that can cook quite a bit and have a lot of success here, both in their final year in the Pac-12 and as they move into the Big Ten. Those are just special players. You also get Mekhi Lemon, who's a really good receiver in his own right. They are having to go to the transfer portal more to, like you might say, where's the beef, right? The old Wendy's commercial, no, I guess no free ads. Sorry, CBS 24/7. But they're having to go to the transfer portal more to get their big men. But we're seeing them have some success there too. So owning your own backyard is important. Now, I did just see that Rod Pleasant decided to go to Oregon. He was considering USC. He's about the only guy in his class who's legitimately faster than Nick Harbor in a short area. So nice win for Dan Lanning. I think one that USC would have wanted to keep home, though. That's a nice little rivalry kind of budding here. And I think it's a rivalry that even though USC is going to the Big Ten, will continue to exist, dude, because they've butted heads and Lanning's won his fair share.
Yeah, and it's going to exist on the recruiting trail. And when we get to the expanded college football playoff, these are going to be two programs that are going to expect to be in it. We could get some nice, quarterfinal matchups, some nice first-round matchups between these two, to which, and thank you again, Bud Elliott, just letting you know, Rod Pleasant, one of the top uncommitted prospects heading into the day, has decided on Oregon. That's great news for Dan Lanning as they end up coming up short with Nick Harbor. So, of the names that we were going to have that were really going to cause reverberations, Oregon coming up with a big win here, USC on the losing end of some sides. But I'm going to put you on the spot. Dan Lanning or Lincoln Riley, who would you power rank ahead of the other from a recruiting perspective for the next 3 years?
Ooh, next 3 years. I'm still going to go Dan Lanning based on what he's proven. Like, he was an excellent recruiter at Georgia. He's killed it so far in his 2 classes at Oregon. Now, maybe you tell me that USC with the Big Ten money, they kick it into a different gear, and that's possible. Maybe I'll be wrong. Old takes expose me here. But I'm going to go Dan Lanning by a hair.
Yeah, the Lincoln Riley advantage is on Saturdays, and the Dan Lanning advantage is on like the other 300 some odd days of the year. That he's winning on the recruiting trail, and of course we have to acknowledge Lincoln Riley is one of the top offensive minds in the entire sport right now. But if we're just talking recruiting, that was the way I set it up. I'd take Dan Lanning over Lincoln Riley, and that is remarkable for a coach who is so early in his tenure of ever being a head coach.
And Chip,
stunning stuff from the Ducks. Again, Rod Pleasant committing to Oregon.
Lincoln has the big-time geography advantage, too. Like, would you rather recruit in L.A. or Eugene? And Lanning's overcoming that. So I'm really impressed with what they're doing in Oregon.
So, in Gainesville, the headlines, not great. Because you are the center of one of the biggest stories of this late recruiting cycle. These last weeks and these last months, if you're talking about recruiting to somebody who maybe only watches a little bit of college football or is just kind of around the college sports atmosphere, you're talking about Jaden Rashada, the reports of a $13 million NIL deal that ended up not falling through. He's released from his national letter of intent. And then here, one of the big stories of the day is Jaden Rashada commits to Arizona State. Billy Napier, however, has been working on a lot of prospects in a signing class that does not include Jaden Rashada, but still is also very important for the Gators moving forward, coming off somewhat of a disappointing year one, certainly a very disappointing finish to year one with that bold performance against Oregon State. What's good about the Gators class, and what are you encouraged by? Because clearly when you're number 12, there are very good pieces here that are going to be very important to Billy Napier and the future of the program.
Exactly. So 12th in the country, 5th in the SEC, right? We just saw South Carolina have a really strong day as well, so they're kind of nipping at their heels there. But when you add in Oklahoma and Texas, Now all of a sudden you're 7th in the SEC, and that's not where Florida wants to be. Florida wants to be at the peak of Spurrier recruiting, right? Urban Meyer, when he was at his best recruiting. Heck, Ron Zook, who recruited really well, didn't win with those players, but certainly set up Urban Meyer's national title runs with the recruiting that he did. They did have the embarrassment of the Rashada situation, which they flubbed. And you had Cormani McClain's recruitment, if we can go back a couple months, who he went to Miami. And then, I know he's going to Colorado now, but at the time, Florida was kind of expecting that to be a bit of a coronation. And instead, he went to the Hurricanes at the time. And it overshadows, I think, some of the good work that Florida is doing in this class, right? They really needed some help on the defensive line. Kelby Collins is a difference maker, I think. I liked him a lot during All-Star season. He has the length. He has the quickness to be a really special player for them. I think Cameron James is another really nice SEC body that the Gators brought in. And my favorite guy in their class, maybe my favorite player in the entire recruiting cycle this year, is Jakeem Jackson. He's a guy that Ivanson and I saw during a 7-on-7, like way back during COVID, and he was a receiver who was just starting to learn how to play corner. And we were like, ooh, this guy might be the next Xavier Rhodes out of the state of Florida, who, if you guys followed recruiting or high school ball, Xavier Rhodes, receiver at Miami Norland, switched to corner in college and is now like a 10 or 12-year pro in the league. So I like what they're doing from a defensive standpoint as well. Also, Eugene Wilson is a really, really explosive receiver for the Gators. I think he's a guy that's going to get on the field pretty early. At quarterback for UF, here's the key. They have DJ Lagway committed, their 5-star 2024 kid. They just have to win. I think it's fair to question, is Lagway going to stay committed to them if they put up another losing record? They finished, 6-7 this year? But if they have a nice year on the field, which is possible, you got to look at the schedule. They do open at Utah, which could be tough. Then we might just totally forget about Jaden Rashada in Florida because Lagway can play. And if they have a good year on the field, I would guess that he would stay committed. If they don't show improvements on the field and then Lagway doesn't stay committed, then I think that's when you might run into some problems. So for Florida, it's a nice base class. I think it could set them up to have an even better class next year if they have a good year on the field and solve their quarterback problems. But let's be fair here. They fired Dan Mullen in Gainesville for having recruiting classes that ranked 9th and 12th. And this one ranks 12th. The expectation for Florida, which has won multiple national championships in both our lifetimes, is to be up in that top 5, not in the top 15. So I understand why they're angry in Gainesville.
What can close that gap? Is it as simple as getting everybody in line off the field? Is it as simple as maybe some staff changes or, a key hire here or there? Because, Billy Napier had been a head coach for a while. I mean, heck, he knows big time college football. He was at Alabama, but he's here at Florida and things do not seem to all quite be in line. One of the big compliments after the hire was made was that he was able to use that blueprint that he had from Alabama and from some of the other Power 5 stops that he'd had to be able to say, this is what we need. We need to staff up in this area. We need to staff up in this area. We need an investment in this football program that wasn't necessarily there. And you would think that that would lead to the recruiting success and closing the gap. So I guess my question is, what's stopping Florida from being able to make that jump right now?
It's a great question. You use the word get in line. I'm going to use the A word, alignment, right? Is Florida as aligned as they need to be? Every time we see one of these Saban assistants get hired away, they all basically preach the same playbook, whether it's Mario at Miami or Jimbo in Tallahassee or College Station or Pruitt at Tennessee or Muschamp the first time in Gainesville. They all kind of preach the same thing, but it doesn't always work out. A lot of those dudes actually end up failing. So I think alignment within the program is key. Obviously, not having a Rashada situation would be a real advantage for Florida going forward if they could avoid that. But I do think it's a bit of a wasted opportunity because you did have this nice sort of building block of a class that if you had a couple extra special pieces on it, I think we'd be speaking much more highly about. But you got to have a nicer year on the field this year. I don't know what Florida's recruiting looks like if they were to go 6-6 or 7-5 or 5-7 following up a 6-7 campaign. That's where I think it maybe starts to get shaky.
So up in South Bend, we didn't have a big coaching search. We had a surprise of coaching news and the coaching change of Brian Kelly leaving to take that LSU job. But then Marcus Freeman is promoted. And, his first class was even a little bit less of a first class compared to some of these other coaches because he was the defensive coordinator. He had been recruiting. He had been putting in the work on that 2022 cycle. Now that his 2023 cycle is done, and this is after he's been able to really take control of the operation, what do you make of the Fighting Irish here in 2023?
Kind of looks like a Brian Kelly class.
And that's not a compliment, is it?
Well, no, look, Brian Kelly recruited well at Notre Dame. We sat on this show. Look at the comment section from those shows that we did last December. Marcus Freeman's the right hire. Marcus Freeman's going to take Notre Dame's recruiting to the next level. Brian Kelly couldn't recruit. These are all comments from Notre Dame fans that we would get consistently. You guys will see Notre Dame's going to have a top 5 class. You'll see Notre Dame's going to have a shot at number 1. They were probably number 1 at the time, right? And so the Irish, it's a nice class, Chip. They have 13 guys.
They did get old and stay old. Like Brian Kelly got to the point where I felt like he did a good job of identifying program fits, but you knew that you weren't going to see the field for a little bit. And you're telling me that this is probably something a little bit closer to that, where a lot of nice guys, but not guys that are going to come in and immediately start having an impact on Saturdays.
Look, we can go over the guys we love. Charles Jagasaw has great length and really nice athleticism. I think he's a guy in space who could be a really nice tackle for you. Jeremiah Love runs extremely hard and has explosive ability. I think they really improved their receiver room quite a bit. Braylon James, Greathouse is a nice point of attack guy. Go up and catch the football really well. Rico Flores, receiver, has been a spot where Notre Dame has had to improve quite a bit. Kenny Minchie as well, man, is another guy who I think they had to get in the class quarterback-wise. But the class is also notable for the misses that they had. Keon Keeley, 5-star, probably the best edge rusher in the country. They had him. And then he went to Alabama, right? Bowen, stud safety. They had him, and then he went to Oregon, and then he went to Oklahoma. These are the type of players, and especially Keeley, man, because he's a high academic kid. He goes to like a prestigious school down there in Tampa. Like that's the kind of guy that Notre Dame has to be able to go out and get nationally if they want to take that next step into the top 5, into the top 3 as recruiters. You get a kid who's a great academic kid, high character kid, private school, right? All that kind of stuff. The ability and the resources to take multiple visits up to your campus to check you out, establishing that early relationship. That's the kind of guy that the comment section, when Brian Kelly left Notre Dame for LSU because you can recruit better at LSU than you can at Notre Dame, that's what the comment section told us Marcus Freeman could do and could close on. And they didn't do it, right? Like that. I mean, the bottom line is Marcus Freeman is not recruiting better than Brian Kelly did by the results that you actually got in the class. Now, relationship-wise, maybe. Is he cooler than Brian Kelly was? I think so. And I'm not trying to be negative, again, because it's a top 10 class for us, and it's something to celebrate on National Signing Day. But if you're a Notre Dame fan, you're like, all right, 13 in the top 247. How many in the top 50? How many in the top 25? How many 5-stars do we have in this class? Like, that's the next step for Notre Dame. I think that's what everybody who wears the Irish colors told us, and it didn't happen.
There is so much frustration from Notre Dame fans with us. They believe that we've got the Irish in our crosshairs, and this ain't helping. Just because we accurately comment that the wide receiver position was a little bit of a concern heading into the 2022 season, and we get flooded with commentary. Now here we are just hating on Marcus Freeman's recruiting class. It's an incredible life that we live here at the Cover 3 podcast, just catching all this heat from Notre Dame fans. But as Bud reminded you, this is a top 10 class. This is something to celebrate. This is, even if you are recruiting at a Brian Kelly level, I'll say this, even if you were recruiting at a Brian Kelly level, guess what Brian Kelly did? He made the college football playoff twice.
Yeah.
Like, he made the 4-team college football playoff twice. And I think that Notre Dame in the 12-team model is going to have a chance almost every single year to be able to go and get it. So, it's a top 10 class. I guess we should end it on a positive, right? The Oreo, positive, then everything in the middle, then a little bit of another positive right there. It's a top 10 class. Should be excited about it.
I went to public school. We learned like the intro, and then you get the meat of the sandwich, then the conclusion. Now, Chip, there is one team that had a first-year coach, and somebody we probably shouldn't forget because they just played
for the national
championship. Yeah. And that's the TCU Horned Frogs. 19th rated class, one of their best classes in a while. They are not changing their formula. They're just getting a little bit better ingredients for their recipe. I kind of mixed metaphors there. I hope that's okay. 19th ranked class, 9 4-stars in the class, 15 3-stars as you see on the screen there. That's 24 kids. They're also attacking the transfer portal exceptionally well. They got Kendall Briles away from Arkansas. I think that will be a great offense to run with head coach Sonny Dykes. And there is a dude I'm really excited to see here, man. Cordell Russell. Cordell Russell is a guy who could take the top off the defense. He can be a nice contested catch guy for you. Like, that's a guy that I would expect to be able to play early in Kendall Briles' offense and probably catch a lot of footballs, man. I'm really excited to see how he plays. I think they also got a lot of help at defensive end from the high school ranks, and then they attacked the portal very well. And I think their scouting in Fort Worth is just, it's exceptional. Almost every kid they took last year through the portal was a hit for them. So they're clearly doing a lot of things right. And I mean, Chip, in the new Big 12, without Oklahoma and Texas, and not that Texas has actually done it, but you always have to talk about Texas in a theoretical manner. What happens if all the guys they sign actually hit? What happens if they have like a good program mentality and alignment and they develop everybody and blah, 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 blah. But now, take out the Horns, take out the Sooners. Who has a better ceiling in that league than TCU? They have all the momentum under the new league.
Yeah, the two purple teams that just played for a Big 12 title in an instant classic are the class of the new Big 12. TCU and Kansas State, I think, are going to be competing for championships year in and year out, even when we get the reshuffling and the addition of a Cincinnati, a UCF, a Houston, and of a BYU. What we saw from the Horned Frogs this year, I think, reflects a good vision for what a program can be under Sonny Dykes. And Chris Kleiman's already, operating within his plan, within his blueprint there in Manhattan with the Wildcats. So I 100% expect that TCU and Kansas State are going to be at the top of the Big 12 pecking order here for years to come. And, if you're a Horned Frogs fan, you got to look at this chance, this opportunity. Yes, it ended horribly. It ended historically poorly in terms of the margin on the scoreboard. But you can also use this as an opportunity to say, we got there. And that is more than what a lot of programs can say in that conference. I'm encouraged overall by what we saw from TCU, and I'm not surprised that they followed it up with a pretty solid recruiting class.
Absolutely, man. Hey, guys in the comment section, really appreciate all y'all watching. Make sure you give us that thumbs up, like the video. If you like this, we'll also be on the Cover 3 channel at 6 Eastern doing a little breakdown of kind of our favorite players from the class, maybe some early impact guys. If you're into college ball fantasy, that's something you got to watch because we're going to talk about dudes who will be on the field this year. And in just a minute, we're going to throw it back over to Studio A, where I got Blair Angulo, I got Brandon Huffman, talking more Pac-12 superlatives, Pleasant committing to Oregon. What's the latest with Deuce Robinson, a guy who looks like Aaron Judge, but also is the #1 tight end in the country? A whole lot more fun to come here on the 24/7 Sports YouTube channel. It is National Signing Day. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome back into the 24/7 Sports National Signing Day special as we bring you all the latest news and notes from a wild day to close and to put a cap on the 2023 class. A lot has happened on this National Signing Day, the traditional day to kick off the month of February. And how about South Carolina making news, the headline-grabbing, attention-grabbing commitment from Nicholas Harbor, the player, the #1 athlete in the 2023 class, 5-star from the Washington, D.C. area. He announced his commitment to Shane Beamer and the Gamecocks, picking South Carolina over Oregon, Maryland, and a few other schools like Michigan, who was also involved there in that recruitment. It was a wild one. Brian Doan was on the scene earlier. It looked like a terrific atmosphere for the nation's #1 athlete who will be playing his college ball at South Carolina, obviously running track as well. He's an Olympic hopeful and for sure the #1 athlete in this class, a 5-star talent, no doubt. Jaden Rashada, the quarterback who made headlines when he asked out of his NLI with the Florida Gators after flipping to Billy Napier from that commitment to Miami during the recruiting process. He has chosen to commit to Arizona State, citing that prior relationship with Kenny Dillingham, who was the offensive coordinator at Oregon, recruiting Jaden Rashada, but now will be playing his college ball in Tempe, Arizona for the Sun Devils, the program where his father played. His brother also lives in the Phoenix area, and it's a nice pickup for Kenny Dillingham as he continues to set a foundation there in the Valley of the Sun. And speaking of the program that Kenny Dillingham left, that would be Oregon. They obviously missed on Nicholas Harbor, but they do pick up a big commitment from another Olympic hopeful. That would be Roderick Pleasant, the 4-star corner from the state of California. Gardena Serra recently had narrowed his focus to a top 5 and announced his commitment to the Ducks over the likes of USC and UCLA. So Dan Lanning not leaving National Signing Day empty-handed, and there might be a cigar puff or two later on tonight for the first-year head coach who arrived from the SEC. Obviously had a tremendous season on the field and a tremendous recruiting cycle with the #1 class in the Pac-12. We're going to get into the Pac-12 conference as a whole in just a short bit. But speaking of Oregon, another battle that they were in on and they're continuing to be on is for Deuce Robinson. He is the #1 tight end in the 2023 class. The 5-star prospect from the state of Arizona has yet to make his commitment, has yet to sign, and we have been told we are not expecting Deuce Robinson to come off the board. And he is an MLB draft hopeful, a player that wants to play professionally both in baseball and in football. So that's going to be a situation to monitor beyond National Signing Day. So let's get into some of these storylines in the Pac-12 with our two guys out west, Brandon Huffman and Greg Biggins. They woke up bright and early. Greg, I know you're an energy drink guy. Huffman, you've been known to double fist the venti coffees, and it's been a great day out west. Nationally, the spotlight has been a lot of prospects in the West region. And let's begin with you, Greg. Roderick Pleasant just announced his commitment to the Oregon Ducks, and for the 5th straight year, Oregon has the #1 class in the Pac-12.
Yeah, no, huge pickup, especially obviously losing Nicholas Harbor. There was some buzz. The Ducks could pull him in as well, which that would have been something. But Rod was kind of a silent commit to Oregon for the last 3 or 4 days, but USC came in real hard. He kind of went dark last night, Rod did. And what I mean by that is, no more communication with college coaches. I was talking to staffs, coaches from both staffs at USC and Oregon, and they were both hopeful. But I think this morning, Rod woke up as he said he was going to and just was going with the gut feel, and that was Oregon for him. Came down to relationships. He's known Coach Martin, Coach Meat, since middle school, knows a lot of the players. Track program played a role, not a huge role, not as big as people think. NIL didn't play much of a role. He just said it came down to relationships and development, and he feels he can get developed the best at Oregon, likes Coach Lanning, a defensive-minded head coach, and thought that was the best all-around fit for him.
And Huff, this is a program that has been recruiting on a different level the last few years. And even though they had to go through a coaching change with Dan Lanning coming over from Georgia, where he was a big part of what they were building on the defensive side of the ball, for him to go into the state of California after landing Mateo Uiagalelei as well in the early signing period and beating the likes of USC for a player that a lot of schools were after, it sends another strong message that Dan Lanning means business.
Yeah, and I think you look at what they did in the early part of the early signing period, getting Mateo, even getting Jurion Dickey from Northern California, a place that USC has always recruited, but to now go into Sarah High School in Gardena. I mean, it's been a foregone conclusion for years that if you played at Sarah and USC wanted you, you went to USC. But we've started to see Oregon make a push in modern day in recent years and started to get players out of a USC stranglehold. Now they go back down to the Southland to a guy who most people thought was going to be a Trojan from the time he was offered by USC. And Oregon gets him. And this is a pickup that isn't just big for their football aspirations, but for their track aspirations. You know, the three of us got to talk with Rod at the Polynesian Bowl a couple weeks ago, and he was saying that the 2024 Olympics was something that he has as a realistic dream. But he said he'd be on the medal stand in 2028 when those Olympics are in his hometown of Los Angeles. We thought that maybe he was going to be playing his college football in Los Angeles at USC. Instead, he goes to Oregon. Oregon football, Oregon track gets him. Dan Lanning continued to show that he is not afraid to recruit parts of the country where there might be a stronghold by that local team. And now with the pickup of Roderick Pleasant showing that he's once again chipping away at USC and the schools that USC has always had as kind of their own.
Yeah, Roderick Pleasant was example B of what Dan Lanning is capable of in Southern California. Greg, Mateo Uiagalelei was example A. He came off the board in the early signing period, and it is a player who we got to see for a bit during the Polynesian Bowl week in Hawaii recently. What kind of player are the Ducks getting in Mateo Uiagalelei?
I mean, for me, he's got as much upside as almost any edge rusher in this country. You know, he's 6'5" and 260. And, you know, for me, he'd be a top 5 tight end if he would play on that side of the ball full time. I've seen him pick up basketball, windmill dunk during games. I think he's a high-level athlete. I think the people who may question him a little bit kind of wonder, does this guy love football? Does he love making music? You know, for me, I think it's both. You know, he doesn't have the outgoing alpha personality that his brother DJ had. But what he does have, like I said, he's got a great frame. He's a natural athlete. He's a fluid athlete. He's got an off-the-field work ethic that is very high. And for me, I think he can go into Oregon and be an immediate impact player. I'm not saying he can go in there and be, you know, similar to what Kayvon Thibodeau was as a true freshman, but I think he does get in there and get into the two deep and make plays immediately for Oregon.
Yeah, and if there's a thing that Dan Lanning knows, it's defensive players and particularly edge rushers, right? So if you're wondering about how much he's going to get out of a player, you have to like the chances that Mateo Uiagalelei turns into a star. Huff, I want to wrap up on the Ducks discussion, and this is a program that made me wonder whether or not there would be some shortcomings, right? Whether or not they would fall back a little bit once Lincoln Riley arrived at USC. We all saw the hashtag Take Back the West. They wanted to take back the West, and they didn't do it in year one.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you look at where a lot of their momentum came. It came in the early part of the 2023 class when, you know, over a year ago, in fact, it was December of 2021, shortly after Riley was hired at USC, they got a commitment from Malachi Nelson, Makai Lemon, and Zachariah Branch. Obviously, Nelson and Branch both ended up 5 stars. Lemon was the top 50 player. And had those guys waited until December of 2022 to announce, there might have been more excitement. But a lot of that early buzz, a lot of that early attention, you know, was kind of neutered by the fact that they didn't close as well down the stretch, losing Uiagalelei, losing Pleasant. Yeah, that they did get Walker Lyons, but Oregon obviously took 2 key targets from 2 key schools from USC, went into their backyard and got him. So, you know, Lincoln Riley's going to have to spend another year. And I think a large part of it was the fact that USC spent so much time in the transfer portal in the 2022 cycle and even with the 2023, whereas Dan Lanning, yes, he brought in Bo Nix and a couple other transfers, but there wasn't as much of a focus on the portal. It was on high school recruiting. And I think that played out with the Ducks landing this elite class and USC maybe falling a little bit short.
Yeah, this is a program obviously is not moving to the Big Ten, but they are here to stay in the Pac-12. Moving on to USC and the Trojans, they did pick up Walker Lyons. And before we get there in a little bit, Huff mentioned, Greg, the 5 stars that committed early on for them. And maybe we forget about it because it happened at the end of 2021. Malachi Nelson, Makai Lemon, Zachariah Branch, they really set the foundation of what this class can be. And it's skill players galore for Lincoln Riley.
I think all three of those guys are elite players, right? Malachi Nelson, it's the year of the quarterback for me. I think this is the best quarterback class that I've ever seen, 5 or 6 deep. And Malachi is in that conversation, one of the best pure throwers with a high ceiling and one of the most ready to play now. Now, he doesn't need to play now because they have a guy named Caleb Williams who's pretty good at football. And he's coming off a labrum surgery, Malachi is. But he can throw it, man. He's a pure pocket guy with, I think, some underrated athleticism. You know, I've been comping Makai Lemon to a Twitcher Amon-Ra St. Brown for the last couple of years, kind of the same body, same compete level, same edge in this game. I always said, you know, Makai might be an even better cover corner, but he loves receiver. They have a guy like Zach Branch, who, you know, we talked about Rod Pleasant earlier. You know, Zach Branch could be the fastest football player on the football field. I mean, he's got that game speed that if you watch him at the Under Armour game or just watch him at Bishop Gorman, man, he's got some dynamic juice to him where guys, he has the ability just to pull away, short area quickness, and then that top end speed. I think he's a threat to go to USC, be an immediate impact guy, returning punts and kicks. And then, you know, again, one of those guys, USC always seems to have them, those dynamic playmakers, them a little 5-yard hit to make 3 or 4 guys miss, and he's gone. He's a touchdown waiting to happen. And I think all three of those guys, special players, branch of that group, I think go in there and have an immediate impact next fall.
Yeah, I'm setting week 3 as the over-under for when Caleb Williams realizes that Zachariah Branch might be his favorite target. He's that special with the ball in his hands. He's that dynamic in space. And we know USC is going to have the skill players. We know that they're going to have the quarterbacks. We know that they're going to be able to move the football. The one thing we have wondered and we've speculated about with the Trojans is what they're going to do up front. We heard already about DJ Uiagalelei's brother Mateo choosing Oregon, but they did pick up a significant amount of offensive linemen. The highlight for me was Elijah Page, Huff, to be able to flip him from Notre Dame during the season. And it's a good start, I would say, for Lincoln Riley as they try to reload in the trenches.
Yeah, and I think if you look at USC's offensive line this year, it was one of the best in the country. Obviously, you have a player like Andrew Voorhees who had the season he did. Brett Nealon until he went down in the Pac-12 championship game. There were some really good offensive linemen, but a lot of older, experienced guys, they needed to replenish that with some youth. A lot of those guys took advantage of that extra COVID year. So now you got to kind of refill that with younger players, and Elijah Page was a significant pickup from Notre Dame. Does that foretell what USC may still be doing at Pinnacle High School in the next couple of years? Potentially. But then you also look at what they did with some of their interior offensive linemen. We all saw Micah Banuelos out at the Polynesian Bowl. Greg, I know you got to see him at the Under Armour All-America game, and he ended up being the #1 prospect in the state of Washington in the 2023 cycle. He plays tackle for his high school team, but he's going to slide inside and probably play guard or center for USC. They also have Alani Noah out of Grant High School, help them kind of restore their pride with the state championship this year. So maybe there weren't any real sexy offensive linemen. There weren't any big name offensive linemen. But if you look at Voorhees, you look at Nealon, Justin Dedich, those guys were, pretty highly touted, but maybe not the uber elite names in their respective classes, and became, big time contributors for USC. So I think USC will take kind of a workmanlike approach. We know that USC wants to continue to prioritize getting good offensive linemen. That's why they've been so aggressive with the 2024 class. But in 2023, while there may not be a huge kind of marquee type of name, I like what they've done with that class with Banuelos, Noah, Amos Talalele out of the Northern California, and then obviously Elijah Page as well.
Yeah, a little side note about Elijah Page. I gave him a call in the month of December, inviting him to the Polynesian Bowl. He turned down a trip to Hawaii, said he wanted to get to USC, wanted to get to Los Angeles, and get to work for the Trojans. So I'm sure USC fans will be happy to hear about the type of player that they're getting in Elijah Page, a player that they flipped from Notre Dame during the season. He had a really good senior year. I think a player that rose in the rankings later on in the cycle once we were able to get eyeballs on him, and one of those nasty offensive tackles that can really help them up front as they set the tone in the trenches. Greg, let's wrap up USC with your thoughts overall heading into the 2024 cycle and what Lincoln Riley needs to do.
No, I mean, I think it's obvious. I'm not saying anything, that you need to have a degree in physics. It's the defense, right? I mean, Puff mentioned the offensive line I thought was really good. Quarterback, you're set. Receivers, they always have great skills. So just defensively, I think all three levels, D-line, linebacker, cover corner, safeties, just upgrade at all three areas if they can. And, I think there is some talent there. And that's the weird part. People say, oh, they haven't been recruiting enough talent on that side of the ball. Those guys are offered by name a school, Notre Dame and Alabama and Clemson, Ohio State. They've wanted those players on that side of the ball. So I'm not sure it's just a matter of more development, maybe more portal. I'm not sure. A little more physicality. So there's talk that you play against a air raidish or kind of a wide open passing game. Your defense isn't taught to be tough and physical. I don't know if I fully buy into that, but that's something that I've heard before. So yeah, I mean, I think the offense is going to be set as long as Lincoln's there. If they can somehow just tighten up that offense or defense. It doesn't need to be a top 10 defense, but if USC has a top 50, a top 25 defense, they're going to win a lot of games for sure. They're going to outscore most teams.
Oregon and USC number 1 and 2 in the Pac-12 team recruiting rankings for this 2023 class. And Utah at number 3, they are actually the 2-time Pac-12 champions, 2-time Rose Bowl participants. Huff, I won't spoil it. I know you have a membership card to the Kyle Whittingham fan club in your wallet. I won't make you pull it out. But what jumps out to you about this Utes recruiting class?
Well, look what they did up front, with Spencer Fano and Caleb Lamu. I mean, 2 very gifted offensive linemen that were not just the targets of the majority of the Pac-12, but national programs as well. Clemson and Michigan were making a big push for Spencer. Obviously, Michigan was making a big push for Caleb. And so you get both of those guys to come in an era where, the offensive linemen out west aren't as maybe abundant as they were in years past, but to get 2 guys that could be potential left tackles. Now you got to have one that's going to play with left, one that's going to play on the right side. When we were in Hawaii for the Polynesian Bowl, we thought Spencer was probably at worst the number 2 lineman there after only Francis Mauigoa, and he's an instant impact player, the number 1 player in Utah, the number 1 tackle in the West, and that overshadows how good Caleb Lamu is at times. And I think Caleb Lamu, we saw him in San Antonio and in Hawaii and saw how good he's going to be. Then you look at what they get with Hunter Clegg, a guy that was headed to Stanford, and Utah was able to flip down the stretch. And I think that's the most important thing about this class for Utah is the success that they had in the state, getting Spencer Fano, getting Hunter Clegg, getting Smith Snowden, some great players in the state, then going into Hawaii to get a Brock Moana, to go into Arizona and to get a Caleb Blum, to go into Texas and to get a CJ Blocker. They are now getting those top players. They've always done well getting 2, 3 through 8 in the state of Utah. But the number 1 player has kind of eluded in the last couple of years, and Oregon has maybe benefited from it. Well, now they get Spencer, but then they go back into other states out west, into Arizona, into California, into Hawaii, and get top players. Then they go back down to Texas to get a CJ Blocker, who we liked a lot at Polynesian Bowl as well. So you're seeing the success of 4 of the last 5 Pac-12 South titles, 2 of the last 2 Pac-12 championships. You're seeing that benefit Utah's recruiting. And we already have said for years that nobody does a better job of evaluating and developing these guys once they get to campus. But what was Utah going to be like when they started to get that top-end talent? Well, now they're going to have that answer in the next 2, 3, or 4 years.
Greg, you've been on record saying that no one makes us look dumber on National Signing Day than the Utah Utes and what Kyle Whittingham is able to do. One player on that commit list is Mikey Matthews, a receiver you're very familiar with. What do you like about his game?
Yeah, I mean, I like everything. He's a tough kid. He's got a rugby background. We talk a lot about 2-sport athleticism, right? And so he's a guy who you can make a case, one of the top 3 or 4 route runners in the country. Strong hands, strong body, competes like crazy. I think he's got better speed than given credit for. I think he's very good after the catch. He's a Utah type of guy for me. And like you mentioned, they have a way of taking these guys who maybe we rank as mid-level to high 3 stars and get them drafted. And so again, that makes us kind of look dumb on NFL draft day. But I love their class, and we can go on and on and on. Huff did a great job breaking it down, but it's a higher rated class with higher rated athletes, but they didn't sacrifice toughness or grit, what Utah's known for, right? I think Utah, I love their development, and I love the way they coach these kids up, and they didn't have to sacrifice. They got some Clark Phillips level type talent. But they still have those, lunch pail type kids who just want to go and grind and be great guys, great culture, great locker room, great teammates, all that good stuff. So I love the projection of where Utah's training right now as a football program.
Yeah, the Utes recruit to their roster, right? They understand what they need and what they want to do, and they go and get the players that fill those roles. Now, with USC and UCLA off to the Big Ten, with Oregon and Washington and even Stanford doing what they do in a recruiting sense, what is the ceiling for Utah, Huff?
I think that the ceiling, is the roof. Oh, wait, no, that was just paying homage to Michael Jordan. I think the ceiling is kind of limited, unlimited, in fact. And I think because you see the bump in your class happen after you started to have some success on the field. Sure, they haven't won the Rose Bowl the last 2 years, but they've been to the Rose Bowl. This is what Utah fans dreamed of, that they would be relevant in the Pac-12, that they could compete to go to Rose Bowls. Now they've been to 2 of them. And now they're recruiting above their weight class. And I think that they're going to continue to do that because they've got so much, just solidarity with that coaching staff. There's not a lot of coaching turnover. Yes, they lost Champ Bumpus to Mississippi State, his alma mater. Sure, a year ago, Kill McDonald left, but the strength and the core of that recruiting staff at Utah has remained. And the results are following up on the field. They're getting players drafted in the first round. They're having players that are being all-conference, all-American selections. They're recruiting a wider net. And so I think, there really is no limit to what UConn can do. I think if you look at, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, Utah was playing in a Sugar Bowl against Alabama as a plucky underdog. Nick Saban's second year there. A year later, TCU's playing for a Rose Bowl and winning it under Gary Patterson. This year, TCU plays for a national championship. Utah goes to their second straight Rose Bowl. Those are the 2 schools that I think had benefited the most from the first kind of brand of expansion. And now they're having the success. TCU had a couple of rough years, but they had some success early on when they made the move to the Big 12. And I think Utah is looking to that same kind of sustenance where they can now get past just playing for a Pac-12 championship. They were a trendy pick this offseason as a playoff team, and then they lost that opening game to Florida, lost a couple of the Pac-12 games here all along the way, but still got back to the Rose Bowl. So now as their roster is improving, now as their roster continues to add more talent, I think it is realistic to think that Utah, even in a non-expanded playoff year, can be a playoff contender. And I think that they can continue to recruit like this because the state of Utah is not getting any less talent. It's becoming more and more talented. But now Utah's got a wider net, not just out west, but given where they are geographically, they can recruit into Texas. They can recruit into Florida. They've had great success in both of those states historically, especially under Kyle Whittingham. So if you look at what they've been able to do kind of nationally, they've gone after maybe the guys in Florida that didn't get recruited by the Big 3. Maybe they went to the schools in Texas and the state and didn't get the guys that were being recruited by the big boys. Now they're beating the big boys in those states. They're beating the big boys out west for a lot of these key guys. And that's only going to see that class and that stock in that class continue to get better year after year.
Checking in at number 4 in the Pac-12 are the Washington Huskies in the first year under Kalen DeBoer and GB. This has been a program who I think we've labeled as a sleeping giant for a long time, right? Given their resources, given how much of a brand it is in the Pacific Northwest, and also what they can do in a recruiting sense. What do you make of this 2023 recruiting class haul?
Yeah, no, I'm a Caleb DeBoer fan as a coach and as a person. Love what he did at Fresno State. And, growing up for me, in the late 80s, Washington, those were the Steve Ettman, Tommy Smith, Napoleon Kaufman teams that were just so fun to watch and just so dominant physically. And so I think Kalen DeBoer has proven to be one of the best, Coach Grubb as well, one of the best offensive minds in college football. It's a dynamic, fun offense. They're always going to get wide receivers. They're always going to have great skill. And then defensively, I thought they did a nice job. Offensive line, I thought they did a nice job. Elijah Jacket got a late bump from us. Vincent Holmes, we saw at the polyball playing receiver. For me, he's an elite level safety. You can go in there and play right away. And that was a big reason why he chose Washington. So they got a good support staff. Got to shout out our boy Courtney Morgan over there. So no, I think Washington definitely is trending. We talked, earlier, who's going to be the face of the program of the Pac-12. Once UCLA, USC leaves, we talked about Oregon, but I think Washington, man, I think they're right there as well, and they're going to recruit well. And I think 2024. Not to give anything away, is looking like it's going to be a strong class for them as well. So I like the direction that Washington's going, like the staff, like what they're doing. It's a great academic school as well. You don't sacrifice academics when you go to UW. So it kind of checks off, cliche time, checks off all the boxes, a program like the University of Washington. I like them a lot.
GB, you listed a number of players that we saw at the Polynesian Bowl. You didn't mention Landon Hatchett, who's probably the most recognizable. He looks like a Viking, like a literal Viking. And that's scary to think about when you're facing him at center. Huff, he's really, really good, and he's going to be the cornerstone of that offensive line for the next 3 or 4 years.
Hey, if you're going to go look for talent, go look up for it in Whatcom County. I mean, that's where my wife's from. So, I found some success there in Whatcom County. But Landon Hatchett is a pure center, in our opinion, the best pure center in this class Out west, I think he showed it at every event he went to, whether it was the Under Armour All-American Game, the Polynesian Bowl. But, centers don't necessarily attract a lot of headlines, yet Landon Hatch is a guy that should attract a lot of headlines. I said this to his dad 3 years ago when Landon was a freshman. His brother Guerin, who's in line to be a starting offensive lineman for the Huskies this year, was a senior that, hey, I could see why colleges love Guerin, but if I'm picking a player to start an offensive line with, I'm picking Landon because he is the quarterback of that offensive line. And he too, just like Elijah Jacket, he got a late 4-star bump, a much-deserved 4-star bump, and I thought that he showed that he can be an instant impact guy, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he played early. But I also like what Washington has done in Northern California, and especially, going down and getting the guy that I really like, Leroy Bryant, out of Rodriguez High School in Fairfield. Again, another player that may not get a lot of the attention. There are some other defensive backs in this class out west. He's a really talented player that I think has a chance to play early. And then Tayshawn Lyons, who after Jurion Dickey was the number 2 receiver in Northern California, he committed to the Huskies back in December. He will officially be announced as a signee today. He wanted to do it with his class, but what another good pickup, a top 247 receiver. Looked like he was going to Washington in the summer, kind of backed away from it. Then it looked like he was going national, but comes full circle and ends up at Washington when it's all said and done. If there's any real flaw in this class for the Huskies, and we have to acknowledge it, it's the fact that for the second straight year, they did not sign a high school quarterback. They had a commitment from Lincoln Kienholz, who ended up flipping to Ohio State late, and then to lose Sam Hewitt to the NCAA transfer portal. They head into the 2023 season with a Heisman Trophy contender, absolutely, in Michael Penix, but only one scholarship quarterback behind him in Dylan Morris. So there is an urge and a sense of urgency from Washington to really sign not just one quarterback in 2024, but 2 of them. They already have a commitment in one, in EJ Caminon, out of Garfield High School in Seattle. And then tune in this afternoon because the Huskies are one of the 5 finalists for Folsom quarterback Austin Mack, one of the top 100 players in the class of 2024, a top 10 quarterback nationally. So the Huskies, by missing out on a quarterback in 22 and 23, are now going to have that urgency to sign 2 in 2024. It's going to be tough to get a player out of the portal with Penix there. But if that's the only real flaw, they could end up with 2 in 2024. I think that shows you really how well Washington can do, especially in the fact that, again, we mentioned it earlier, you usually see the bump in your class in the following year after a great season. An 11-win season sure makes it a lot easier to recruit to Washington over the next few months and into the fall.
Huff, your wife can recruit the Ventura area as well, so got to give her some love as well. Washington Huskies, certainly a program on the upward trajectory, the number 5 team in the Pac-12 rankings. Colorado also on the up and up. GB Coach Prime, he brought his Louis luggage with him. He told us he was going to bring some changes, and he has. What have you made of his first few months in Boulder?
I mean, we talked about, Cormani McClain, but we got to talk about Travis Hunter for a little bit as well, right? But, back-to-back number 1 corners, although Travis Hunter might be even a better wide receiver prospect. Huff and I saw him, I think it might have been during that COVID year, right? Bullhead City, Arizona. And I had never seen a skilled guy dominate like he did. And I love the way he plays, love the way he competes. I've seen him in so many settings, whether it be an All-American game, a 7-on-7 with pads on, and the guy plays and competes so hard. Cormani McClain, he's a long corner, 6'1", maybe even pushing 6'2", with the long arms and the length, and he had so much production early on. I think he's one of those guys who wants to be coached by Deion Sanders. I think you can make a case, Deion, right, Huff, the number 2 corner of all time, behind that guy for the, from your Browns. But no, I love Cormani, and I love what they're doing over at Colorado. I mean, they're going after high-level players. They don't care where they're from. And we talked about Dan Lanning. He doesn't care if it's a Southern California high school program that has ties to a school like USC. I think Deion's the same way, man. I think he's going to go into California, Florida, Texas, Michigan, Ohio. It doesn't matter. And he's going to compete. And I think this first class, you're already seeing it. Some high-level players. And, again, growing up for me, those were my favorite helmets. A big Bill McCartney fan. Loved Eric Bieniemy, Darren Hagen. So I'm rooting for the Buffs. I like what they're doing right now.
They are going national. They're taking big swings at some of these prospects. But Huff, how much success does Deion need on the field for this basically recruiting success to continue?
Well, first of all, let's go back to what Greg said earlier about, the black and gold, the corner, Rod Woodson. I've always been Team Rod Woodson, and I'm not afraid to admit it. But Deion does have that flair. He has that swag. He had some success as a NFL player, as a college player, and now we're seeing that immediate success as a college coach, whether it's his first 2 years at Jackson State, whether it's what he's done at Colorado. I think, again, Colorado can continue to see that. Now, remember, Deion's situation was a little bit more unique. He was still coaching Jackson State down the stretch in December and didn't get to maybe spend as much time in the month of December recruiting to Colorado because he was still focusing on Jackson State and their berth in the Celebration Bowl. Then you saw what he did on signing day, able to get Travis Hunter to announce for them that night. But more importantly, it's what he was able to have somebody not do, and that was with Cormani not signing with Miami. That gave Deion time to flip him and get him into this class. So if Deion can do that in 4 to 6 weeks, what's Deion going to be able to do with a big year? Blair Gregg was covering a number of players this weekend from Southern California that had gone out to Boulder for a junior day right before the dead period. Blair, you cover the state of Colorado. You've seen the impact that they're having in state. But you mentioned it. It's going to be a national recruiting scope for Colorado. Deion has ties to Florida, given that he played at Florida State. He's got ties to Georgia, given that he played for the Falcons. He's got ties to Dallas and to Texas, given his time with the Cowboys and his time coaching high school. Yeah, he played for the Niners. Yeah, he played for the Ravens, played for Cincinnati Reds, that was. So he's got some ties, but he's Deion Sanders. This isn't a guy who, when he retired, he went off the grid. He has been on commercials. He's been on television. He's been on the sidelines at Under Armour games. He's kind of like the football version of Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal, where he's never left the spotlight, but he's got coaching chops to back it up. We saw the success he had at Jackson State. Now that he's at Colorado, we're not looking at this as being the Colorado of the previous 20 years. Like Greg said, this was the Colorado of the 80s and 90s approach when they were competing for national championships, winning national championships, and now they have maybe the coach with the most flair and swag that has been. Listen, all these schools, they like to tweet about their social media with their coach, how much swag their coach has, and all these coaches get these things. Deion originally defined it, and now he's redefining it as a head coach, and that's going to carry over to recruiting success for the Buffs.
Yeah, he's a 1A basis. If you say Deion, you know who you're talking about, and obviously that's a huge deal in this name, image, and likeness era where it's all about marketing, branding, and he can basically pave the way for a lot of these recruits. I think that's a part of his success as well. So it's Oregon, USC, Utah, Washington, and Colorado rounding out the top 5 in the Pac-12 team recruiting rankings. And let's get down to the bottom half of the conference in more of a quick hit fashion, starting with UCLA. Greg, Dante Moore is the jewel of this class, the 5-star quarterback who they flipped from Oregon. What are the likelihood chances that he is the starter for the Bruins next fall?
I mean, I think he's got a great chance. I kind of said, if you're a freshman, true freshman quarterback, and you're coming in, you need to play right away. It's not just about physical talent, which he has. Arm talent is there, and it's processing the game. It's how smart can you be? It's your football IQ, it's your poise, it's your maturity. And watching Dante in so many different avenues, whether it be, American game, whether it be Elite 11, whether it be OT7. And this guy, he's 18 years old, acts like he's like 30. Man, I mean, he gets it. He's like Josh Rosen coming in. Obviously, Josh played and started as a true freshman. I would put Dante in that same category as Rosen did. And I think he's very capable. He's there for spring ball. And for me, he has I think he's the most ready to play quarterback right now. I think he's the guy who I pushed for him. No disrespect to everyone, who had Arch Manning number 1. I pushed for Dante to be number 1 post-summer. He was the Elite 11 MVP for us, and I think the guy's gifted, man. Different arm angles and ability to throw off platform, the ability to make that first guy miss. And he's not a high-level athlete, but he can make that first guy miss and move around the pocket. But man, he's got some juice in that arm. He's very, very accurate. And again, he's smart, knows what he's doing. 4-year starter, 2-time state champion. Has thrown a ton of balls at the high school level. So I think, long-winded way of saying, I think he's got a great chance, Blair.
A big deal for Chip Kelly to be able to land a 5-star from the high school ranks. I know that they love to go into the transfer portal and stockpile their roster that way to be able to kind of go season by season. Huff, moving on to Arizona at number 7, quarterback Braden Dorman is the headliner. We just saw him in Hawaii at the Polynesian Bowl. What did you like about Braden Dorman's game?
I'll tell you what, I love his willingness to make all the throws, his willingness to throw and utilize his big receivers and let them make plays. This is a guy who trusted his receivers that really he only got to know for 4 or 5 days. This wasn't like a guy had been playing with them for 4 years. It was during the course of that week. And we saw a guy that, we've known about. We've seen him on the 7-on-7 circuit, but to really see him in that setting and to see just the confidence in which he threw the ball with, the way, he was able to kind of slice and dice through some pretty good defensive backs. You see an arm that, Jedd Fisch has to be celebrated. Greg, you mentioned Josh Rosen a little earlier. I think the last great big-time arm that he coached in the collegiate level was Josh Rosen the year he was his offensive coordinator at UCLA. Well, now with Dorman, now I'm not saying he's Josh Rosen, but what I am saying is that he's got a big arm that I think Jedd Fisch is going to be sitting in that layer and be thinking about ways that he could utilize him. Very different quarterback than the current quarterback at Arizona right now, Jaden DeLora, and even Noah Fafita. He's a bigger, stronger quarterback who's more of that pocket guy, but he has some athleticism. So I like what Dorman brings to the table. And then Leviticus Sua, who we saw announced for Arizona during that game, going back into modern day, going back into the Trinity League, which was so good to them a year ago. I like what Jedd Fisch was able to do in that second full class that he's been with at Arizona.
Yeah, another step up for the Wildcats after that one-win season in year one under Jedd Fisch, and then they took a step forward on the field and also in recruiting with another really, really good class headlined by Braden Dorman. Greg, Arizona State checks in right underneath Arizona in the Pac-12 rankings. They picked up Jaden Rashada earlier today on signing day. He committed after backing off that NLI to Florida. He had been committed to Miami earlier in the process. That relationship with Kenny Dillingham was a big deal, but how big of a deal is Jaden Rashada for the Sun Devils and their future?
It's a huge deal. I mean, he's an elite level quarterback. And we talked about this year, again, being the year of the quarterback. There's 6 or 7 guys I think could have all been in that top 32 range. And Jaden, man, his arm talent is as good as anybody. And for me, it's a great fit. I don't, Huff knows him so well, but, just seeing the stress at the Elite 11 player, you were there after he committed to Miami. I never really got the vibe that he wanted to go to Miami. Thought it was going to be Florida. Ends up flipping to Florida. All heck breaks loose there. I just feel like being on the West Coast at a school he's comfortable with. We talked about his dad being there. Kenny Dillingham's got a great relationship with him. Kenny does a great job with quarterbacks. And Jaden, again, and he checks off, cliche time, right? Checks off every box, man. I think he's better athletically than he's shown. Doesn't run a lot. They don't really want him to run. He's the only quarterback on the team. You don't want him to take too many shots, but man, he has a big-time arm, big league arm, spins the football, mobile quarterback. He's tough. Super competitive, has that, I call it a NorCal chip. The Northern California players always kind of feel like they get slighted by Southern California players. So, man, he has that little NorCal chip. And, for me, I think best case scenario, I don't know if he can come in and play right now. I'd rather have him go redshirt, learn the offense, see how fast that defense is and kind of, learn for a year and then take over by year 2. But I think he definitely, 3 and done. I think he has that ability, NFL upside for sure.
I think it's going to be a really good situation for him going in there as the cornerstone and maybe the foundation building block for Kenny Dillingham as they start that new era there in the Valley of the Sun. Checking in at number 9 below Arizona State is Stanford, and they underwent another coaching change with Troy Taylor taking over. And you think about Fitz, and you think about how good that could be for the Cardinal. Huff, this is a really good pickup for them from a head coaching perspective, but also from a recruiting perspective.
Yeah, and I think you could possibly look at this class as what could have been had maybe a hire been made a little bit earlier. They obviously lost some key guys like Walker Lyons to USC, Hunter Clegg to Utah, but they ended up with a really strong class. Tiger Bachmeier, a very productive receiver out of Southern California, Jason Frosta Ramos, who had a fantastic week out of the Polynesian Bowl, Simi Pale, who is probably the best interior lineman in the state of California, a true road grading run blocker. You got Miles Jackson to reclassify out of the 2024 class into 2023. Zach Yamauchi, there probably might not have been a player that had more of his stock rise after the Poly Bowl than Zach Yamauchi. And then you look at some of the players that they were able to get in that interim between when Shaw resigned and when Troy Taylor was hired. Jackson Harris, he's going to be known as the guy who committed the day after David Shaw resigned, the guy who was on his official visit when David Shaw resigned. And he went to a little high school called Berkeley High School, which was just minutes away from Stanford's rival in the big game, Cal. So Jackson Harris already going to be a little bit of a cult fan for Stanford faithful because he ditched Berkeley for Palo Alto. He committed to the Cardinal without a coach, and there's no player that I think in the state of California, at least in Northern California, that jumped on the map bigger. He had 3 Division III offers before the season started, ended up with multiple Power 5 offers, and ultimately chose Stanford. I think that he's going to be a player that Stanford fans are going to love for a lot of reasons, even if he may not be the most highly rated in that class.
The Cardinal did limp across the finish line. They suffered another decommitment. Cameron Brandt, the 4-star defensive lineman from Sierra Canyon, flipped to Michigan on signing day. Greg, at number 10 is Oregon State. They had 2 4-stars in this class as Jonathan Smith put some good touches and adds some good pieces to his roster, including 4-star quarterback Aiden Childs.
Yeah, no, another guy who I feel like we've been on for a long time, right? Head coach over there is a former college teammate of Brendan Huffman over at APU. So Aiden, I mean, I make the joke all the time. I'm not going to make the joke, Blair and Huff, but he's young for his grade. I think he just turned 17 during the season. And it's such a good joke, but I'm not going to say it. Okay, I'll say it. A lot of quarterbacks in California, man, they're like 17 when they're, 8th graders. Childs, his ceiling is so stinking high. He's not even close to being as good as he's going to be. Dynamic personality. It kind of fits the way he plays. Dual threat kid with a big time arm. And I think he opened up a lot of eyes during the All-American Bowl practices. And obviously he had a great game. Him and Dante Moore were probably, the 2 of the stars offensively out there. So again, a guy who started off at Los Alamitos High School, played behind Malachi Nelson for a year, went over to Downey, had to suffer through a little bit of a COVID year, then was hurt his junior year. So only 1 full season. And that's why I'm saying, man, his ceiling is extremely high. He's not even close to peaking. He has every tool you could want. Love the personality, love the way he plays, love the flair, love Jonathan Smith for him. He can go in there, hopefully learn behind DJ Uiagalelei for 1 year. I'm still hoping for DJ to kind of rally and have a great year. And then Aiden comes and takes over as a redshirt sophomore. And again, like I said earlier, I think Aiden has NFL upside for sure.
Yeah, Aiden Childs, one of those promising quarterbacks in the Pac-12. Washington State, Huff, at number 11 in the Pac-12 rankings, also had a really promising quarterback in this class. He ends up flipping to Michigan State. What do you make of Washington State's class?
Well, losing Sam Levitt hurt. I mean, he's a 4-star guy, the number 2 player, the top offensive prospect in the state of Oregon. So that one hurt, especially because they had him committed for so long. But Jackson Potter is not a bad consolation prize. And I would say this without any second thought. This isn't sour grapes because I have no dog in the fight. But if you're going to go get a quarterback, getting one out of the Trinity League is not a bad place to get it because he's been going up against elite defenses at Mater Dei, at St. John Bosco, at Servite over the last couple of years. So he's already going to be ready to play against elite competition like he did each week. Not to mention that, Santa Margarita had a little bit of a history with a Heisman Trophy winner. Again, not comparing him there, but it shows you that Jackson Potter's coming from a big-time program at Santa Margarita. It's produced a Heisman Trophy winner, a Walter Payton Award winner, and an Outland Trophy winner. Not a lot of high schools can say that. And I think Potter is a guy that people may gloss over a bit because he was a late addition. But then I also like what the Cougs did in the state of Washington. Leo Pulalasi out of Lakes, one of my favorite players in the state, a 2-way guy. And then Trey Lechner, another in-state player, another 2-way guy. They're getting some football players that are kind of in that mold that Jake Dickert really wants. Guys that are just going to go out there and they're going to make plays. May not be, the highest rated guys, but they just want to go out and they want to play football and they'll play whatever their team asks of them. And I think those are 2 quality pickups for the Cougs in addition to Potter.
The California Golden Bears at number 12 among these Pac-12 schools. GB, what does the program or the university or the UC Regents, what needs to change for Cal to change this trajectory that they've been on?
Yeah, that's a tough question, Blair. Looking at that class right there, though, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the positives. Nazia Hunter is a player again. I know Huff's seen him a lot. It's a big 6'2" receiver, 4-star guy, and I think the transfer portal was good to Cal. Byron Cardwell was a running back transfer from Morgan, who we thought was probably going to lean to UCLA, but Cal was able to get him, and I think he's an instant impact guy. Defensively, Justin Wilcox puts him minded head coach, and I think he recruits to that identity. But, for Cal, it's so much off the field. I'm not a big political guy, but, I know Cal's been dealing with it the last couple of years, right? Where people kind of wondering, hey, how committed is the administration? Not that coaching staff, right? I think the coaching staff works hard, and I think their admin staff, again, one of our guys, Marshall Charrington, I think they worked their butt off, but it's, they need that commitment from up on high. And, we'll see, when USC and UCLA leave the Pac-12, is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing for Cal? So I think, all they can do is control the controllables, keep recruiting, keep coaching them up, and then hopefully kind of turn their season around. I thought they had a good year last year, honestly. That passing offense was good, quarterback, receivers. That did lose some key guys to the portal, though. So you got to kind of replenish that. And hopefully you're not just building a farm system for other teams to come in there and poach. So again, I like the staff a lot. I like Justin. So hopefully, again, I get some more support from the administration.
Justin Wilcox certainly has proven before that he's got the tools and the formula to have a successful program. So we'll see how the Cal Bears respond to finishing in the bottom half of the Pac-12 team recruiting rankings. Huff, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to get into Pac-12 superlatives now with the one and only Greg Biggins. And Greg, let's begin with the new Pac-12 poster boy. Who is it?
I mean, Blair, honestly, I think for me, people were saying, hey, what happens when USC and UCLA leave? Who's it going to be? I think Oregon fans would say it's been us, right? I think for the last decade, no one's won more games than Oregon has. I don't have those stats in front of me. I'm just playing it. I'm just, that's my eyeball test. It feels like they've won the most games. I think they've played in the most big bowl games, right? 3 years in a row with a top 10 draft pick. It's Oregon. You talk to kids and, they love that flash and dash and the uniforms, the locker room and the facilities. And I think Oregon, man, they're here today. They are a national brand. Ironically, it was kind of Chip Kelly kind of helped build that brand, right, with the Anthony Thomas and Marcus Mariota. And I think Oregon's benefiting more from Chip than UCLA is right now in terms of a recruiting bump. So I mentioned earlier, man, I love Washington. I love Utah. I think those schools are here to stay as well. But if there is going to be a flagship, I think right now it's the Oregon Ducks.
Yeah, it's the program, the only one on the west of the Mississippi with double-digit top 24/7 prospects in their commit list. So the Oregon Ducks certainly on the upward trajectory with Dan Lanning in that first year, and he's proven his recruiting chops. The diamond in the rough when you look at some of these Pac-12 commitments.
Yeah, so I'm going to steal a player that I know you like, Blair, and that's Brock Phenomewana from Kahuku, Hawaii. Now, you play in Hawaii, you play specifically for Kahuku. You're going to be tough, you're going to be physical, you're going to be well coached, you're going to play hard. Not unfortunately, he's going to be going on a 2-year LDS mission. I think that's great for him in the church, but I'd love to see him go to Utah right now. He's got a prototype safety frame, 6'1", pushing 6'2". What is he, Blair? 185, 190, and man, he's got range. He'll come up and hit you. He's an all-around athlete at that safety position. Ball skills are there as well, and he was one of our top defensive backs, every day this past couple of weeks ago when we were at the Polynesian Bowl. So I love Brock. I love his game. I think he's a great fit for what Utah wants to do with their safety.
That week that he had at the Polynesian Bowl bumped him up to the #1 rated player in the state of Hawaii. So although the Utah Utes will have to wait 2 years until he returns from his mission, it's certainly going to be worth the wait. He's that type of defensive back prospect. Your instant impact candidate for the Pac-12 this coming season?
Yeah, Zach Branch, USC, Bishop Gorman. I don't see any scenario where he's not an impact guy. And the reason is because I think he has that one. You need to have that one plus tool, that skill that kind of sets you apart. And he is a legitimate 10-1 100-meter guy. He ran 10-3 as a sophomore, so I'm projecting he's going to be a 10-1 guy. He might even run track this spring. He's an early grad already at USC, but he's dynamic with the football. And again, you play his position, I think he's going to have opportunities on punt and kick returns. I'm calling it right now, Blow. I think he's going to have at least one punt or kick return for a touchdown this year. I mean, the guy is just electric. You don't have the angle on him, Blair. You never have the angle on him. You might think you do, but when you're running that fast, man, that door closes so fast. And again, love the way he plays. Love the off the field work ethic, man. The guy's jacked. Big time work ethic, big time weight room guy. Dad Shavak gets that done over there at Bishop Gorman. So Zach Branch, that's my guy.
Yeah, the type of player who would be electric in playing flag football, right, where you only have to lay a finger on a guy, and then now imagine trying to tackle him in space. That's going to be a chore for a lot of Pac-12 defensive backs. The first QB up on your list in the Pac-12.
Yeah, kind of an obvious one, right? I'm going to go Dante Moore, and that's not to say that UCLA doesn't have some quarterback talent. That's a pretty strong quarterback room at UCLA right now, but I just think Dante's that gifted, and we mentioned it earlier. For me, I think he's the most ready to play right now. I think it's a great situation for him at UCLA. I'm still kind of shocked, Blair, that he ended up at UCLA. I call that the biggest flip that I've ever covered, only because UCLA wasn't even a top 15 school for him going back when he committed to Oregon originally. Again, hats off to Chip Kelly. But I think this guy is so good, and you saw just a little bit of it, those who watched the All-American Bowl. Man, he is not just a quarterback, man. He knows what he's doing. Football IQ off the charts. Again, you talk about game reps. He's played 4 years. He's a winner, leader, tough kid. He'll stand in and take a shot, but man, he can make every throw. Understands already anticipation and getting the ball out early and getting guys open, throwing guys open. Can throw a touch, throws the deep ball, throws the short stuff, different arm angles. Man, he's got to come in there and he's got to digest that playbook. And I think he can have a Josh Rosen freshman-like impact for UCLA.
Already on campus, going to be a player to watch this spring as we hear some of those reports coming out of Westwood. You're on social media quite a bit, GB, and a lot of prospects, a lot of recruits. They tell you that you're sleeping on them. So who's the sleeper class of the Pac-12?
Yeah, no, I kind of like Arizona. Again, last year they got more buzz, probably because of Totoro McMillan, T-Mac, as we call them. But when you kind of look at Arizona and, look at some of the guys they're bringing in, it's another really good class. We talked already, Braden Dorman, but how about Raymond Polito, getting a guy, flipping him from Alabama. Leviticus Sua, for me, is one of the best leaders in this class. 3-year captain at Mater Dei. No one has ever captained Mater Dei for 3 years in a row. Brandon Johnson, a sleeper running back for me. I like him a lot. Malachi Riley, I like the way he plays. Dynamic wide receiver with the ball in his hands. So I think top to bottom, Arizona did a nice job. Got the quarterback, got the skill. And I think they've done a nice job with offensive and defensive line recruiting as well. So not talking about them as much as last year, but I like what Arizona did again.
We've talked a lot about the prospects that are going to be playing in the Pac-12 and all the big wins for the conference. Who is the biggest loss for the Pac-12?
Yeah, I mean, Nico Iamaleava. For me, my number one overall player in this year's class. I mentioned Dante Moore was the guy with the, the highest floor, ready to play now. I think Nico's at the highest ceiling. When I say that, for those who don't know what is floor, what is ceiling, ceiling means if every single player in this year's class maximize their potential and were as good as they could possibly be, that's Nico Iamaleava. I think he has the best chance to be a number one overall pick. It's been fun to watch him develop since 8th grade, honestly, from this tall, gangly, skinny, kind of almost draft out of the womb type guy to now the guy, again, cliches coming, makes every throw. He's tough. He loves to run. He needs to learn how to slide because right now, man, when he's running, he's looking to run over somebody at about 200 pounds. That can't happen in the SEC, but I think he's smart, knows where to go with the football. Again, talk about just the ability to extend plays, get outside the pocket, throw with touch. He's not just a thrower, man. He's a guy who doesn't just throw fastballs. He's changed radically in the last year to be able to change speeds and throws with a great touchdown the field. He's a great teammate, guy that people love to be around as well. So Pac-12, Oregon, that was the runner-up. I think we all thought he was going to Oregon at one point, took a trip to Tennessee, and that's all she wrote. But tough loss for Oregon in the Pac-12, but good for Nico in Tennessee, and I think he's going to do great things there.
Yeah, I'm sure several Pac-12 coaches will be losing some sleep after losing Nico Iamaleava and letting him leave the West Coast. Greg, you are younger than your grade, if that means anything. So I appreciate you joining us and all the coverage that you provide over at 247sports.com.
I have no idea what that meant, but I'll take it.
All right, that is Greg Biggins, only as he does. If you're a Pac-12 fan, you're probably watching this, and you're probably a fan of one of these schools. You have all those sites there across the Pac-12. We've got you covered up and down the West Coast and in the entire West region. We've also got a chat coming up at 4 Eastern. You will not want to miss that as we continue our conversation here for National Signing Day. We also got a commitment that Brandon Huff alluded to. Austin Mack, the 4-star quarterback from Northern California, one of the top QBs in the 2024 class, will be revealing his choice live here on the 247 Sports National Signing Day special at 4:45 Eastern. So that'll do it for us. We went from the ACC to the Big Ten to the Big 12, SEC, and we wrapped it up with the Pac-12. Thank you so much for joining us here on the 247 Sports National Signing Day special, and stay tuned upcoming for a special edition of the College Football Recruiting Show.